For more than a decade, a small town in central Tennessee has been a destination for fitness tourists, top athletes, and coaches from around the world. Cookeville, Tennessee, the home of CrossFit Mayhem. It is a gym and a brand that has reached far beyond its four walls. Rich Froning serves athletes of all levels beyond the borders of Cookeville through his online community, Mayhem Athlete. Froning has left a mark on almost every part of the CrossFit landscape. An affiliate owner for over 10 years, a 4-time individual and 6-time team champion. But now, he is eyeing a new challenge. At 35 years old, Rich Froning is officially a Masters athlete. And to better serve that part of the community, Mayhem is teaming up with the Legends Championship and rolling out the red carpet for over 300 athletes from 7 divisions. A new era begins for CrossFit Mayhem and the man who put it on the map. Welcome to the Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete.
It is time to crown champions, and what better place to do it than the home of one of the greatest champions of all time, Rich Froning. It's the final day of the 2022 Legends Championship from Cookeville, Tennessee, and CrossFit Mayhem. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody, on this final day of competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. This is day 4. Over the last 3 days, these athletes have been put through the ringer.
Yeah, this has been a brutal competition, Sean. These athletes have gone long, they've gone short, they've gone heavy, they're about to go high skill. I would venture to say this is a tougher test than even the CrossFit Games for these Masters athletes. It's one more day, there's a bigger field, and on top of it, they're at CrossFit Mayhem. So what better way to kind of end a great test of fitness for all of these Masters?
This is the 6th time that the Legends Championship has been held, but the first time it has been held here in Cookeville, Tennessee at CrossFit Mayhem. The Legends Championship has partnered with Mayhem Athlete this year, and Roy McKernan spoke with Jake Lockhart from Mayhem Athlete about why this partnership makes so much sense.
Jake, Mayhem Athlete has a fantastic track record. The Legends Championship has been around now for 5 years, but this is a massive undertaking. Why now did you choose to pair up with them?
I think it's really basic. We just want to show we're really heavily invested in Masters, and this is the best way we can showcase that investment in our Masters community.
When you talk about that heavy investment in Masters athletes, I want you to be a little bit humble braggy and tell me about the staggering statistics that we were fortunate enough to have this year.
Yeah, the last 2 years and this year specifically, I'm so pumped for our Mayhem Masters. We had right at 40 in semifinals and 15 at the games. As far as I can see, we blew everyone else out of the water. They repped us so well, and they did so awesome this competitive season.
There's not a whole lot more to say because those numbers speak for themselves, but if I'm an athlete who wants to be competitive and I'm of Masters age group, what sets Mayhem Athlete apart?
I think there's a few things. One is if you're going to quantify it, we had the most, so the proof's in the pudding there a little bit. 2, we've been doing it longer than anyone. Rich, he's the OG of OGs. He's doing programming, fitness, competing forever. I've been doing this 10 years now. I'm a doctor of physical therapy, and so I think we just have more reps at making workouts, trying out the workouts, and then making them fun. When people get together, do these, they're uniquely better than others because they enjoy them, and then they see results as well.
And that's actually a really important point, that you guys are both coaches, and this is your passion, because all those athlete statistics, those are cool. But we do way more than that with Mayhem Athlete.
Absolutely, yeah, there's so much. So competitors are the tip of our spear. That's what our bread and butter has been, but we're delving into all of the types. We're trying to bridge the gap from sedentary, like, hey, what can I do with my grandma? You gotta start moving at home, walking, so we got a walking program. We've got the couch to fitness, and then it's like, I just got the CrossFit gym, I'm new, what do we do? We've got bodyweight versions, dumbbell, 60-minute, we've got it all, and we're trying to make video content, all these things to be as good as we are in this competitive space everywhere else.
So here's my question. We obviously have had a lot of success. Why then a 40% discount on all these programs? What are we trying to show people?
Yeah, for sure. So we've got the 7-day trial, and we just did this with Black Friday. We're like, hey, someone tuning in might not have seen that. They're probably the type of person like, hey, I'll try this out Monday. Let's remove some more price barrier. Just get them in there, try it out. I promise to be worth your while. Use that code, then sign up Monday. And you don't even need to wait till the new year because you're the type of person who wants to go now. So hop in with us, and we'll be there with you.
So do it now, guys. Click the QR code, 40% off all programs. The proof is in the pudding. Give it a shot. You're going to see the results.
Big thanks to CrossFit Mayhem and Mayhem Athlete for helping us out here and putting on the 2022 Legends Championship. We have 2 events left. Action has already begun for the day. We are going to see the top 16 athletes in every division take on the final 2 events. And we're going to focus on the older athletes, the 50-year-olds and above, for the beginning of this competition today. And here are your leaders for all the divisions for the men coming in. 50 to 54-year-old division. That is going to be fun to watch. That is close. Only 12 points, Annie, separate first place from third there.
Right, so just 10 points separate both Doan Lowe and Corey Daig, who is currently in second place, and then only 2 points separate Corey Daig and Nicholas Harbalas, who is currently in first place. We're talking about back-to-back sprint events, which means total leaderboard shakeup as far as what could potentially happen in these final 2 events.
In the 65-plus division, Cal Charrington comes in as the leader, looking to lock up the championship. He's the defending 65-plus champion from the CrossFit Games. He's a 4-time Games athlete, and he coached high school wrestling for 33 years. He's retiring after today.
Yeah, and I just could not think of a better ambassador for the competitive masters community than Cal. Like you said, he's a 4-time Games athlete. He's a retired teacher and coach of 33 years. He found CrossFit, fell in love with it, opened an affiliate. He's been competing in the CrossFit Open since 2013, and I just think he's a great example of longevity and passion in this sport. Whether you're going to be a competitor or just an everyday CrossFit athlete, I couldn't think of a better send-off for a gentleman like Cal Charrington than to be here at the Legends Championship doing what he's doing in complete Charrington fashion.
We will focus on the younger Masters divisions a little bit later in our midday show when they get set to take the floor. But before we get to the women's side of the house here, as we get set for their final 2 events, RP and Rory McKernan have a message for the CrossFit community.
I am back with Mike Israetel. He is the creator of the RP Diet Coach app. Mike, we've talked about why, we talked about what's different. So now I'm ready. I'm all in. I want to build a meal. What am I going to do?
First thing, the very fact that you can build a meal makes our app one of a kind, because all the other apps is just a day of food.
Yep.
So when you're building a meal, you're going to have a certain number of macros, proteins, fats, and carbs that is going to be the size of the meal. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go in and go to the proteins column, and you're going to find whatever food you wanted to eat that had protein in it, let's say like some kind of lean cut of meat. And you are going to weigh that out on your food scale. And then you have to do all the number crunching in your head. No, wait, I said that wrong. You just weigh it out, you type in the weight, and the app automatically tells you exactly how much more or less meat you need to fit that exact protein amount for the meal. It does that for the carbs, it does that for the fats. So at the end of the day, all you have to do is do what the app says, and you get perfect meals exactly to your macros, and that fits all the meals perfectly into your day. If you want the more advanced version, what you can do is, with a few simple modifications, you can move the meals around throughout the day, because you're like, it's 11 a.m., I'm not that hungry yet. Can I have this meal occur at 12? Yes, absolutely, the meal moves to 12. So it's getting to a point where it's really, really fluid, and it really accommodates your natural human living conditions. Yeah. You've got food around, it's healthy food, you want to eat it, tells you exactly how to put it in meals, exactly when to eat those meals. The good thing about the meals, and not just the daily bucket structure, is look, humans eat in meals. And especially if you're serious about getting leaner, stronger, more athletic, you probably want to eat more like an athlete. That's how this app treats you. It treats you seriously because it believes you have serious goals. And with all of the flexibility and power, you're probably likely to run into some results here or there.
No doubt. And as a user myself, I have to say that the actual slide bars in creating a meal, although it sounds funny, it's one of my favorite features, and it really attracted me to the app because it made it so easy to be like, that amount of meat with that amount of carbs didn't look quite right on my plate for what I wanted, and you could auto adjust, and it was so easy. And then the flexibility you just mentioned of being able to say, hey, breakfast is going to be different today, or I woke up late, or my kids did X, Y, and Z, and I had to flip the script.
100%.
Absolutely love it. And you guys have to try it, right? We can tell you all we want to, but you got to try it at home. And you can right now. You click the QR on the screen, and you've got 6 weeks for free.
Wait,
there's no reason not to.
Hold on. How am I supposed to make any money? Are you giving this thing away for free? What is this?
Sorry, guys, but thank you. And thank you, all you guys should be thanking him as well. Yeah, 6 weeks for absolute free. You guys click the link on your screen. We'll be back with more one more time.
Big thanks to RP for helping us out here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Let's look at the women's side of the competition now. Just 2 events remaining for them as well. The older athletes will be up first, the 50 to 54-year-olds, and then on to the 65+. And here are the overall leaders from each division coming into the day. Taya Gebbe in the 50 to 54-year-old division, there were 600 points available so far. She earned 594 of them.
She has absolutely dominated this competition. No surprise, she got second at the games in the 50 to 54 division this year. She was actually 4th here at Legends last year in the 45 to 49-year-old division. But like you said, Sean, she has absolutely dominated this competition. She has all first place finishes except for the very first event where she got a second place finish. She's 98 points up on Julia Rappaport. So assuming she makes it onto the competition floor, I think she has first place on lock.
Another woman who's been absolutely dominant is Patty McGill in the 60 to 64-year-old division, 588 out of a possible 600 points.
And another athlete that it's not surprising that she's dominating this division right now. She's a 3-time games athlete. She got second in the games this year in the 60 to 64 division. She was 3rd at the games in 2021 and 2nd in 2019. Patty has 4 event wins and 2 second-place finishes, and much like last year, she's absolutely dominating. Last year, she won by 56 points, and it looks like Patty's about set to do the same thing this year.
Events 8 and 9 are all that remain. The older Masters divisions here will be up first. We'll break down the younger ones again in our midday show. Events 8 and 9, though, back-to-back challenges, and for the official description of those, here's Rich Froning.
Event 8 and 9 will be a 2-part event. The first part will be 12-9-6 of bar muscle ups and front squats at 185 and 125. Weights will be changed for each age category. You'll have 4 minutes to get that done. So at 4 minutes, a one minute rest will be across the board. So essentially 5 minutes. At the 5-minute mark, you'll do 6, 9, and 12 of strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans at 150 and 100 for the top. And like I said, age categories will be changed per 5 years, and then the cap on that will be 3 minutes. Yeah, how fast you want to push on that first one to be hurting on that second one. It's gonna be a fun one to watch there.
Old school 1 and old school 2. Cool combination there. These 2 workouts could really shake things up on the leaderboard.
Oh, I could not think of a better finale. It's fast. It's a 2-part finale. High skill, like the dirty work of the sandbag. Like you said, this is what leaderboard shakeups are made out of.
Rory McKernan will be with us throughout the day here on the final day of competition at the Legends Championship. He's on the competition floor. Let's send it down to him.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Just mixing it up down here. You guys know that this is my home gym typically. It's obviously been transformed for this event. I've been talking to folks from South Africa. We've got people from Costa Rica, Brazil, Finland, all over the world down here just chopping it up and having a great time. And this is my reminder to you guys that these events aren't easy to put on. So we really have to thank our sponsors and our partners who help us to do that. Advocare is one of them. And in addition to helping us give you this live broadcast and to put on this event, they're offering a really cool opportunity to be a preferred customer. It's basically you're on the inside track. You don't have to pay for this, but you get a discount every time that you check out any kind of product that you want anytime. And so really, really awesome. But more so than that is just, again, them plugging into this community, them saying, hey, we're going to support you guys, help you put this thing on, and also just to transform this place into like an international party for Masters athletes.
Thanks, Ro, and thanks to Advocare for doing all that they are doing and all that they have done over the past 4 days here at CrossFit Mayhem. That's going to do it for us. Action coming up next. We will get things started with the 60 to 64-year-old women heat number 1 taking place behind us. Events 8 and 9 to close out the 2022 Legends Championships. So stay with us, everybody, here in Cookeville, Tennessee.
Bubs is named after Glenn "Bub" Doherty. Glenn laid down his life saving others in Benghazi, Libya, and this brand is a tribute to Glenn and his way of life. At Bubs, we live by the motto, feel great and do good. And the feel great part is by virtue of all the products that we make. Collagen protein, MCT oil powder, and more.
Our collagen protein is great for a few things: joint health, hair, skin, and nails, and gut health. It also helps in athletic recovery.
Our second product is our MCT oil powder for mental focus, sustained energy, appetite control, and of course, great gut health. feeling great with all the products that we put out there to help you live your best life. And we're doing good by always giving 10% of all profits to charity. Thanks again. This is where you say thank you.
Thank you.
And you mean it.
I mean it.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, here we go. Move on. 60 to 64. It's been 4 days of competition here. We got event 8. Old school number 1 here. 4-minute time cap. Chest to bar pulls, followed by front squats. We got a rest team here of 12, 9, 6, 12, 9, 6. And in the air down there, and lazy 7. there and right there.
Thank you.
60 to 64, finishing up.
Final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Only 2 events remain. Back-to-back challenges, Old School 1 and Old School 2. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be checking in with us throughout the day. It's a great way to close things out. A nice, quick back-to-back challenge. We start with Old School 1, the 60 to 64-year-old men up first.
Right, and they'll be doing chest to bar pull-ups, not the bar muscle-ups, but then they have a heavy front squat. And like you said, I don't know about nice, but definitely quick is a descriptor of this word. There's a 4-minute cap on this first piece, then there's a 1-minute rest, which I don't even know if you can call that a rest. That's just enough time to get back down to the starting block. And then we go over to Old School 2, which is event 9. And that's gonna involve another piece of
some more high skill work.
Exactly.
Some handstand push-ups and some sandbag cleans. 4 men in this opening heat. Lane 5 is Mark Anderson. Comes in 9th place overall. Started the competition with 4 straight finishes of 10th, but he's had some momentum after the last 2 events. Finished 4th in event 5, CJ, and then he finished tied for 6th in Gran Torino. So he's looking to put a positive finish on his competition here after gaining some momentum in those last 2 events.
And this is tough, Sean, because, you know, they're back-to-back events. So do you purposefully back off a little on the first one in order to have something left for the second one?
3, 2, 1, go.
Or do you just let it hurt the whole way through?
60 to 60.
Keys to this event.
You know, I think for those that can, it's about going unbroken. It's a very aggressive time cap, and so you have to go unbroken, and if you're not gonna go unbroken, you really have to minimize your rest, and you've got to be quick on those transitions.
That's Gus Vandervoort in lane 4, ripping through his opening set of 12 chest to bar pull-ups. He and Sean McGraw, first 2 men to the front squats, 125 pounds on the bar.
This is such a classic CrossFit workout too, Sean. You know, the bar muscle-ups or the chest to bar pull-ups actually favor the smaller athlete. The heavy barbell favors the bigger athlete. So you can't say this was programmed for one athlete or another. It's programmed for the fit athlete.
Vandervoort with only 2 reps remaining now before he'll close out his round. McGraw in lane 6 is done as well. So there are only 3 men on the competition floor in lanes 4, 5, and 6. That's Vandervoort, Anderson, and McGraw. Carl Bax was supposed to be in lane 3, and he is not there. Now the set of 9 chest to bar.
Yeah, and you can see Sean has switched over to some singles. Not a bad idea, especially considering he still has another set after this. So if you're going to start to lose those chest to bar, instead of hanging on that bar, it's much better to do that one-off.
All 3 men done with their round of 9 chest to bar. Now the 9 front squats at 125.
What's tough too, Sean, is this bar comes from the floor, not out of a rack, which means inherently you have to clean it. If you're good, you'll squat clean it and get that first squat rep. But it makes it much less enticing to put that bar down when you know you got to clean it again to get it up there.
Final rep for Vandervoort. He's finished. He'll advance his barbell. Vandervoort 10th place overall coming into the event. Best finish was 4th in event 3, Unforgiven. And now a round of 6 chest to bar pull-ups. 90 seconds remain in the event.
You can really see the accumulation of this event taking hold. All these guys went unbroken on that first set of 12, and now Mark is the only one still doing sets where the other gentlemen are down to singles, but it works. Those quick singles work.
If you're moving, you're scoring. Final 6 reps here. Vandervoort in the all-black. First man to get to work is Sean McGraw, is tightening his belt. It's Mark Anderson, who now will make his way to the barbell for the final time. A no rep for Vandervoort. Didn't stand it all the way up before he dumped it, so he's got to do one more. And he is finished, and now the race to the finish line. And it's going to be Sean McGraw who gets across ahead of Vandervoort. A costly no rep for Vandervoort there, so 3:38.82 seconds for McGraw.
Now the key is to really try to recover. And, you know, these gentlemen have just over a minute because they all finished under the time cap. And you really need to be thoughtful about your recovery. Try to control that breathing. You can see McGraw doing that, hands over his head. He's trying to get that breath back.
Event 9 is old school 2, and now the reps increase. We're going to go strict handstand push-ups. That's the RX version. These athletes will get the kip, and they will have a 1-inch riser and then the sandbag cleans.
And then the sandbag. And the sandbag cleans, they've added that standard that we saw at the games where you have to control the bag. You have to take one hand off when the bag's at the shoulder. And that's another spot where you can have some costly errors. If you don't have that bag steadied and you no rep, it can be extremely costly.
10 seconds.
And when you have a minute rest between events, that is the fastest minute of your life.
Yeah, you're like, your clock is broken. Nothing happened right there.
The final event underway here, opening heat for the 60 to 64-year-old men.
9, 12, handstand push-up, sandbag cleans.
You've been through one event. Now, what are the keys here in event 9?
You know, for a lot of these gentlemen, it's going to be making sure that whatever sets you do on those handstand push-ups, that you can recover from them. So going unbroken on that first set of 6 might not be your best idea, even if you can go unbroken. And then really controlling that sandbag, making sure you know the standard.
100 pounds on the sandbag now at the 12 rep mark. That will be the end of round number 1. And then they will head back to the handstand push-up wall for 9 more reps. Vandervoort and Anderson working on the bag. Sean McGraw is still back going through his set of handstand push-ups.
You can see the accumulation of that first event kind of taking hold in these gentlemen right now.
Gus, still in here's got 2 reps remaining.
And Sean got hit with a no rep back there. His feet just came off the wall before he had locked it out. Vandervoort only 1 rep away from closing out his first round. And Anderson has 1 round as well, or 1 rep, I should say.
90 seconds.
This is obviously a very aggressive time cap on this piece of the event.
Mark is done. Sean is moving forward.
These gentlemen have just over a minute. That set of 9s.
Sean McGraw, meanwhile, has moved to the bag for the first time. Vandervoort going strict.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about this before. Strict is definitely quicker if you have the strength, and Vandervoort most definitely does. You can almost even catch your breath a little bit more on those strict if you have the strength to do it. Kipping becomes a little more metabolic, a little harder on the cardio piece.
9 reps on the sandbag now for Vandervoort.
4 more sandbags for Sean. Now they're in like 6. 30 seconds.
This is it, last 30 seconds of the competition. Now's when you gotta just suck it up, let it hurt.
15 seconds.
Final 15 seconds. Vandervoort trying to get as many reps as he can here. 54 total.
3, 2, 1.
Vandervoort's going to get through 25 of those 54 reps. He was impressive on those handstand push-ups.
He really was. Again, Sean, I think if you have the strength to do it, it's a really smart idea. It's faster, it's less metabolic, but it's just that how many of us can actually do that, especially when you're tired, not just from the event before, but from the entire weekend that you've just competed in.
Vandervoort takes the opening heat of events 8 and 9, takes the opening heat of event 9. This is what happened in event 8.
Event 8, you see all these gentlemen going unbroken on that first set of 12 chest to bar pull-ups, all of them going unbroken on those front squats. But it was definitely the rounds of 9 and 6 that got super tough for these guys. And then it's a quick reset, only a minute, till we go over to that second piece with the handstand push-ups and the bag. And it was definitely Gus Vandervoort and his strict handstand push-up strength that pushed him through on this second event. He's able to get to the bag just before Mark Anderson and accumulate a couple more reps. Great job from Gus.
Gus picks up the heat win, gets through 25 of the 54 reps in event number 9, and we will reset and bring out the first heat for the 50 to 59-year-old women. Action continues here on the 4th and final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete, Old School 1 and Old School 2. Closing things out here in what has been a really complete test and a fun competition to watch.
Yep. And again, I love this finale, the back-to-back kind of sprint efforts, combination of some high skill, some grit work in that sandbag.
Old School 1.
For these ladies, it's going to be chest to bar pull-ups, 12, 9, 6, and then a front squat at 60 pounds. And then they'll have a 1-minute reset after that first piece before they go on.
105 pounds on the barbell for this age group. And lane 8 is going to be Lauren Patino, pardon me. She's in the 35 to 39-year-old division. She missed her heat earlier because of a scheduling error. That was not her fault, so she will be on the far right side. She's in the 35 to 39-year-old division, so we'll keep an eye on her. Here are your lane assignments for Heat 2 for the 50 to 55, sorry, pardon me, the 55 to 59-year-old women. Gina Cacciotti-Wellner comes in 16th place overall. She does have an event win. She won Saved by the Bell. That was event 4.
Heat 1, 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat number 2 for the 55 to 59-year-old women is now underway. And remember, there is a 35 to 39-year-old athlete out on the floor. That's Lauren Patino. She's down in lane number 8. She will be doing bar muscle-ups.
Some beautiful chest to bar pull-ups right there from Leslie Vogel.
With a rep scheme of 12, 9, 6, 12, 9, 6.
See a lot of these ladies going unbroken, just like the gents in the heat before. In this first set of 12.
Vogel's going to be the first woman off. Pardon me, the second woman off in lane 6. Kim Stambaugh to the barbell first. 12 front squats, 105 pounds.
There's the 35 to 39-year-old athlete who you saw doing bar muscle-ups.
Stambaugh is your leader. She is through 22 of the first 24 reps here. After the 24 rep mark, she'll go back to the rig and do 9 chest to bar pull-ups. She will advance her barbell, and Kim Stambaugh in the lead here. Leslie Vogel and Tracy McGee. Let's talk about keys of this event.
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of those ladies go unbroken on the set of 12, both on the chest to bar pull-ups and the on the front squat. Now, can they go unbroken again on this second set, the set of 9? And it looks like Kim Stambaugh is doing a great job of that. If you're not going to go unbroken, then you got to really minimize your rest. You got to do recoverable sets, because this is a fast and aggressive time cap.
The Stambaugh is through. And now on to 9 front squats.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. Leslie, back to the barbell there.
Kim looking really strong on those front squats. It's one of those things, if you can take a breath or two at the top, it's going to benefit you, because putting that bar down means you have to clean it again before you pick it back up. So definitely on these front squats, if you can stay unbroken, it's going to help.
Tracy McGee has been able to cut into Stambaugh's lead. The two of them back to the rig at the same time to begin their rounds of 6. Leslie Vogel remains in 3rd, followed by Nicole Devine.
Tracy got onto that last set of pull-ups first.
1 and 2 there, lane 3, lane 6.
And Tracy got hit with a no rep to open.
She's moved over to those singles, but again, if you can have strong singles, it's worth it.
The Stambaugh is done with her 6, so she has regained the lead now over Tracy McGee. McGee hustling to the barbell, though, to try to catch Stambaugh. She's on the left side of your screen is Tracy McGee.
Stambaugh looks solid on this last set of squats, though.
Final
great
rep for
stance,
her.
great position.
The Stambaugh is done, and she will head across the finish line, and she will take her heat for event number 8. Stambaugh coming in with a time of 3:21.99 seconds.
Here's what's nice, too. Kim just bought herself an extra almost 40 seconds of rest, and that's going to come into play when we go into that second piece. These other ladies are working all the way through. They have a lot less rest time.
Tracy McGee will take 2nd in the heat. Vogel is through, and you saw Lauren Patino in lane 8. That was not a race, as they are in separate divisions, but it did make Leslie Vogel kind of speed up there for a second.
Yeah, it's great.
Kim Stambaugh has the heat win. 3:21.99 seconds, as you mentioned, Annie bought herself some extra rest before we head into the final event, Old School 2.
The important thing now is that Kim utilizes that rest. Try to control your breathing. Try to get a little recovery. Because you're heading into Old School 2, the final event for all of these athletes. This time it's an ascending rep scheme of handstand push-ups. These ladies will be doing kipping, handstand push-ups, and then sandbag cleans. And these ladies will be using an 80-pound sandbag. And there's a standard where you have to take your hand off the bag at the top of the shoulder on every clean. And for a lot of these ladies, that might be a different standard. And any error would be a costly mistake.
3, 2, 1, go.
Event 9 is underway. 6 kipping, handstand push-ups. No riser.
No riser.
Finishing up the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Tracy
Great.
McGee, who took second in that last heat.
Our rep scheme is 6.
She and again Kim Stambaugh fighting for the top spot. And they get to the bag, 80 pounds in that sandbag, and Stambaugh just going touch and go.
Yeah, super fast cleans.
Pardon me, 50 pounds on the bag. Stambaugh's done. She'll advance and she'll head back, looking to go 2 for 2 here.
9 reps now on these handstand push-ups. Got to make sure that if you're not going to go unbroken, that your sets are quick and you can recover quickly. And then the sandbag, like we were saying earlier, Sean, you need to make sure that you have control at the top of the shoulder so you can take that hand off. A missed rep there could cost you the workout.
Stambaugh with just 2 reps remaining before she will be done with her 9 kipping handstand push-ups, and now she will head back to the bag for 9 more reps. She is in the lead here. 3-minute time cap on this event. McGee still in second place, so the same battle we saw in event number 8 playing out here in event number 9.
Love that touch and go. She's alternating shoulders even. That's a real pro right there.
Not a problem for Kim Stambaugh. McGee is putting it on the ground every time. And now in lane number 4, there's Leslie Vogel. And Stambaugh is now done.
So only a minute left in the time cap of this workout, but Kim's gonna get, she might not finish it, but she's gonna get deep into this set of 12s.
24 total reps remain, 12 kipping handstand push-ups and then 12 sandbag cleans. Kim Stambaugh coming in with 360 points. The best finish was a 5th in Unforgiven. That was event number 3.
That's what I love about this finale, Sean. You never know who's gonna sneak in an event win, maybe from, like we said, these second heats, not the championship heat, and mix up that leaderboard a little bit.
Stambaugh has now 3 remaining. Tracy McGee is back on the wall, as is Leslie Vogel. And Nora Longthorne as well in lane number 7. But it's Kim Stambaugh all by herself, trying to get maybe 1 rep in. Not going to be able to do it, but she will get 42 total reps to win her heat. She goes back-to-back here in heat number 2 for the 50 to 55, pardon me, the 55 to 59-year-old women.
Very well played on both events for Kim Stambaugh. You know, it's hard, Sean. You can win event 1 and then event 8, and that can end up kind of costing you going into that next event. Didn't seem to be the case for Kim Stambaugh.
42 reps in event number 9. Let's go back to event 8. And it was really here on the front squats where I think she was able to stay ahead of the women chasing her.
Definitely. She was unbroken on that first set of pull-ups. She broke up this second set a little bit, but like you said, Sean, she was so strong on that front squat. She was able to finish with about 40 seconds to spare. That buys her a little extra rest time in between the 2 events. She was unbroken on all of her sets of handstand push-ups. Then she's able to go touch and go, easy control, switching shoulders on the sandbag cleans. No surprise, Kim Stambaugh wins both events in her heat. Great showing from Kim Stanbaugh. She could mix up the leaderboard a little bit for these 55 to 59-year-old ladies.
Those will be some tough scores to beat. She takes heat number 1 with a time, or event number 8, I should say, with a time of 3:21.99 seconds, then racks up 42 reps in event number 9. It's the final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We're closing out with a back-to-back challenge, Old School 1 and Old School 2. Thanks for being with us today as we are crowning our champions. The 6th time we've held the Legends Championship. Event 8, bar muscle ups and front squats, the 55 to 59-year-old men coming up next.
Yep. Event 8, Old School number 1, 12.96. And these 55 to 59-year-old men will be doing bar muscle ups. And their weight on that front squat bar is 155 pounds. Be a 1-minute reset before they start event 9. 4-minute cap on this event. Super aggressive time cap, especially now that we're moving over to those bar muscle ups. Be interesting to see if any of these gents are able to go unbroken or maybe just 2 sets on those bar muscle ups.
Lane assignments here, and in lane 1 is Andrew Denham. And if you were here with us at the beginning of our broadcast yesterday, you may have seen the story about him. He is dealing with a terrible loss. He lost his son recently, and his son is best friends with the man that you're seeing in the upper right-hand part of your screen. That's Cole Sager. Cole decided to come and support Andrew. Andrew decided that his son would want him to be here, and that is why he is competing in this event. And that is why Cole Sager is here. In fact, event number 5 was renamed for Andrew's son, CJ.
I've talked to Andrew a couple of times this weekend, and he's just so appreciative of the support, especially within the gentlemen in his age group. He said a lot of the guys, when they heard the story, cried with him, and he's just so appreciative of all of the gentlemen he's competing with.
Now, heat number 2 for the 55 to 59-year-old men is underway, and they will be doing the bar muscle-ups.
Yep, and it'll be interesting again to see if any of these gentlemen can go unbroken, but I would say with such an aggressive time cap, that's one of the best ways to serve yourself. If you're not going to go unbroken, you need to minimize your rest, and you need to be very quick on your transitions between the pull-up bar and the barbell.
There's an empty lane in lane 6. That's where Rob Renee was supposed to be. He is now not out on the competition floor. Rick Stefano in lane 3 is your leader. He's through 10 of those first 12 bar muscle ups. He's taking a break.
Michael Beamer with a great kip right there in lane 2 on his bar muscle ups. Getting that hip right up into that bar.
Denham and Stefano will be the first 2 men to the barbell.
Stefano goes right into that squat clean where Benham power cleans it first.
155 pounds on the barbell.
This is one of those things, Sean, if you can keep that bar on your shoulders, even if it's just to take a breath or 2, it's so worth it, because putting that bar down in between your set means you have to clean it again. Those are those short bars. They always feel heavier. So if you can gut out this set of 12 unbroken, it will serve you well.
Well, Rick Stefano is done in the all black there in lane 3, walking back to the pull-up bar. Andrew Denham has ditched the barbell, and he will move back to the pull-up bar for his 9 bar muscle-ups. Rick Stefano, who came in with 352 total points. Best finish in the competition was a 7th place result in event 3, Unforgiven.
He has some very smooth looking bar muscle ups.
Move his barbell, make his way back. Right and chains, move it down. 90 seconds.
Good pulling strength. See how narrow his grip is versus Michael Beamer right next to him.
Approaching the 3-minute mark. There's only a 4-minute time cap in this event. Andrew Denham chicken wings his way over that barbell or the pull-up bar. And now Denham is on the left side of the screen. Got a
yeah.
thought he had a good rhythm there, but then got hit with a no rep. Wasn't able to get up and over.
This is where the workout really starts for a lot of these guys. Stefano missed one as well.
Stefano has 2 remaining to close out this set. Denham is struggling through on the left and just can't get it turned over.
So close. Both him and Michael Beamer failed that next rep. This is where Stefano can definitely make a move.
Stefano has 1 left to get back to the barbell.
30 seconds.
And there it is.
Yep. Ooh.
Rick is done, moving on.
So Rick has about a little more than 20 seconds to try to get as many reps as he can here on these front squats.
Look at that. Squat clean right into that first one.
155. Athletes, you've got 10 seconds.
Might be able to close this set out if he hurries.
3, 2, 1.
Great effort.
Came up 2 reps shy, or 1 rep shy, so 41 total reps for Rick Stefano there in event number 8 to win his heat.
And again, these guys they're already seconds into that 1-minute rest. They need to be thoughtful about recovery, trying to regain that breathing.
Andrew Denham's going to take 2nd place in that heat, followed by Michael Beamer and Glenn Nelson. Now a quick reset as we move into event number 9, Old School 2. And these men will be doing strict handstand push-ups to a 1-inch riser and then 125 pounds on the sandbag.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
You can see how taxing that first event was for Rick Stefano. And we talked about this earlier, Sean. Do you purposely hold back a little bit on that first event in an effort to have a good second event? You got handstand push-ups, and you got to make sure that whether you go strict, kipping, that your sets are quick and that they're recoverable. You don't get stuck on that wall. And then we have this sandbag clean where you really need to show control. This is a standard that a lot of these athletes might not be used to achieving.
Ray Bissonette, the first man to the sandbag. Andrew Denham was 2nd. And Carlos Aparicio is 3rd. Just 6 reps on the bag here to open up. So 1 more for Bissonette to close out his round. And he'll move it forward. Denham is done as well. So Denham will be the first man back to the handstand push-up wall. Bissonette in the middle of your screen will be 2nd, and on the far side of the floor, that's Aparicio, who will get there 3rd. And now Glenn Nelson in lane 8, the Army green shorts, he's back to start round 2. 3 minutes in this event, and we're halfway through now.
Yeah, and these, especially with strict handstand push-ups, you don't have to go unbroken to win it. You just can't get stuck on the wall. I'll never forget the old Stacy Tovar. Do 1, kick down, kick back up, do 1. Yep. And she did really well on that event just by doing quick singles.
And now we're seeing a lot of these men start to fail. In lane 8 is Glenn Nelson, moving back to the bag for the 2nd time. Bottom of your screen is Michael Beamer. He is in his first round of Sandbag Cleans, so 6 reps for him. And 9 reps for Glenn Nelson as he looks to bring home the heat win here. And now in lane 4, it's Ray Bissonette. He will be coming into the frame here soon. There he is.
Look at that Glenn, touch and go on that bag. No big deal.
Now 20 seconds for Nelson to try and get as many strict handstand push-ups as he can in this final set of 12, and he may not even be able to start. For 10 seconds, Nelson kicks up.
Couple of good reps for him right here.
So Nelson will get through 33 reps to take the heat.
Great job from Glenn Nelson.
The only man to get into his final round of handstand push-ups and just mauled that bag.
He sure did. If you can go touch and go on that bag, it definitely makes a huge difference in the speed.
Yeah, Ray Bissonette was 5 reps back of him. Andrew Denham will take third, followed by Stefano and then Aparicio, who was towards the front in the opening round. He'll fall back into 5th place in the heat. Let's go back to event number 8, Old School 1. That one belonged to Rick Stefano.
Rick Stefano, he was so smooth on those bar muscle-ups. He kind of had that more narrow grip. That was great for him. It's a strong pulling position. And then he was able to go unbroken on that barbell. But that meant he taxed himself a little bit harder, and we saw that in event 9. He just looked gassed on the wall for those handstand push-ups. So that cost it. You could say that cost him a little bit for the event 9.
Heat 2 for the 50 to 54-year-old women will be coming up next. Crew here at CrossFit Mayhem doing a great job of getting the floor reset. And that is one thing that is true of all competitions. These things don't go off without volunteers and equipment staff doing all the hard work to make sure that everything on the floor stays on schedule.
Think of the workout the volunteers are getting. They're resetting after every single heat right now, Sean.
The Heat 2 for the 50 to 54-year-old women is up next as we continue to roll through these heats on the final day of competition here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. It's Old School 8 and 9. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Andy Sakamoto. Roy McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be with us throughout the day here. Old School 1. This one is descending reps on the pull-up bar and on the barbell.
Right, and so these ladies will be doing chest to bar pull-ups, not bar muscle-ups, but the 12-9-6 rep scheme. Their front squat weight is 105 pounds. They have a 4-minute cap on Old School 1, and then a 1-minute reset. I'm going to call it a reset, not a rest, Sean, because I don't think there's a lot of resting happening there.
8 women in the second heat. Julie Schaefer in lane 5 comes in with 368 points. Has 2 finishes inside the top 10, or 3, pardon me, under her belt. A pair of 6th place finishes and then a 9th in Gran Torino.
30 seconds.
Extremely fit ladies on the floor right now.
The second heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women set to get underway here.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. We start with the 12 chest to bar pull-ups.
About to knock down here event 8 and event
A lot of these ladies going with butterfly pull-ups right here. And, you know, again, I think if you can stay unbroken on at least one of these pieces, ideally both, you definitely stand the chance of finishing. If you're not going to go unbroken, you really need to minimize your rest.
The 4 women onto the front squats here. You have lanes 2, 3, and 4, Tara Fillion, Shauna Lubrani, and Kim Platt. And then down in lane 8, Eva Thornton as well. And now in lane 5, Julie Schaefer. And in lane 1, Beth Curran. Kim Platt will be the first woman done, but she and Shauna Lubrani, pardon me, failed to advance their barbells, and now they get to the 9 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
And Shauna able to possibly go unbroken. Switches over to that more traditional kip style.
Tara Fillion was able to go unbroken on her set of 9 chest-to-bars, and she was the first woman to start her front squats.
Think about how taxed these ladies' midlines are from all the work they've done, and now they're having to front squat a heavy barbell. Very impressive job from all of these ladies right now. Shauna having no problem with that barbell, getting herself back to that pull-up bar for her last set.
Lubrani in lane 3 is your leader right now. Fillion in lane 2 is in second. And in lane 4, Kim Platt now back to the pull-up bar for the final time.
Lubrani switched over to that more traditional kip, where Fillion's able to hold the butterfly kip, but this is where I think Lubrani's gonna make her move. She's so strong on these front squats.
The final 6 reps at 105 pounds. Lubrani has a 2-rep lead on Fillion right now. Barbell down for Lubrani, and she will head across the finish line and take heat number 2. Now here comes Tara Fillion.
It's huge for both of these ladies. They have an extra minute and 15, 20 seconds of rest over the rest of the field.
Lubrani won the event. We didn't get an official time for hers. Some more athletes are coming across the finish line. Lanes 4 and 5, that's Kim Platt and Julie Schaefer are both in. We did not get an official time on Lubrani, but she is the heat winner. Fillion came in second place. It's Tara Nissen and Eva Thornton still on the floor here.
30 seconds.
There are 4 women still working.
Thornton looking like she's going to finish up her front squats here. Will she have enough time? It's going to be close.
And in lane 1, Beth Curran is going to get in with some few seconds to spare. And in lane 8, Eva Thornton sneaking in.
2, 1, rest.
It's Shauna Lubrani who's going to win the heat. Not sure on her official time.
She looks pretty good. She doesn't look too taxed right now. I haven't seen her bend over. She's been standing up the whole time since she's been done. She got over an extra minute of rest.
2:45.24 seconds for Lubrani, her official time. And now the reset, 30 seconds left before we start event number 9, Old School 2.
Now we have ascending rep scheme, 6, 9, 12. And these ladies will be doing kipping handstand push-ups and then cleaning a 70-pound bag.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is all against a 3-minute time cap.
Athletes here in our 50 to 54 division. Working through our
Handstand push-ups.
And these athletes are able to kip these.
Look at
Fillion
Lubrani.
having a little bit of trouble getting herself sorted there, but now she's getting to work. But in lane 4, Kim Platt, first woman done,
fast.
followed by Lubrani, Fillion, and Julie Schaefer. 70 pounds on the bag, 6 reps.
And I like it. Lubrani's not necessarily going touch and go, but she's not taking her hands off the bag. She drops it and keeps her hands right there on the bag.
And Lubrani forgetting to advance her bag. Cost her a couple seconds. But now she's in the lead. Kim Platt right behind her. And Tara Fillion.
Sorry. Lose that tripod for a second. Great kip from Lubrani right there. She pulls her knees deep into her chest. But this is where Kim Platt kind of made the move on Lubrani on the first round. She's fast on these handstand push-ups.
Lubrani with a no rep. Judge telling her that she was not locked all the way out.
There you see Kim Platt almost done with those 9 handstand push-ups.
Julie Schaefer was the first woman done in lane 5. And now 9 reps at 70 pounds. Got to get to the 30 rep mark before she will head back to the wall. Kim Platt, left side, is onto the bag for the second time, and down in lane number 8, Eva Thornton is there as well. Lubrani is stuck back on the wall. Tara Fillion is also on her second of 3 sets on the sandbag. And Fillion has put herself on the lead pace along with Platt and Schaefer. It's 4 remain here for Platt in lane 4. Now 3. Trying to hold off Fillion on the left side of your screen, who's had a pretty good pace here so far.
Yeah, and you can see Kim and Fillion are having a little easier time than Julie Schaefer is with that bag. Julie really has to lap it before she can get it up to her shoulder.
Now Fillion is in the lead. Lubrani is still back on the handstand push-up while getting stuck here on that set of 9, and now the set of 12. Final seconds. We'll see who can get more reps here. It looks like it's going to be Tara Fillion. 33 reps for her to take the heat.
Great job from Tara.
Second place in event 8 in her heat, and then she takes first in event 9.
Yeah, great showing from Tara Fillion right there. Super consistent. To go 2-1 on those events is really good. Usually going really hard on that first one's going to affect your ability to go do well on that second event. And Tara did a great job of doing well on both. She's obviously great at some of those gymnastics movements and was able to just manage the heavier, the weightlifting movements that were in both of those pieces.
Volunteers out clearing the floor before our next heat. It will be heat number 2 for the 50 to 54-year-old men. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Action continues here on the final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete. Back-to-back events to close us out here. Old School 1 and 2. Sean Woodland with 2021 45 to 49-year-old Masters champion Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be with us throughout the day as we close out our coverage here of this 4-day event. 50 to 54-year-old men up next here in Old School 1.
Yep, we have a descending rep scheme of 12-9-6, bar muscle ups, and then 155-pound front squat for these gentlemen. Probably feels a little bit more like 185 after the weekend they've had on those short bars. Then they'll have, this is all against a 4-minute clock, and they'll have a 1-minute reset before they do event 9.
8 men on the floor here in heat number 2 for the 50 to 54-year-old men.
30 seconds.
Lane 5 is Darren Skis. He's got 3 fifth-place finishes so far, coming in with 392 points.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. 50 to 54. Athletes.
12 bar muscle ups. Be interesting to see if any of these gents are able to go unbroken.
And in the opening heat of 50 to 54, most of the men were able to get through that first round. It was the second round that really proved to be the problem for a lot of them, where the pace slowed significantly.
Definitely.
Stacy Boaz in lane 2 is your early leader. Skis there as well.
Yep,
Making quick work of these.
Upright style. Almost no layback at all right there for Skis.
And he is done. He will move to the barbell, 155 pounds, 12 reps.
We might see some back and forth here. This is going to be about transitions.
Stacy had that bar up first on those front squats. He's making quick work of those front squats.
In lane 2, left side of your screen is Stacy Boaz.
You know, for this workout, you really want to go unbroken, which we saw a couple of these gentlemen do on that first set of 12 bar muscle ups. If you're not going to go unbroken, then you really need to minimize your rest, and you need to know yourself, because for some of these guys, going unbroken might not be the best idea, and that's okay as long as you can minimize your rest. Like you said, Sean, we saw in the first heat, 50 to 54-year-old men, it was the second set of bar muscle ups that really threw some of the guys for a loop.
That's Jody Bullard who finished up his opening set of 12. Stacy Boaz taking a break here before he gets started on his set of 9, and now he is moving, as is Darren Skis. Top 2 men here in the heat. Got to get to the 33 rep mark to move back to the barbell.
See Stacy taking a break. That's what we saw last time too. That second set is definitely where it all hits you. And in that vein, you know, some of these guys, just because you can go 12 unbroken doesn't always mean you should. Maybe they would have been better with a 7-5 or a 6-6 breakup on that first set.
Boaz has 2 reps remaining here in this round.
Yeah, you can see Skis is now kind of struggling a little bit more. He only got a single on that last attempt.
Ismail Mora in lane 3. The backwards hat is starting to creep up.
4 reps down there in lane 7.
Final rep for Boaz, and he's going to get through it. He'll make his way back to the barbell here. 4-minute time cap. 9 reps now. At 155. Mora has moved into second place ahead of Darren Skis, who is back on the rig now, knocking out his final rep, moving to the barbell.
Look how fast Stacy Boaz is squatting that 155.
Boaz comes in with 332 total points, best finish, a tie for 6th in Saved by the Bell, the 4th event.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Stacey did a great job on that set of 9-bar muscle-ups, but that's where Ismael Mora was able to creep up on him a little bit. Let's see what happens in this final set of 6.
Skis on the right side of your screen got through his 9 front squats. Now Boaz and Mora get to work. And a no rep for Boaz. Mora now in front.
Yeah.
30 seconds to go.
He's taking that little pause on top of the bar instead of hopping down.
15 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Mora has a 1-rep lead on skis as Boaz has now tied skis. If he can get through this, it's going to be big. So Boaz with 46 reps, Mora got done, and he's going to win the heat with 48 total reps. Got through all of his bar muscle-ups, just couldn't get back to the barbell for the final time.
It's a great effort from Ismael Mora. He wasn't the first off the pull-up bar on that set of 12 bar muscle-ups, but he managed it really well and was able to take the lead in that round of 9.
Event 9, final challenge. It's old school 2.
We have ascending rep scheme now, 6, 9, 12. And it's going to be strict handstand push-ups to a 1-inch riser for these gentlemen, and then 125 pounds on the bar for their, or excuse me, on the bag for their Sandbag Cleans.
Ismael Mora taking some time to just try to recover as best he can.
Yep.
And attack event number 9 here. Final event that these men will face here. 4-day competition. And as we mentioned earlier, these guys have been put through the ringer.
They have been, and I'm sure it's all coming down right now in events 8 and 9. Midline's been taxed, shoulders taxed, legs taxed. And this is where these guys have to be really thoughtful. You have to know yourself and your capacity on these handstand push-ups. Wow, Stacey Boaz, that was a fast set of 6 on those handstand push-ups.
Skis is there as well. Top 2 men from the opening portions of event 8. Top 2 here, Ismael Mora and Clay Hamilton there. When Boaz's skis are done, and they'll head back to the wall for their 9 strict handstand push-ups to that 1-inch riser. Skis on the right, Boaz on the left.
A little trouble kicking up there for Skis. Boaz is already right into that set.
And now Skis has it sorted.
Yeah.
He's working through his reps. And he's off the wall. Boaz continuing to work. Mora and Ronnie Young coming back to the wall along with Clay Hamilton, but Boaz is done.
Yeah, another fast, unbroken set from Stacey right there.
And now 9 cleans at 125. Continuing to go unbroken. A great pace here for Stacey Boaz.
He's got a really nice rhythm on that bag right there.
Got to get to the 30 rep mark in order to close out this second round. Ronnie Young closest to the camera. He has moved into second place. Clay Hamilton, third man to the bag, and here comes Ismael Mora. 1 minute to go. Boaz is done, and he may have a shot of at least getting through the handstand push-ups here if he can keep that pace, but he's got to do 12.
Yep. You could see Boaz slow up on his last set of 9 strict handstand push-ups, so he might be well served if he splits these up quick sets, keeps those reps fast.
Ronnie Young is on the right side of the screen. He's in second place with Boaz right now, and Young is staying right with him. And Boaz with a break, that's going to open the door for Young to possibly take the lead if he can crank out this rep, and he does. But Ronnie Young now in first place in the heat. Trying to go for another, and he's going to fail. Boaz back up.
Those are costly fails too, Sean. Your ability to recover from something like that takes a little while.
Boaz back in front by 2 reps. Young kicking back up on the right side. Here comes Clay Hamilton. And Young just struggling through to get it. But Boaz is going to be able to hold him off. So Stacey Boaz will take the heat, 39 reps of the 54 completed.
Great job from Stacy Boaz. He broke up that final set of 12, and that was smart. Again, you need to keep those reps quick, because once you slow down like Ronnie Young did on that one where he almost didn't make it, the time it takes you to recover muscularly from that is just too great. Stacy Boaz, great showing from him on both events, 8 and 9.
It's a solid finish for Stacy Boaz as he gets through 39 of the 54 repetitions. Was able to hold off a late charge from Ronnie Young, who gambled a little bit in choosing to stay on the wall and went to failure at one point. Clay Hamilton will take third, followed by Ismail Mora and Shannon McKay.
That's like I was saying earlier, your sets on your handstand push-ups have to be quick and recoverable. If you can't recover, you dig yourself in a handstand push-up hole.
We will take a quick break. When we come back, the 45 to 49-year-old women will be up next. So stay with us here in Cookeville, Tennessee. Action rolls on here on the final day of competition Sunday at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Back-to-back challenge awaits these athletes as they close out their 4 days of competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Roy McKernan and Tommy Marquez with us throughout the day as well. We are working our way through the final heats and final events. And it's Old School 1 that is up next for the 45 to 49-year-old women.
We got a higher skill, heavier weight event here, 1296 bar muscle ups, front squats at 125 pounds for these ladies. It's all against a 4-minute cap. Shannon Schleifer off to some fast bar muscle ups right there.
Start with 12 reps, and then it is 12 reps on the 125-pound barbell.
A lot of these ladies breaking up this first set of 12. I think that's okay because as we've seen before, a lot of people that went unbroken on the 12s kind of suffered on that set of 9s.
And it's Shannon Schleifer who is the first woman to the 12 front squats.
Jen Dieter and Brandy Cantwell there to the bar.
The 3 women through their opening set of 12 bar muscle ups. They are on your screen. Shannon Schleifer on the left side, and it's Jen Dieter and Brandy Cantwell on the right.
This is where Jen can definitely make up some time. She's such a strong athlete. That 125 is nothing for Jen Dieter.
Schleifer back to the pull-up bar in lane 4 for her set of 9 bar muscle-ups. Dieter is done, and she'll head back to try to catch Shannon.
Classic CrossFit workout here. You know, the bar muscle-ups favor the lighter, smaller athlete. The barbell favors the heavier, stronger athlete. And the combination favors the fitter athlete.
Nearing the halfway point of the event.
Super impressive how high Shannon catches those bar muscle-ups. Already on her 9 front squats.
The Schleifer's coming off a tie for first in the last event, sudden impact. And she also has a second place finish, comes in with 440 total points. Gets to the 42 rep mark, she will be done with round 2 and head back to the pull-up bar for the final time.
Yep,
and she is through.
Yep.
Jen Dieter stepping up to the barbell now. Schleifer forgetting to advance the barbell. Dieter belting up. And she'll get to work on her set of 9. 90 seconds remain here, less than 90 seconds. 4-minute time cap.
These front squats are the rest for Jen Dieter. Where you can see the bar muscle-ups are the rest for Shannon. Huge kip. Great use of the hips right there for Shannon Schleifer. 1 rep left for Shannon.
And she is through. 6 remain for her. 50 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. So Schleifer's going to have a really good opportunity to put up a solid time here.
Could be the only lady in this heat to actually finish this event.
Carrie's got 1 more bar muscle up, and Marie's working through here in lane 1.
Jen Dieter's going to make a hard charge to do the same, though.
The final rep for Schleifer, and she will put down the barbell and make her way across the finish line, and she is going to win her heat.
Unofficial 340. Jen lane 7. Hold that second.
338.74 seconds. Now Jen Dieter has 1 more rep to go. She is through, and Jen Dieter will get in ahead of the time cap.
Just in the nick of time for Jen Dieter there.
Maybe didn't, she did. 358.20 for her.
Good.
So only 2 women in that opening heat finish inside the time cap. Shannon Schleifer did it the quickest, 338.74 seconds, getting about 20 extra seconds of rest now, a 1-minute reset. And we will start event 9.
Jen Dieter just making it under the time cap by 2 seconds there. Luckily, we finished with those front squats for Jen's sake.
And now we move into event 9, old school 2. The reps go up, and we switch from bar muscle ups to handstand push-ups, and now it's not a barbell, it's a sandbag.
Right, strict handstand push-ups at that, Sean, and that sandbag clean at 100 pounds, and the athletes have to show control of the sandbag by taking 1 hand off at the top of every clean.
Event 9. Event 9 here is going to finish.
Shannon got a couple extra seconds of rest. We'll see if that ends up paying off on this second piece of the finale workout. Ooh, look how fast Shannon is.
And she had no problem banging out those 6 handstand push-ups. In lane 3, Jen Botcher is going to get to the sandbag first. 100 pounds on that bag. Just about every woman is through her first 6 handstand push-ups.
Ooh, and Schleifer struggling with that first clean. Again, that standard of having to take your hand off, I think is going to trip up some of these ladies.
So Jen Botcher is in the lead right now. She gets to 12 reps. She will close out her opening round. The Botcher in lane 3. Their final rep, she's got to advance the bag. If she didn't advance the bag, they're not going to call her back. Now she's back to the wall for 9 strict handstand push-ups. 2 minutes remain here. Jen Botcher leaving everybody behind. She's got a chance to maybe get through this set before someone even joins her on the wall. Lanes 7 and 8, Jen Dieter and Brandy Cantwell are walking back, and then lanes 1 and 2, Anne-Marie Fuse and Monique Gunter are done. But it's Botcher in the lead. Got to get to the 21 rep mark to head back to the sandbag.
You can see Brandy Cantwell on the right-hand side of your screen. Super fast set of strict handstand push-ups there.
Cantwell and Botcher off the wall. Botcher hustling back to the bag. Cantwell.
I love it.
Taking her time.
And look at Shannon still on that first set of 6 sandbag cleans.
Now 1 minute to go. There's Jen Dieter, who's on the bag with Cantwell and Botcher.
But Botcher having no problem with that sandbag.
In the middle of the screen in lane 5, that's Carrie Reiger on her set of 9. And Jen Dieter in lane 7 is threatening to overtake Botcher for the lead here. About a half a rep ahead of her. 30 is the number she's got to get to close out this round.
Ooh, nice quick reps from Jen Dieter right there.
And Botcher on the far left side has 1 rep left. And now Dieter is through. Here comes Botcher. They're going to hustle and try to get 1 rep. Botcher got called back.
Brutal.
And it doesn't look like Dieter did not get that rep in. So it's not going to cost Botcher the heat win. 3-way tie in that heat between Cantwell, Botcher, and Dieter.
That was a good hustle from Jen Dieter trying to get that final rep in, get the heat win. She just missed it, just missed the lockout, the time cap. She's having a quick nap.
The Dieter, Botcher, and Cantwell all got through 30 reps. They completed their first 2 rounds. Were not able to start their final set of 12 handstand push-ups. Anne-Marie Fuse was 2 reps back at them, followed by Carrie Reiger.
You got to wonder again, Sean, you know, Schleifer really struggled on that sandbag. Did her fast pace on event 8 hurt her and take her out a little bit for that event 9, or does she just struggle with the sandbag? And we even heard Rich talk about it when he briefed the 2 events. You know, do you hold back a little on event 8 to have a little gas left in the tank on event 9?
45 to 49-year-old men up next. Heat 3 for them. Action continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship. Heat number 3 for the 45 to 49-year-old men underway here. We are in the opening round of 12 front squats. And it's Mitch Paget and Justin LaSala fighting for the lead. And Paget in lane 1, left side of your screen, will be the first man back for his second set of bar muscle-ups. 9 reps now he's got to complete.
A lot of these gents went unbroken on that opening set of 12. See if Mitch can hold this set of 9 unbroken as well. Marcelo Riala was another athlete that was able to go unbroken. He looks really smooth in that purple Reebok shirt right there. Jason Ansley right next to him. Mitch takes a break right here and opens the door for Marcelo.
Paget back to work. 33 reps is what he's got to hit before he heads back to the barbell.
So I like it. Mitch took a quick break, whereas Marcelo went unbroken, but they're back to the barbell at the same time.
Justin LaSala in the gray shirt. He and Mike Kern together to the barbell, 185 pounds. Now 9 front squats that these men need to complete.
Mitch already a good 7 reps through his front squats. Marcelo just picked up the bar, as did LaSala and Kern. So Mitch, that break on those muscle-ups seemed to do him a favor right there.
Paget into his final round of bar muscle-ups. 6 reps here.
Gonna go for the unbroken set maybe here. Nope. Quick break at 4 reps.
Justin LaSala and Mike Kern are fighting with Marcelo Riala for second place behind Paget. Kern's in lane 5, and he's continuing to work away at his bar muscle-ups. He's moved into second place by himself.
And this is great. Mitch is so good at the barbell. He's through those bar muscle-ups, so he should have no trouble finishing first in this heat now that he's back to that barbell.
Kern got to the barbell ahead of Riala. Kern in the middle of your screen, and he's got a really good pace going here. But Paget with the barbell down, he's going to finish. Mike Kern is through, so Kern is able to pass Riala for second. 10 seconds remain. Riala, the leader on the floor, he is done.
3, 2, 1, rest.
Mitch Paget will take the heat, 3:46.45 seconds. Mike Kern coming across in second place. And it was Marcelo Riala who will take third. Those 3 men able to get inside that 4-minute time cap.
There was a couple more reps on that bar. Mike Kern might have caught Mitch Paget. He was so fast on that last set of front squats. Moving over to event 9, old school 2. We have ascending rep scheme now of 6, 9, 12 strict handstand push-ups for these gentlemen, and sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. 3-minute cap, very aggressive time cap on this event.
15 seconds.
Can anybody make it back to the bag for a final time is the question. And to do so, you're gonna have to make sure you have quick and recoverable sets of handstand push-ups, and make sure that you know how to control that sandbag at the top of the clean. They're asking athletes to take a hand off. We've seen a few athletes struggle with that standard.
6 strict handstand push-ups to open things up here. Mitch Paget trying to go 2 for 2, but in lane number 2, it's Matt Jacobson who is off the wall first, followed by Mike Kern.
6 times 12 strict handstand push-ups. Sandbag cleans.
This is where Mike Kern could make up some time for sure.
150 pounds on the sandbag.
See Mitch kind of taxed from that first event.
Matt Jacobson just failed a rep. Kern's got one to go before he's done with his round. Justin LaSala is in the gray shirt, hands on his knees. He's trying to close out his first round. So Kern is done, and he will head back for his round of 9.
Oh, you see Justin lose the bag over his back right there. Again, this is where this standard of having to show control at the top of the shoulder is going to be a lot tougher for athletes that haven't practiced it.
Kern with 2 reps remaining.
Very impressive.
And
He's
he
not
is
a
through.
small athlete to be doing those handstand push-ups unbroken.
The 9 reps now on this bag. And Mike Kern has opened up a good lead here.
No trouble showing control at the top of those sandbag cleans.
Kern, the only man who is through his second round of handstand push-ups. 1 minute to go.
Mike Kern was second at the Legends competition last year. I don't think he's happy with where he is this year, so he's making a charge on these final 2 events.
Now Matt Jacobson joining Kern here in round 2 on the sandbag.
150 on that sandbag.
And again, that may have counted for Jacobson if we had the standard of just getting to your shoulder.
Exactly, exactly. It's being able to control that bag at the top. And this is where a taller, longer athlete, somebody like Mike Kern, is favored. He's got a bigger arm, a longer arm. He can support that bag on the shoulder a little easier.
That's the final rep for Kern, and he's going to hustle back to the wall.
You see how smart he was throwing his bag forward on that final rep? You have to advance your bag.
2, 1, time.
But Kern able to get 3 handstand push-ups in that final round, and he's going to win the heat. 33 reps completed.
Very impressive performance from Mike Kern. Again, longer, taller athlete, so the strict handstand push-up doesn't favor him, but he stayed very consistent on those and unbroken. And then it was his work on that sandbag, the control. Even I love Sean, he threw the sandbag forward on that last one. We've seen so many athletes get called back because they didn't advance their bar or their sandbag. Part of being an athlete is being present in the moment and knowing what you need to be doing.
Mike Kern with 33 reps. LaSala, Riella, and Ansley, are all going to tie for second. And then Matt Jacobson was 32 reps shy of finishing the event. It's Paget who takes event 8 for his heat. Mike Kern, the heat win in event 9. More action to come here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Heat number 3 for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Up next in Old School 1.
And this is a zinger of a workout. 12-9-6 bar muscle ups and front squats at 125 pounds for these ladies. There's a 4-minute mercy cap on this event. Then there'll be a 1-minute rest/reset before they take on event number 9.
Lane assignments, 8 women in heat number 3 here. It's Bex Thompson, who will be in lane number 5. Comes in with 446 total points. Best finish was a tie for 7th in the last event, Sudden Impact.
1, go.
Next to her is Sarah Blanc in lane 4. Sarah was 3rd at the Legends Championships in the 40 to 44-year-old division last year. Sarah looking really strong on those bar muscle ups. And going unbroken is definitely one of the keys to this event, being able to stay with unbroken sets on both the bar muscle ups and the front squats. And if you're not going to go unbroken, then you need to do manageable sets where you can minimize your rest periods. And that's what Bex Thompson looks like she's doing right here. There's Blanc next to her in lane 4 is going for that unbroken set of 12 to open.
And Blanc is done. She'll move to the barbell. 12 front squats at 125. Next to her, Joy Rodriguez belting up. And now in lane 2, it's Autumn Spence and Sophie Mathis in lane 1. 4 women onto the front squats for the first time. And it's Sarah Blanc who is your leader.
Smart. You see Sarah take a pause at the top of a couple of those reps. Catch your breath.
And Blanc is through. Now back for her set of 9.
Narrow grip, she wraps that thumb. Super strong pull for Sarah Blanc on all of these reps.
And Blanc's got to get to the 33 rep mark before heading back to the barbell. Autumn Spence in lane 2 has moved into second place along with Joy Rodriguez and Sophie Mathis. So a tight battle for second place behind Sarah Blanc. Blanc in the all black in lane 4 in the middle of your screen.
Yep, Sarah going unbroken on this second set, the set of 9 bar muscle ups.
Now 9 reps at 125 pounds.
No problem squat cleaning that first rep.
Here comes Joy Rodriguez. 90 seconds left before we hit the time cap.
Plenty of time for Sarah to finish this. Six and 6.
Blanc is done. Final time back to the pull-up bar, approaching the 3-minute mark.
Oh, little slip of the hand on that first rep. She was able to catch it though. 3 reps left for Sarah. She breaks up this final set.
Blanc's best finish of the competition was in event 3. That was Unforgiven. She took 4th place overall. I'll take that back. Her best finish was in the last event, Sudden Impact, tied for second. So 2 top 4 finishers for her, but everything else has been 11th or lower. We're trying to end with a couple solid finishes here in events 8 and 9, and right now she has 20 seconds to get her 6 reps done.
15 seconds.
Or just make it.
It doesn't look like it's going to be a problem for her. Blanc has the barbell down, and she will make it across the finish line with a few seconds to spare, and will most likely be the only woman to finish this event inside the 4-minute time cap. Rodriguez was done with all the work, but she didn't make it. So 3:55.97 seconds for Blanc.
Great job by Sarah. She only broke up that final set of bar muscle-ups. Quick 4-2. She was able to stay unbroken on the barbell. She looks super strong.
Joy Rodriguez in lane 3 did get through all the work, just was not able to get across the finish line inside the time cap. Old School 2, event 9 to close things out here.
The finale, Sean, 6, 9, 12 reps of strict handstand push-ups for these ladies and sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. This is all against a 3-minute clock. We've yet to see an athlete finish this.
That 1-minute break goes by in a blink of an eye, and we are ready for event 9. Starts with the 6 strict handstand push-ups.
And if you're not going to go unbroken on these handstand push-ups, and it might be a good idea not to, then it's making sure that your sets are quick, your reps are fast, and they're recoverable. And then knowing and understanding this standard on the clean. We've seen a couple athletes struggle with that control at the top of the sandbag clean. Sophie Matthews having no problem showing control at the top of that clean.
In lane 5, it's Bex Thompson going touch and go on the bag, and she's going to be the first woman done. And she will move back to the wall for her set of 9 strict handstand push-ups. She blitzed through those reps. Autumn Spence is done.
2 minutes. Round of 9.
Bex taking a little break. You see her pass that pull. There she is. Nice, fast set. Quick reps on that handstand push-up. I like how she sends that head forward and through those arms to finish.
Bex Thompson is done with her set of 9.
See if she can go touch and go again on this set of 9.
Matthews is done, and now Joy Rodriguez, followed by Autumn Spence.
Good for you, Bex Thompson. A touch and go. Little break.
She's got 5 to go here. Less than a minute to go. Matthews on the left side of your screen is in second place.
Bex has a great rhythm on that bag right now.
Final rep for Thompson. And now back to the handstand push-up wall. Set of 12 here.
30 seconds.
She could definitely get a good chunk of these 12 done. She was super fast on that set of 9.
One more rep. She'll make her way down to that second spot. Coming up on 15 seconds. Rebecca is your one.
10 seconds to go. Thompson, if she wants to finish this round, has got to get to 42. Now it's just about getting as many as she can. Going for a last one, not going to happen, but she does get through 35 scored reps, and she's going to take the heat.
She's very happy about that. I think she, the first event kind of caught her by surprise, those bar muscle-ups. Good on you, Bex Thompson, for taking 35 reps on that event 9, Old School 2 right there.
Autumn Spence was creeping up on her, but didn't have enough time to catch Thompson. Sophie Matthews will take third, followed by Rodriguez and Blanc. Quick break. We'll be back with more from the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Always good to have the furry friends in tow. Have to have a gym dog to make it official.
Of course. And this final event is definitely a dog fight to the finish.
Well played. Events 8 and 9 up next here as we close out day 4, the final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez with us throughout the day as well, as we are set for heat 3 of 4 for the 40 to 44-year-old men.
Old School 1, Event 8. These athletes are up against 12, 9, 6 reps of bar muscle-ups and front squats. And these gents will be using 185 pounds on that barbell. There's a 4-minute cap on this, and then there'll be a 1-minute reset before they start their finale event of this competition. See Austin Medford right there getting ready.
Austin Medford will be in lane number 5. Had an up and down start to his competition. A 6th, then an 11th, then a 4th, then another 11th. His last event, a tie for 13th.
Austin finished 2nd at last year's Legends Championship, so he's an athlete we should definitely keep our eye on this finale, as we should. With that gentleman right there.
That is David Johnston, your defending champion, who has not had the same kind of competition this year as he did last year. His best finish, 5th place in Saved by the Bell, the 5th event of the competition.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
They're off for their first set of 12 bar muscle-ups, and undoubtedly most of these gentlemen are going to go unbroken on this first set. And that is definitely one of the ways you're going to be able to win this event. And if you're not going to go unbroken, you need to really minimize the rest and be smart about your sets. Fast bar muscle-ups from all these gents so far.
No one has broken yet, and they're all about rep for rep with each other. And it's going to be Danny Hale, who's the first man to the barbell. Next to him in lane 3, that's Greg Hotzeglau.
And if you're going to break anything up, I'm going to say you should break up that bar muscle up versus the barbell. Because if you do break that barbell, you're going to have to pick it back up. Much easier to jump back up to the pull-up bar than to squat clean or power clean 185 pounds to your shoulders.
Hale, the first man done. He'll get to work now on his set of 9. Lane 5, Austin Medford heading back.
I think this is definitely where this event kicks in, is this set of 9, second time you're on the pull-up bar. Who can stay unbroken here?
Hale's going to take a quick break. He's got 4 left.
Greg takes a break as well.
Lane 4 is Chris Ryle Jr.
Looks like Austin, he's going to take a break also. Nice race right now between Danny Hale, Greg Hotzeglau, and Ryan Zucchero.
So Hale and Hotzeglau to the barbell at the same time.
2 minutes.
And now here come Ryle and Medford. And Ryan Kalinsky also onto his set. We're past the halfway point, 4-minute time cap here. David Johnson also on his second set. Hale done first in this for the second time, forgetting to advance his barbell. Hotzeglau is done. He'll advance his barbell and join Hale back on the pull-up bar for their sets of 6.
That is your 1 and 2. Lane 2, lane 3.
Medford and Kalinsky on the right side of your screen heading back there in lanes 5 and 6, and it's Chris Ryle in lane 4.
Hotzeglau has that little chicken wing, but is on those bar muscle-ups, but they're still fast, and he catches high.
David Johnston down there.
Kalinsky's got a good pace going as well. And Kalinsky is now threatening for the lead. He's on the far right side of your screen. He's got 1 rep left. Hotzeglau, first man to the barbell. 6 reps here at 185. Looking to take the heat. Hale's got 2 reps left. Ryle and Kalinske on their final sets. Left side of your screen in lane 1 is Brian Zucchero. Hatzeglau is done, and he is going to take the heat and clock a time of 3:29.13, and then it's a mad dash across the finish line. A close finish between Ryle, Kalinske, and Zucchero. Here comes David Johnson, and now Medford is in.
All these guys not only bought themselves an event finish, but a little extra rest.
And now Danny Hale is in with a few seconds to spare.
Now these gentlemen have a 1-minute quick reset. Greg.
So every man in that heat gets in inside the 4-minute time cap. Greg Hatzeglau at 3:29.13 seconds puts up the fastest time. And that brings us to Old School 2.
The finale event for all of these athletes. We have an ascending rep scheme of 6, 9, 12 reps, strict handstand push-ups, and sandbag cleans. And on this, these gentlemen have to be very thoughtful about their handstand push-ups. It's easy to do those 6 unbroken, but is it worth it? Quick and recoverable sets of those strict handstand push-ups might be a better way to attack this workout, and then showing good control on those cleans. These athletes have to remove one hand from the bag at the top of their shoulder on every rep.
Event 9 is underway. 6 strict handstand push-ups to start.
3-minute time cap, 3-minute time cap here. Nice little couple of strict handstand push-ups.
There's Chris Ryle.
Followed by sandbag cleans.
In lane 4.
You can see Greg right behind him kind of struggling to find his position on the wall, and that effort he did on event 8 may have cost him a little bit.
Ryle is done, first man to the bag. Here comes Austin Medford, and in lane number 8, Tim Sanchez. Danny Hale also done with his opening set. Kalinske and David Johnson moving to the bag for the first time. Ryle, your leader, though, he's through.
Ryle impressively switching shoulders. Usually athletes on a sandbag clean, if given the choice, would just favor one side versus the other. So impressive that Chris is choosing to switch shoulders.
Ryle was at the CrossFit Games in 2021. He finished 18th. In lane 8, Tim Sanchez is now in the lead. Now Medford forgot to advance his bag. He was in second place, but Ryle is going to pass him there. Transition so key in these fast events. Just 3 minutes here in event number 9.
Seconds are precious, Sean, and you make a mistake, it can cost you a lot.
Sanchez on the right, he's in first place. Ryle on the left is in second, and it's Medford in third. Now here come David Johnston and Ryan Kalinske.
This is where Ryle could make up a little time. He's definitely faster on those handstand push-ups than Sanchez.
Sanchez gets through, and he will head back to the bag. A little more than a minute to go here.
This is where Tim took over the lead over Chris on that last set of 6. He was so good on these sandbag cleans.
Touch and go for Sanchez. Austin Medford is onto the bag again. Sanchez is going to have a chance to get some reps done in his final set of handstand push-ups if he keeps this pace. Now he's taking a break. He's got to get to the 30 rep mark to close out this round.
30 seconds.
There's the handed way to get credit for the rep. That was a fight.
Yeah. And
3 reps to go. Medford and Ryle are on the bag. Medford is starting to catch up to Sanchez.
15 seconds.
And Medford with this rep could take the lead. Sanchez, though, completing it as well. Medford right back to work. Final seconds. This one's going to be close. And Sanchez is going to take Medford by a rep.
couple more seconds, and Medford almost could have gotten Tim Sanchez right there, but Tim did a great job of holding off Austin.
It was the work, though, that Sanchez did in the first round that really built enough of a lead for him to hang on there at the end. He went touch and go through that entire first round of 6 cleans and then started that way in round number 2. He'll complete 30 reps to take the heat. Austin Medford was just 1 rep back. Chris Ryle Jr. will take 3rd, followed by David Johnson and Danny Hale. We are just getting started. A lot more to come here as we work our way through the final 2 events of the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Action continues here on the final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship. Back-to-back events to close us out here on the 4th day of competition at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. We start with Old School 1. Descending reps, bar muscle-ups and front squats. 125 pounds on the barbell for the women. 3rd of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women here. 8 women will be on the floor. Mallory Lawson will be in lane number 5, coming in with 420 total points. Got off to a rough start, a 22nd place in event number 1, but 4 straight finishes inside the top 10 after that. Got her back on track, but is coming off a tie for 20th in the last event.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat 3 underway. Starts with the 12 bar muscle ups.
Athletes here on the floor. Working through event 8 and event 9. Event 8 old school. Number 1 here. We got a 4-minute time count.
Nice high catch there. You see Chelsea Hansen on the right-hand side of your screen.
Front squat. You'll be able to know who is in the lead once they come off their bar muscle up. And move that bar forward.
Jess Kreisman in lane 7, right side of your screen, is your leader, as she is now done with her opening set. Moves to the barbell for her set of 12. Lane 2, Ashley Warner will be in second. Chelsea Hansen in the red headband onto the barbell, and here comes Mallory Lawson.
And Jess looks like she is going to go unbroken, which is definitely one of the easiest ways you can do to win this event. If you're not going to go unbroken, you got to make sure you're minimizing your rest So on those bar muscle-ups, maybe it's not a good idea for you to go unbroken, but you got to make sure they're recoverable sets.
And Kraisman down in lane 7, back to the pull-up bar for the second time. Set of 9 here.
This is an aggressive time cap, Sean, so being able to go unbroken is definitely a huge advantage on this event.
Lane 2 is Ashley Warner. In lane 4, that's Kelsey McDonald.
So Jess takes a little pause at the top of that bar muscle up, catch her breath. That allows her to keep this set unbroken.
The final rep for her is good, so Kraisman has gone unbroken so far through this entire event. 2 minutes to go before we hit the cap. And Kraisman is assaulting this event right now.
Yeah, she sure is.
Got to get to the 42 rep mark to close out round 2, and then her final round of 6. Chelsea Hansen onto the barbell for the second time. Kraisman is done.
She still has over 90 seconds to that time cap. She's on that final set, 6 bar muscle up, 6 front squats. Chelsea Hansen isn't far behind her though.
And Chelsea Hansen is now done with her second round of front squats, but has yet to start her bar muscle ups. Kraisman, meanwhile, only has 2 to go.
And she gets it. All of those bar muscle ups unbroken. She's had no problem with this barbell. This is the rest for Jess Kraisman right here.
6 reps remain, and this is going to be a fantastic time for Jess Kraisman. Just obliterating this event, and she will get across and earn herself 40 seconds of extra rest. Jess Kraisman taking the heat, 3 minutes, 20.15 seconds.
30 seconds, athletes. Mallory.
Chelsea Hansen will be the next woman to finish here. She has 2 reps remaining as Mallory Lawson has picked up the barbell as well. Hansen is done, and Hansen gets across.
Great job from Chelsea Hansen.
And here comes Mallory Lawson.
3, 2, 1.
Like you said, Sean, what's great for Jess Kraisman is she bought herself an extra 40 seconds. That's almost double the rest time that all of these other ladies are going to get.
I think Ashley Warner did not get across in time. You saw her sprinting across the finish line. I'm not sure she made it before the time cap, but she did complete all the work. But no one did it more quickly than Jess Kraisman, 3:20.15 seconds.
Yep.
And now we get set for the 9th and final event, Old School 2.
6, 9, 12 reps this time. So an ascending rep scheme of strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans at 100 pounds for these ladies. And at the top of every rep of those handstand push-ups, these ladies need to take one of the hands off and show control. So that's definitely one of the keys to being successful in this final event. And then making sure that their handstand push-up sets are quick and recoverable. What you don't want to do is get caught on that wall, failing reps.
A 3-minute cap here in Old School 2. 6 strict handstand push-ups to kick things off, and already a no rep in lane 4 from Kelsey McDonald.
Just like that first one, Jess, super fast on the gymnastics event.
Kraisman is through, and in lane 3, Ashley Rincon is through as well. The two of them getting to work on the sandbag, and Rincon going touch and go. Here comes Amanda Norton in lane 1, now far side of your screen.
Wow, Ashley Rincon got about 3 reps down before Jess got that first rep down.
Rincon in the lead, back to the wall now for her set of 9 handstand push-ups, and this is where we have seen the pace slow significantly in the prior heats.
Ashley Rincon with some fast, strict handstand push-ups right there. She's on that set of 9.
Actually, lane 3's all by herself.
Oh, you can see Chelsea Hansen kind of struggling with that sandbag right there.
The Rincon is done as we're having a technical issue with our scoring system, so we'll try to keep you up to date on who is where. And now Rincon is back to the sandbag.
And this is where she just smoked all the other ladies. This touch and go so fast. She's got 4 reps left. She's gonna go touch and go on this entire set of 9, Sean.
She'll be at the 30 rep mark when she finishes this round. No problem for Rincon. Now back to the wall. With less than 90 seconds to go here for Rincon as she goes to the wall for her round of 12. She has a 9 rep cushion on Jess Kreisman right now.
And this is where you can see her slowing down a little bit. She might be smart to kick off the wall.
She got 5 reps done. She has 35 total accumulated here, and now she's taking a break.
Smart though, if she can keep these reps quick.
40 seconds left.
She's just 4 reps
8
to
reps
go.
down.
I like it. She's taking a break before she has to. She's making this decision.
2 remain for Rincon, and we're in the final few seconds here. 15 seconds to go.
She's got to race down that field.
So 42 reps down for Rincon.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
And 2 reps. So unofficially,
Wow.
that's going to be 44 reps
To 39.
for Ashley Rincon to win the heat.
She absolutely ate that sandbag for lunch, Sean. That was super impressive from Ashley Rincon.
So far, the woman and the athlete we have seen get the farthest in this event got to the sandbag for the final time.
Yeah.
Rincon with 44 reps unofficially. Jess Kreisman was well behind her, but she'll take second in that heat, and Dylan Hurtado will be third by a rep over Amanda Norton.
So event 8, Jess Kreisman went out and absolutely smoked this, going unbroken on all of her sets of bar muscle ups, super fast on all of her front squats. Jess Kreisman was super smooth. She took a couple little pauses on some of those bar muscle ups, but was able to hold it unbroken. Buys herself an extra 40 seconds of rest, finishing that in 3:20. And then we move to event 9, and that's where Ashley Rincon absolutely ate this sandbag up for lunch. She goes unbroken, not just on the set of 6, but she goes touch and go on the set of 9 as well. Chips away at those 12 handstand push-ups, super smart rests, and is able to get a couple reps done in that set of 12 on the Sandbag Cleans. Great job to both Ashley Rincon and Jess Kreisman, the heat winners of events 9 and 8.
We continue to work our way through the final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship. Plenty of fans on hand to watch this 4th and final day. Only 2 events remain. Back-to-back challenges, and they are fast. Joined in the booth now by 9-time, we were just saying, I remember the first time you went, CrossFit Games athlete Cole Sager.
Yeah.
We talked about why you are here. What's it like to be here supporting Andrew?
Yeah, this has been an amazing experience, especially for Andrew, but to be able to support him and everything that's gone on with Cody and him passing. We have been shown so much grace and kindness from the community, which is not a surprise whatsoever. That's why I fell in love with the community, right? So it's been amazing. It's been a wonderful event. I'm so impressed by the event, but everything collectively has been a wonderful experience.
I can't imagine what you've been through. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Why was it important for you to be here amidst all of that?
Yeah, one of the biggest things is Andrew and Cody wanted to come down and do this together. They started prepping for this earlier in the season. Cody was my best friend. Andrew's been like a second dad to me. with Cody passing and not being able to be here, we both knew that Cody would want Andrew to come do this, to test himself and be here. And so to fill that space in Cody's place is an honor for me. And obviously, it was an obvious decision.
Yeah. Heat 3 for the 35 to 39-year-old men is up next here as the floor is set. And it's old school 1.
Yep, we have 12, 9, 6 bar muscle ups and front squats. And for these gents, that bar will be 185 pounds. It's against a 4-minute time cap. And if you achieve all of that in less than the 4-minute time cap, you buy yourself a little extra rest because there's only a 1-minute rest and reset before event 9.
8 men on the floor here for this third of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-olds. Matthew Burley will be working out of lane number 5. His best finish of the competition, 6th place. That was in Gran Torino, the event that we featured yesterday during our coverage. And now we start with those 12 bar muscle ups.
And if you can, we saw Jess Kraisman do it in the previous heat of 35 to 39-year-old women. Going unbroken is definitely the way you are going to win this event. If you're not going to go unbroken, you have to minimize your rest. This 4-minute time cap is super aggressive for what we're asking these athletes to do.
Cole, this is one of those events, I mean, it's so fast you don't really have time to think, but if you were out there, how are you attacking it?
Absolutely. So obviously, like Annie just said, you have to go unbroken on the bar muscle if you're going to be competitive to want to win this. But the place that I would be looking to make up time and space is the cycle rate on the front squats. It's a separator. If you're pausing at the top, there's valuable time that you're wasting. One, your time under tension, and that's going to affect you when you go back to the bar muscle ups. But obviously, if you can just cycle just a little bit faster than the next guy, that puts you in a good position to, 1, finish this workout, and 2, finish better than the competitor next to you.
Looks like Brett Owsley must have heard you because his cycle rate was really fast on those front squats.
Owsley, the first man through and back to the pull-up bar.
I'm really excited to see where he breaks, how these bar muscle ups turn in round of 9. I think you're going to see a separator in the round of 9, as you see in many events like this. That second round is really a separator. And if you can stay consistent with how you performed in that first round of 12, and that can look very similar, it sets you up for a really good position in finishing this event.
Yeah, you see Owsley breaking now.
Brett Stanhope in lane 2 is now done. He is in the lead and back to the barbell for his set of 9. And then at the far end of the floor, Kaika Pascua is on his second set. Owsley is getting to work in lane 3, and it's Matthew Burley in lane 5. 4 men onto their second sets of 185 pounds, and now in lane 4, here comes Gavin Burkett. So Stanhope is done, and he'll head back to the pull-up bar for the final time.
And events like this, I always love seeing what the round of 6 comes down to, because that 6 bar muscle ups can either make or break the event for you. And it's really curious to see who went out too hard, who has a little bit left in the tank, and how does that play out in that round of 6.
Right, you see Kaika Pascua there in lane 8, on the far right-hand side of your screen. He looks so strong on his bar muscle up still.
So well, and because of that efficiency, he's going to have more energy on this front squat to be able to run to it. As you see here, he's running to it, he's picking it up, and hopefully his cycle rate could be faster than the guy over in lane 2.
Right, then Brett.
Brett Stanhope is the man in lane 2. Stanhope is on the bottom part of your screen, bottom left, and he is done. So Stanhope is going to take the heat ahead of Pascua. And 3:05.59 seconds is going to be your official winning time in the heat. Pascua gets in 3 seconds after him. And then in lane 5, Matthew Burley is now across. That leaves Brett Owsley as your leader on the floor. He shouldn't have any problems getting through these final 2 reps and getting across. So now 4 men are in.
And basically, Stanhope and Pascua just doubled their rest time. They came in just over that 3-minute mark. So, where a lot of these gentlemen are only going to get 1 minute of rest, they're getting 2.
which is a huge, profound effect on this second event.
Yep.
If you have that extra minute to bring your heart rate back down, control your breathing, and go controlled into the next event, it's a massive difference.
Yep.
When you're on the competition floor and you only have a 1 minute reset, how fast does that go by?
A lot faster than you think it does. 60 seconds happens in about 30 seconds. I don't know how the math works, but it plays out that way. And one of the things that I really focus on here is big, deep breaths, long exhales, slow your heart rate down, compose yourself, because you want to come back as soon as that buzzer goes back off, your heart rate jacks back up. So how can you bring your heart rate back down to as low as possible and be ready, composed, ready to go into the next event?
And I think that's it. You have to consciously work on that, right? You can't just let it happen.
Absolutely.
You have to make it happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so now we're going into event 9, old school 2. We have an ascending rep scheme of 6, 9, 12 strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans. For these gents, that sandbag will be 150 pounds.
Brett Stanhope had time to check out the concessions here. He had so much rest.
Did a little Christmas shopping.
2 minutes is an eternity.
This is one of those things that where, you know, you think you're recovered, you flip upside down and you're like, oh, wait.
I wasn't. You know, and then the great side of this too is you have the compounding effect of pressing out of the bar muscle ups and holding a front rack position. I think that guys, you know, if you're smart, you're paying attention to how much that's going to affect you on the first handstand push-up.
Yep.
Brett Stanhope was the first man off the wall, but he is joined by 5 other men right now on the sandbag for the first time. Stanhope is on the left side of the screen now, closest to the camera.
And it looks like both Stanhope and Pascua are going to go touch and go on this first set of 6 sandbag cleans.
And Stanhope is done first. That Burley is the leader on the sandbag right now. He has 1 rep left. He's in lane 5 in the middle of the floor. And now he will head back with Stanhope for their sets of 9 handstand push-ups. Stanhope really cruising through these right now.
Yeah, look how fast his handstand push-ups still look.
And this doesn't surprise me, how the way that he handled the sandbag. If he knows that he has the strength and capacity and ability on the strict handstand push-ups the way that he did, he can take a little bit more of a risk on the sandbag, maybe push that a little bit more, and that makes a big difference if you have that confidence to be able to go back and handle those handstand push-ups that second round.
Stanhope back to work here, the only man in his second round, as we're past the halfway point in this event. Only 3 minutes here in event 9. Matt Burley is back. And then Pascua is working his way back. He'll be on the right side of your screen.
And this sandbag really elevates your heart rate, really gets your heart rate jacked. And so when you kick back up on that second round of handstand push-ups, I'm sure guys were surprised at how fatigued they felt. And you're going to see that really compounding in this round of 9 sandbag cleans.
And Stanhope has 1 rep to go here, and he is through. He's got 40 seconds to get as many reps amassed as he can here in the final round, looking to go back-to-back here in events 8 and 9 in his heat.
And he was quick and unbroken on that set of 9. There's a chance he could chip away at all 12 of these strict handstand push-ups.
Less than 30 to go.
I liked his approach coming back down the floor. He was letting his heart rate, knew that he had enough time to at least get these 12 handstand push-ups and maybe get back and get a sandbag clean if he's efficient here.
So 2 reps remain for Stanhope as he looks to get through the entirety of these handstand push-ups. I don't think he's going to have time to make an attempt, but a great effort for Brett Stanhope. Back-to-back 42 total reps to take his heat in both events 8 and 9.
Great work from Brett Stanhope. He could be that good. It could have been the extra minute of rest. Little combination of both.
I think they both definitely play into it.
Yeah. Brett Stanhope with 42 reps right there. Next behind him was Matt Burley and then Brandon Pastoric just behind him in 3rd place for event 9. In event 8, it was Brett Owsley, who was so fast, like you were talking about, Cole, on those front squats. His cycle rate was so good. But Brett Stanhope was actually able to take him with his super smooth bar muscle ups. He made his move on Brett in that round of 9 and was able to get in 3 minutes and 5 seconds on event 8. And like we said earlier, that gave him an extra 55 seconds, almost doubled his rest coming out of event 8. Great job from Brent right there. We reset, have a minute rest for all of these athletes, and head into event 9. Whether it was the extra minute of rest or just because he was that good, he goes unbroken on all of his handstand push-ups and then is able to go touch and go on all of those sandbag cleans. So great back-to-back heat event wins for Brett Stanhope.
Still have yet to see anybody finish event number 9. See if that happens in any of these later heats. Cole, what do you have coming up the rest of the year as you get ready for 2023?
Yeah, we're going to go back home and enjoy family time with the holidays. And then I'm also getting ready for Wadapalooza. Comes up mid-January. And then after Wadapalooza, I mean, the season's kicking off right away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much longer, and we're getting into the Open, and we're really excited for this season.
Hopefully we will see you make your 10th straight appearance. Best of luck.
That would be amazing.
Thanks so much for joining us, and thanks for all you're doing.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Good to see you, Cole.
Good to see you.
Championship heats coming up next. 65-plus women will be on the floor as we will crown our very first winner of the day, and we'll be joined by none other than Rich Froning. That's all coming up.
Final heat for our 65-plus top athletes here. Going to tackle event 8 and 9.
Cookeville, Tennessee, and the house that Rich built, CrossFit Mayhem, playing host to the 6th Legends Championship, the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez also checking in with us throughout the day as we continue our coverage of the 4th and final day of competition here in Cookeville. Coming into the event, Julie Holt, 588 total points. She's going to have to avoid a disaster here in this final event in order to be crowned the champion. Betty Harden is trying to hold off Consuelo Cruz for second place, and Liz Cole is only 4 points back of Cruz for the final spot on the podium.
Julie Holt has done such a good job this whole competition. She has 4 first place finishes and 2 seconds, so almost perfect competition for Julie so far. We head into old school. The first of a 2-part finale. 12-9-6 chest to bar, chin over bar pull-ups for these ladies, and 60-pound front squat. 4-minute time cap on this old school part 1.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by.
That's Julie Holt, your leader, with 588 points, 4 event wins, and then 2 second place finishes.
Here they come, 65-plus top athletes here.
12 chin over bar pull-ups to begin.
4 minutes. 12-9-6. Chin over bar pull-ups. Front squats. 4 minutes. 12-9-6.
And Julie Holt with a good pace on this opening set, looking to go 12 unbroken.
Julie, lane 4.
And in lane 2, that's Liz Cole. And Liz Cole is the woman who's trying to get past Consuelo Cruz for that final spot on the podium.
Look at those beautiful elbows on Julie Holt right there on that front squat. Great position for Julie. Looks like she's going to go unbroken on these front squats as well.
And Julie Holt is in the lead here, and again, just has to avoid a total blow up in these last 2 events in order to not be crowned champion.
This is definitely where we've seen a lot of these athletes break things up. Round 2, set of 9. Great job from Julie there. She only broke once.
Julie Holt back to the barbell for the second time for her set of now 9. Liz Cole, who came in 4th place overall, is ahead of Consuelo Cruz. Consuelo Cruz has the final spot on the podium and a 4-point lead on Cole right now.
Look how beautiful Julie's positioning is on these front squats. No surprise she's in 1st place.
Julie Holt back to the pull-up bar for her final 6 chin-over-arm pull-ups. She's gone unbroken on both sets so far. And she will do it again for her final 6 reps. Final 6 reps for Julie Holt. Looking for an event win here. It would be her 5th of the competition. She is done, and Julie Holt cruising to a championship. 100 more points added to her total. She gets in inside 3 minutes, 257.90.
Again, that means she has an extra entire minute of rest. She doubles her rest time. Liz Cole right there, looking steady on her final set. Yeah, gives her judge a nod. Is that it? Am I done?
Liz Cole is finished, and that's big for her because she gets in ahead of Consuelo Cruz. So Liz Cole's going to pick up some points.
Very nice. 6 back to the barbell.
Consuelo Cruz is in lane 5.
Coming up on 15 seconds.
And she's looking to get inside the time cap here.
She's going to jog it in.
And she will do it.
She's just gonna make it.
So a little damage control for Cruz. Try not to surrender too many points to Cole. And now the 1-minute break. Betty Harden, who's in 2nd place, did not finish. And she had a 10-point lead on Cruz. So Harden, depending on where she finishes in this event, could now be in 3rd place. So things will be interesting here.
Mary Schwing.
In this final event.
Yep. Great to see Mary still competing. I remember seeing Mary Schwing at the games, I think in 2011, 2012.
Now unofficial standings, Cole and Harden tied for 2nd with Cruz just 2 points back.
Wow.
So only 2 points separating 2nd from 4th.
Woo. It's all going to come down to this final event. And the final event is Old School 2, 6-9-12. It will be kipping handstand push-ups to a 2-inch riser for these ladies and a 60-pound sandbag clean.
3-minute time cap. Here they come. Liz down here.
So 6 reps to start.
Liz Cole to those push-ups first. And it's going to be about quick and recoverable sets on these handstand push-ups. Unlikely they can go unbroken the entire time.
And Liz Cole did go almost unbroken. She took 1 break, and she's the first woman to the sandbag.
Wow.
Now here comes Betty Harden.
And now it's going to be about showing control on that clean. Liz seems to be having no trouble getting that sandbag to her shoulder. But Betty Harden is putting the heat on right here.
Betty, there is your 1 and 2 here.
Liz Cole and Betty Harden.
Lane 2, lane 3. Working on their set of 9. They got 2 minutes. 2
Swallow
minutes.
is done. She's back to that wall.
Now 9 handstand push-ups. And she is through.
Yeah. Liz is looking to get herself on that podium.
90 seconds. We got Betty here at lane 3.
She has a very comfortable lead right now in this heat.
Here in event 9.
And Betty Harden in lane 3 is moving back to the bag, and Rhonda Desert.
Liz Cole has about a 6-rep lead on Betty right now.
1 minute left. Now Mary Schwing coming to the bag.
And Liz choosing to go strict on those handstand push-ups.
She's been doing this for the majority of the event. This is incredible that she's pulling this off.
It is faster. The problem is most people cannot. So very impressive. Unbroken strict right there for Liz Cole.
With 20 seconds to go, she's got to get 12 reps in. Liz Cole looking to be the first athlete we've seen finish this event.
10 seconds.
Don't know if she's going to make it, but she is absolutely going to wind up on the podium. Impressive back-to-back performances for Liz Cole. 47 of the 54 reps to take the event.
Love you, Leia. That was so great. Liz Cole came in to these final 2 events in 4th place and most likely just put herself on that podium.
Well, Julie Holt puts herself on top of the podium. She is your 2022 Legends champion in the 65+ division. Taking some time to sign her scorecard to make it official, and here are your unofficial final standings. Julie Holt, what a performance from her, 772 total points. Liz Cole will finish in 2nd, followed by Betty Harden by 8 points over Consuelo Cruz.
Oh, Julie Holt, like we talked about, she came into this in 4th place and just absolutely gunned it. Julie Holt was so smooth, so great on that first event 8, unbroken on 2 of 3 sets of the pull-ups, handled that barbell without any trouble. We can see why she's the champion, but it was Liz Cole on event 9 going strict and unbroken on those handstand push-ups, making a push to get herself onto the podium. And I think that is exactly what Liz Cole did. See Julie kipping those handstand push-ups because they could. Great job from Julie, but it was Liz Cole with a big push in the last 2 events to get herself onto that podium spot.
I love how just a 65-year-old woman doing strict handstand push-ups is that's a normal thing.
Yeah.
Right. Pretty incredible. As we continue with the 4th and final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete, the 65+ men. Coming up next as we get set to crown a champion in those divisions. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Roy McKernan, and Tommy Marquez checking in with us throughout the day, and joined in the booth now by the host of this event, Rich Froning. Thanks so much for doing this, man. How you been?
Good. Thanks for having me. Man, it's incredible out here. Watching, you guys were talking about somebody doing strict handstand push-ups at 65. I hope I can get my hands above my shoulders at 65, you know? That's where I'm at.
Likewise. I have a feeling you'll be able to.
Hopefully.
This has been a pretty incredible competition. Now you're here to talk about how Mayhem Athlete is now going to be rewarding these athletes for their efforts. Yeah,
pretty happy about it, excited about it. Mayhem Athlete's going to... I guess I wouldn't say donate, but sponsor the purse. So we're going to go $1,500, $1,000, and $500 for all podium, all age groups. So
outstanding.
Yeah, pretty cool. So Jake and we've got an incredible team back at house. Bob and Joe have done an incredible job with this event, but Rory and Josh have worked their butts off, and really, what you see here is we have an incredible team. So really excited to do that.
You're a Masters athlete yourself.
I'm there now.
And
welcome.
We talked to Jake about this, but why did this partnership make so much sense for you?
Man, it's the community. I obviously I still CrossFit. The games, the non-age groupers is incredible, but the community side of the Masters is to me, that's the roots of CrossFit, and I think it reminds me of the good old days. And so,
Definitely.
you see people out here that are competing, but it's not their livelihood.
Yep.
They enjoy it. They're doing it because they love it, not because it's something they have to do. And so, any way we can support the community and be a part of the community, that's what we want to do. So it's an honor.
Yep.
These men are going to have to do event 8 and 9. Cal Charrington is in lane number 4. We mentioned him earlier. He's retiring after this.
That's what I just heard.
Yep. And I think, like you just said, Rich, Cal is such a great example. He's a retired teacher. He fell in love with CrossFit. So what did he do? He opened a gym.
Love it.
He opened a CrossFit affiliate. He's competing, but it's not his life.
Exactly.
It's not his livelihood.
Yep.
Great example of what you can do.
Exactly. Yeah, and then there's nothing wrong with it being your livelihood. But I feel like there's a lot more love for it when it's not your livelihood. It's a lot more fun when you don't have to do it. You get to do it. That's that's the stage of life I'm in too. So.
Yep. Well, it's different when there's careers and children.
Yeah. It's incredible watching just the longevity of it. That speaks to the methodology of, hey, we can create some really fit younger individuals, but if you can sustain this up to 65, this is incredible.
He just did 12 chest-to-bar pull-ups unbroken at 65 years old.
Incredible.
He coached high school wrestling for 33 years, so he's put in his time in the gym and been through some pretty gnarly workouts.
You can never trust those wrestlers when it comes to fitness either. They're just a little bit crazy.
They are.
Got a bunch of those in my family, so I can say that.
They just don't turn it off.
No, they don't. It's like Spiel. You go back to Spiel. And when he was competing, he was just, it didn't matter what was thrown at him. He was going to do it.
And I think because it's in their sport, if you take a break, you lose.
You lose. You're done. You're done. There's no rest, because if you rest, it's over for you.
So Charrington back to the pull-up bar. Jim Pieper and Steve Swanson, also the other two guys in this heat. Swanson's on the right side of your screen, and Jim Pieper is in lane number 3.
Just right to it, back and forth.
Yep.
No hesitation, no break.
Unbroken on that second set, the 9s.
Pieper getting to work on his second set of chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Yeah, it's cool to see these guys move. You wouldn't. There's no 1-rep max this weekend. There's nothing, incredibly heavy, but you still got to be strong to move that barbell under fatigue for sure. So it's a testament, like we said, to the longevity of what these guys and girls put into it and what the methodology of CrossFit does.
Well, and it's a 4-day competition, which that's tough. It's hard
an endurance event.
to wake up, to wake up 3 more days. The first day's easy.
Yeah.
Days 2, 3, and 4 to wake up and psych up.
Yep. We had that.
Harder and harder.
It's really just an tax on the nervous system and just your emotions more than anything. These guys and girls leading up to this have probably done this physical volume, but you can't practice the mental and emotional toll it takes on you. So, and as bad as it sounds, the older I get, the harder it is to rebound from that. And it's a joke, but it's not. I've noticed over the years, the burnout leading up to the games, it takes a little bit longer to recover from.
Yeah. Sean and I don't understand that at all.
Not at all.
Right, Sean?
No. Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yep.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yeah, there wasn't, we had the early on event that was all the machines, and it was you could say it was an endurance event, but we didn't have anything crazy long. But 4 days of competition is a combined.
Yep. There's an accumulation.
There's a toll that takes on you.
And Charrington's going to get in inside the 4-minute time cap. He's got one event to go. 3:22.65 seconds for him. Leaves Pieper and Swanson still on the floor. Is this the first time you've programmed for a Masters competition?
Yeah, it is. Joe and Bob, they kind of had an idea. Their timelines, their floors, and all that stuff. We gave them some ideas. They gave a little bit more feedback on, hey, to make it all work. Like, this is a crazy kind of well-oiled machine. Like I said, a testament to Josh, who runs the gym here at Mayhem, making this kind of happen and then stepping in and helping. And our volunteers here, we have our members here, and people from out of town have helped a ton with that too. And but yeah, it was my first time really with the Masters. We do Mayhem Athlete, and Jake and Jordan Webb help a ton with that, and then we get a ton of feedback. So. Yeah, it's and like I said, me being a Masters now, I think a little bit more about stuff. It's just added up. I mean, 13 years of competing, trying to be a little smarter, and you want to add that into the test too and take care of these guys. You don't want anybody to come in here and when it is for fun, it's not for fun, like it's a competition when it all said and done, so we want to have a good test.
Yeah, it's finding the balance between allowing people to showcase their fitness, be challenged and have fun, but be safe at the same time.
But not beating them down too bad,
We move into old school 2 ascending reps of the strict handstand push-ups and the sandbag cleans now.
Yeah, this is a surprising little combo here. You don't think a little push-pull, but that sandbag clean taxes those arms a little bit more than you want it to, and then if you're kipping here, you're going to get your heart rate up a little bit too.
Exactly. And just the accumulation from the event before, right?
Yeah. The front squat takes it out of your legs.
Yep.
That pull takes it out of the sandbag, and so.
3 minute time cap. 6, 9, 12.
I mean, that is so impressive, Cal. Not just the strength to do it, but the coordination to do a kipping handstand push-up, right?
I still hate kipping handstand push-ups to this day. I try to not do, my neck and everything. After that, I'm like, you know what? I'll just do strict.
Yeah.
But it is so much faster when you can, or when you run out of, because once those strict are gone,
they're gone.
They're not coming back. It's like toes to bar. Once they're gone, they're gone. So smarter here to start off with the kip and see what happens after that.
Charrington was able to get through, and in lane 5, Steve Swanson kind of looked at him and gave him a smile and went, "You go ahead, man."
Yeah. See you later. See you on the other side.
Right.
5 reps here.
Oh. And that's that standard, the having to stop it on the shoulder.
It's not fun.
Much different.
Well, you get when over the shoulder is a good standard, but sometimes you get those people with soft knees or the arch or over the elbow, and it's just hard. So the big thing is trying to take the pressure off the judge.
Totally.
Let the athlete do the work. It's not about the judge and them. We don't want to say they're glorified counter. We want them to hold the standard, but if you make the standard too confusing and too hard to do, then it makes it hard.
It's more room for error.
Yeah,
at that
exactly.
point. Yeah.
We want to test fitness, not the judge's eye really. But we wouldn't be able to do it without judges, and they do a good job here.
There's Steve Swanson, who I don't think has been able to complete a rep, but he's
watching.
He's just going to be watching. He's going to be a cheerleader now.
Oh, look at.
I think he's trying to
he's
get
coaching.
a little. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great though too. You see a lot of camaraderie between these masters athletes, because again, I can say this as a master. There's not a ton of fame and fortune in being a masters athlete.
Nope.
So you better have fun,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It better be enjoyable.
There's no other point in doing it if you're not having fun.
Less than a minute to go here, and Charrington is the only man who's been able to get through his handstand push-ups.
Resting on the
All right, now he's just showing off.
I love how deep in he gets his knees to that torso, though.
Using that full kip.
Yep.
Using those hips more than
those arms.
More than those arms. Got to.
That's that wrestler neck.
Yeah, right.
30 seconds to the time cap.
Yeah, it's awesome just watching these guys and girls throw down and how excited they are and how much, like you said, fun. Just fun. It's what CrossFit's supposed to be. That's always, when people ask me what's the #1 tip, it's like, hey, it's supposed to be a stress relief, not an added stress. If you're not competing and it's not your livelihood, have fun. Enjoy it.
And it's got to be cool for you to see this through other people's eyes, because this became a business for you and a way of life, and maybe you missed out on some of that.
Yeah. I mean, for the last, what has it been? 12 years. It's business, and it was not cutthroat, but it's it's our livelihood, and it's how I care for my family. So it's fun. Now we're getting to the fun part, hopefully.
Well, Cal Charrington definitely had some fun, as he's going to say goodbye to competition after this, and he goes back-to-back, closes out his competition with 2 more event wins.
And thank you guys for all you do.
And with 788 points, he is going to take the championship here at the 2022 Legend Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Yeah, and what a way to go out. 2 event wins to finish out your weekend of competition. Couldn't be happier for Cal Charrington and everything that he's done this weekend. Event 8, Unbroken Cal is what that was. All of those chest to bar pull-ups, super high pull, great positioning with those elbows on the front squat. Easy win for Cal, 3 minutes and 22 seconds on event 8. That gives him a little extra rest before we head into the Sandbag Cleans, handstand push-ups. Cal did great, not only on the cleans, but we were talking about how good he was at using his hips and that kip on those handstand push-ups. The only of the 3 gentlemen to get through at least that first set of handstand push-ups. So great job to Cal. Congratulations. Not only on a great weekend, but a great career competing.
Floor getting reset here as we have plenty of action to come. Rich, thanks so much for doing this. Thanks so much for hosting everybody. It's been a fun time.
Yeah, they've, like I said, well, couldn't have done it without all of our members and all the volunteers that showed up. It's been cool to see the transformation that's happened this week. It's, man, a lot of long hours and a lot of teamwork, a lot of, what the community's about.
I'm excited to be here. I've never been to Mayhem.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Serious, Clark?
Yeah. This is exciting.
Yeah,
it's like on my bucket list, and I get to cross it off.
There you
now.
go. Heck yeah.
Save the neck for me.
Save the neck for me, Clark.
Thanks so much for doing this, Rich. We'll let you get back to
watching the Lions game.
Watch those Lions.
Watch the Lions game.
Doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, 14-7.
Jared Goff, baby.
Let's go.
All right.
Awesome. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Rich.
Women's 60 to 64-year-old up next. Patty McGill is your overall leader. If you're here with us earlier, we talked about how dominant she has been. 588 out of a possible 600 points so far. Debbie Corwin trying to hold off Karen Smith for second place is the top 3. Pretty solid right now as we head into the final 2 events. Event number 8 is Old School 1.
Old School 1, 12.96. And it's going to be chest to bar pull-ups for these ladies. And then I believe it's 60-pound front squat. 4-minute time cap on this event, and then they'll have a 1-minute reset. You see Patty McGill right there, who has been darn near perfect so far.
Patty McGill has 4 event wins and then 2 second-place finishes. And she'll be in lane number 5. McGill is your defending champion in this division.
Yep.
Had a similar performance last year. 11 events, she won 5 of them. And then she had 3 second-place finishes and basically cruised in the final event. She took 17th when she didn't really even need to compete.
Yeah. She beat the next in line, Debbie Corwin, by 56 points last year. And she's getting set to have a repeat performance this year. So they're off for their 12 chest to bar pull-ups. Patty having no problem with those first few reps, chest to bar pull-ups. I like it. You don't have to go unbroken, although it's going to help to finish. But if you aren't going to go unbroken, you got to make sure those rests are quick and short. I think it's smart for Patty. It's not about this set of 12. It's about how you perform on that next set, the set of 9.
Lane 4 is Debbie Corwin. She's onto the barbell for the first time. Now it's Cheryl Boyd who's going to join her there. And here comes Patty McGill, along with Karen Smith. Right side of your screen in lane 6. Far left of your screen in lane 1 is Debbie Brooks.
Chest to bar front squat. Cheryl.
Debbie Brooks back to the pull-up bar to start her set of 9 chest to bar pull-ups. And in lane 4, Debbie Corwin working her way back.
There's Cheryl working with those singles. And, again, I think if you can keep the rest minimal, that's a smart move on Cheryl's part. Better to make sure you're going to get each rep than fail a rep, especially on a chest to bar pull-up. That's a huge effort. It's great. It was all singles for Cheryl Boyd right there on those 9s. But she was really quick on the reset.
Back to the barbell as she is ahead of Patty McGill. McGill now just finishing up her second set of pull-ups. She's back to the barbell. And then Karen Smith is on her second round as well.
Patty looks like she fumbled that first clean to get the bar to the shoulders, but she's got that bar up there now.
Cheryl is back here.
Cheryl. Final set of 6 chest-to-bar pull-ups. She's back to those singles. Again, I think it's smart, Sean. She's right back on the bar. She's minimizing the rest.
It's one of those things that you see a lot sometimes athletes do in the open.
Yep.
It's not pretty, but it works.
I was just going to say, you got to put your pride aside and just get the work done.
I remember doing a couple open workouts that had those chest-to-bar pull-ups, and I'd do it the first time, and I'd kind of, let ego get in the way, and then I'd redo it the second time. Like, I'm just going to go singles, and I would crush my old score.
Yep. Just the grip and fatigue factor is a lot less, too. You can stay right under the bar like Cheryl did and just hop right back up. And look at this.
And Cheryl Boyd is finished, and she is going to lock up the win in the heat. Plenty of time to spare. 3:11.71 for Cheryl Boyd.
So now the question is, does Patty get something other than a first or second this weekend?
Karen Smith is putting the pressure on Patty here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Karen Smith
It's a race to the finish
who's going to beat her across the finish line. But both of them in with plenty of time to spare. Smith at 3:41.61 seconds, and McGill 3 seconds behind her.
There's Debbie Brooks right there finishing up.
3, 2.
Not gonna.
Debbie Brooks won't cross the finish line, but she does get all the reps in. But it's Cheryl Boyd who wins the heat, 3 minutes 11.71 seconds, and I believe that is good enough for the event win. But we'll have to wait for the official results on that and updated standings.
Just stretching out those grippers, trying to get a little blood to those forearms.
Unofficially, this is where we stand. Coming into the final event, top 3, McGill, Corwin, and Smith. Jeannie Allen has already gone. Event number 9, final event, Old School 2.
Ascending rep scheme this time. We have 6, 9, and 12 reps of handstand push-ups. These ladies will have a 2-inch riser and they'll be allowed to kip, and then a 60-pound sandbag clean. We saw Cal Sherrington do some kipping handstand push-ups. Great job in the heat before. We see some of these ladies choosing to go strict. If you do, you got to make sure those sets are quick and recoverable, and that you can control this clean. Because definitely we've seen some people fumble with this clean standard where you have to remove one hand at the top. Patty McGill going touch and go, as is Cheryl Boyd on this first set of 6.
They were the first 2 women to the sandbag. And McGill is done first, deposits that in the next lane. In lane 7, that's Cheryl Ruiz. She's right back to the wall, just ahead of McGill.
She misses the kick up, whereas McGill kicked right up and got into it.
Corwin is also back on the wall. Cheryl Boyd there.
Yeah, nice little kip.
Patty McGill in lane 5 is still fighting with Cheryl Boyd for the lead here, and in lane 7, Shelly Ruiz is off the wall. Lane 4 in the back is Debbie Corwin. Set of 9 here.
Shelly Ruiz shooting that hand out quick. Look at that. I love how fast these ladies are shooting that hand out. Right back down, touch and go. I don't think I could touch and go that sandbag clean as fast as these ladies are.
And Debbie Corwin was done first along with Shelly Ruiz. They'll be the first 2 back to the handstand push-up wall for the sets of 12. Final heat for the 60 to 64-year-old women here.
Patty McGill on her final set. Good little kip. see Karen Rotondo there kicking her shoes. She's got one on, one off right there.
30 seconds.
Ruiz is getting set to finish up. She's got 1 rep to go, and she's going to get credit for it. And she will work her way back to the sandbag with about 20 seconds to go now. She's got to get 12 reps in.
She was so fast on that set of 9. There's a chance she could almost finish this, Sean.
Here come McGill and Boyd. Ruiz has got 6 reps to go.
3, 2, 1.
And just not going to be able to get there, but she will take the heat. 51 reps. And looking at an event win for Shelly Ruiz. Impressive performance from her there in that final event.
Very impressive. She was so fast shooting that hand out every time she got that sandbag to the shoulder.
And there is Patty McGill, who looks to be your two-time Legends champ, 766 points.
Great job again, year 2 for Patty McGill.
These are all unofficial. We'll have to wait and see, because I think she had 766 coming in, but so much had to go wrong for her to even be in danger of losing. We can say with relative certainty that Patty McGill is your champion in the 60 to 64-year-old division.
You see Cheryl Boyd right here on event 8. And she broke up that second set, the 9s, into singles on the chest to bar pull-ups, but that was a really great move from Cheryl. She easily finished that first event, event 8, in 3 minutes and 11 seconds, buying herself an extra almost 50 seconds of rest there. And then on event 9, all these ladies with quick touch-and-go reps on that 60-pound sandbag. Shelly Ruiz, though, was the one back to the wall. Patty McGill, handstand push-ups, great kipping handstand push-ups. A couple of pauses here and there. And there is your repeat champion, Miss Patty McGill. No surprise, 3-time Games athlete, veteran competitor. Congratulations to Miss Patty McGill.
Some tired fans and some tired competitors right now here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. The final heat for the 60 to 64-year-old men coming up next. Thanks for being with us today here on Sunday in Cookeville, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be checking in with us here in a little bit as we work our way through the 4th and final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
90 seconds.
Lane assignments, standings here as we come into the event. Brian Wilson is on top of the podium right now with 560 points. Tony Tursky with an even 500 points, looking to stay inside the top 3. There is Brian Wilson getting set.
Old School 1. This is event 8, the first of a 2-part finale. 12-9-6 for these gentlemen. It's going to be chest to bar pull-ups and 125-pound front squat. There's a 4-minute cap and then a 1-minute reset before we get into event 9.
Not a lot of time to think in this one. If you want to win, you better not be breaking things up.
Right, you got to go unbroken, and if you're not going to go unbroken, then you need to minimize your rest. It needs to be quick, short rest because we have a quick time cap.
Here are your lane assignments for this final heat for the 60 to 64-year-old men.
See Paul Smale in lane 8. He was last year's 3rd place Legends in the 60 to 64-year-old division.
That was Tony Tursky we just saw getting set. He's got the backwards hat on. And now we're here for the set of 12 chest to bar pull-ups. And Tursky with some nice looking butterflies there.
Look at those butterfly pull-ups. All the other gentlemen choosing kind of the more traditional pull-up style. Tony with a fast turnover.
Working through chest bar. Front squat.
See Dennis Fitzgerald next to him in lane 7, one-offing his chest to bars already.
Joey Lochner in lane 3 is your leader. He's on the left side of your screen. He's got a good pace going on those front squats. Tursky's on the lead pace as well. Lochner's done. And we'll head back to the pull-up bar with Tony Tursky for their sets of 9.
Lochner's on that bar first. Tony is so good with those butterfly chest to bar pull-ups. Quick switch over to the regular kip. That works.
Tursky back to the barbell, set of 9 front squats now.
And we talked about this with Cole. It's really not how you do that set of 12. It's how consistent can you be on that set of 9. Joey seems to be a little quicker on those front squats. Tony taking those pauses at the top.
Oh, no, no rep there for Lochner. I think they hit each other's barbell. I think he and Michael Wall may have collided with each other. And Tursky's heading back. He's got 12 reps left. Now, Tursky does have an event win under his belt. He took event number 3, Unforgiven. And he has yet to finish lower than 8th in this competition. 500 total points coming in.
Third unbroken set for Tony Tursky there. He's able to hold the butterfly on all 6 of those chest to bars.
Now final set for Tursky. He only trailed Michael Wall by 14 points for second place overall coming into this event. And right now he's got 3 people between himself and Wall in this event. Tursky could find himself in second place. And he is going to win the heat and win the event. 2:55.27 seconds. And here comes Joey Lochner.
Brian Wilson there finishing up.
Now in lane 8, Paul Smale is across.
Michael, 2 more reps.
And again, both Tony Tursky and Joey Lochner doubled their rest time.
30 seconds.
Michael Wall is across. Less than 30 seconds to go before we hit the 4-minute time cap.
David, I'll see you here, lane 2. We got 20 seconds. 15.
Lane 2 is David Long Sr., who is
10 seconds.
on his front squats.
3, 2, 1, rest.
And that will do it for event 8. Tony Tursky getting the event win, 2 minutes 55.27 seconds.
Now you got to capitalize on that extra rest, though. Here's the key, right? He has an extra minute of rest. You got to make sure you're trying to recover.
And with those 100 points, Tursky moves himself into second place. These are unofficial. Michael Wall drops down to third. Brian Wilson remains in first place.
We're on the 1-minute rest before we go into event 9, old school 2. Ascending rep scheme on this one, 6, 9, 12. This time these gentlemen will be doing kipping handstand push-ups to a 1-inch riser and 100-pound sandbag cleans.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
3-minute time cap on this event. I love the hustle Tony Tursky had on that run down to the wall. Quick reps right there for Tursky. You got to make sure if you're not going unbroken, that your sets are quick and recoverable. And then here's the other thing. This standard of the clean, you have to make sure you're under control and you're able to remove a hand on every rep.
Tursky out front again early. And Brian Wilson and Paul Smale right behind him. 12 reps to close out this first round.
Oh. Brian forgot to move his bag there, and that cost him. He was ahead of Tony on those sandbag cleans. Tony gets back to the wall first.
And Tursky getting set to work on his set of 9 handstand push-ups now.
Again, they can kip, and they have a 1-inch riser on these.
Plenty of men keeping with Tony Tursky here as they are all on their second sets of handstand push-ups. The only man not to get back to the wall yet is David Hoffman in lane 1. Tursky out front of Brian Wilson, and then Paul Smale in lane 8. Heading back to the sandbag. 9 reps here.
This is actually where Brian Wilson made his move on Tony on the set of 6. He was a little bit quicker on the sandbags, but then he forgot to advance that bag. That's where Tony was able to catch up with him. See if he can overtake Tursky again, or if Tony's able to hold that lead.
Less than a minute to go here. Wilson and Tursky really rep for rep right now. Once they hit 30 reps, they'll head back to the wall. Paul Smale is also on the lead pace.
All these gentlemen with just 1 more rep to go. So now it's a sprint back to that wall.
Smale and Tursky done at the same time, and now they have about 20 seconds to get as many reps as they can. Here comes Brian Wilson.
Paul's upside down first.
And Smale with a really good pace here.
Yeah.
Looking to overtake both Wilson and Tursky for the lead. And he has a much faster cycle rep on these, and Smale looks like he's gonna hang on, and he will. 40 reps, 41 reps, so 1 rep ahead of Tursky for the event win.
Great job, Paul, right there. Like you said, Sean, him and Tursky were back to the wall about the same time, but his cycle rate was just a little bit quicker than Tony's. There's your overall champ right there, Brian Wilson.
736 points unofficially for him to get the win. Tony Tursky came in 3rd. He moves himself up to 2nd. And Michael Wall is going to finish on the podium, 662 points. Joey Lochner finishes 4th, and it's Paul Smale, courtesy of that event win, who's going to round out the top 5.
Event 8, that was a doozy, and it was definitely Tony Tursky and his butterfly chest to bar pull-ups that allowed him to take the early lead in event 8, old school 1. It's a little bit slower on those front squats than Brian Wilson, but it was those chest to bar pull-ups that gave Tony the easy win. 2 minutes and 55 seconds, bought himself an extra minute of rest before we see event 9. Brian Wilson and Tony Tursky were going rep for rep on the sandbag, especially on that set of 9. Tursky was faster than Wilson was on those handstand push-ups. They get back to the bag about the same time. You can see Brian is gassed, but it was Paul Smale who got back to the wall at the same time as Tony Tursky and was able to cycle a couple more reps than Tony, edging him out for the event win. 41 reps for Paul Smale.
Impressive performance from Paul Smale there in a great race late in event number 9 to close out that 60 to 64-year-old division for the men. 55 to 59-year-old women coming up next. Thanks for being with us, everybody, today. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be with us here later on. as we continue our coverage for the fourth and final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Here are your overall standings after 6 events. Coming into these final 2, Shanna Bunce with 548 points sits atop the overall leaderboard. Christy Lunny now in second place. Alexia Feynman has a 30-point cushion on Rose Wall.
Those are names that are all familiar from last year's Legends Championship. Rose Wall was our winner last year. Christy Lunny and Shauna Bunce finishing out that podium. Old school, event number 8 is what we're looking at. 1296 bar muscle ups. Excuse me, chest to bar, no bar muscle ups for these ladies. And 105-pound front squat. Keys to this event are going to be to go unbroken. And if you're not going to go unbroken, then you really need to minimize your rest. We've seen a few athletes have great success not going unbroken, but keeping those rests short and quick.
Here are the Lena Simons 8 women in this heat for the final heat for the 55 to 59-year-olds. Shanna Bunce has a ton of momentum right now. She has yet to finish lower than 6th in an event, and she has won the last 2 events. Coming in with 548 total points.
Athletes stand by.
As you heard Andy mention, finished 3rd last year at the Legends Championship, looking to bring home the championship this year.
55, 59. Division here.
And we start with...
I misspoke, Sean. These ladies will be doing chest to bar pull-ups. Although
12
I'm sure
chest to bar
some of them
pull-ups.
could do some bar muscle-ups.
Ref ski, 12, 9.
Shanna going for an unbroken, what looks like it's going to be an unbroken set right here. She has that supinated grip, which is often easier to get your chest into the bar, that pull in. But it's Cece.
Yeah, Cece Fogier is the first woman onto the barbell in lane 8. That's Natalie Poulin. And then on the left side of the screen, lane 6, Alexia Feynman. Now Shanna Bunce is onto the barbell, as are Rose Wall, Amy Jo DeMeglio, and Ulrika Curtin.
Be interesting to see what Cece does on these 9 chest to bar pull-ups. Is she able to go unbroken again? Look at that beautiful butterfly.
Alexia Feynman is the second woman back to the pull-up bar, followed by Shanna Bunce. The 9 chest to bar pull-ups here. Once they get to 33 reps, they'll head back to the barbell, and that's exactly what Cece Fogier is doing.
No problem on that squat clean at that 105 pounds.
Final couple reps for Cece.
Smartly walks out bar forward. We're going back to the bar for her final 6 chest to bar pull-ups.
2 minutes to go here.
Plenty of time. Oh, she misses that second rep.
Cece looking for her second event win of the competition. She finished 1st in Unforgiven, event number 3.
Christy is moving up to her barbell. Rose working through her.
But she only has a couple reps left. Now she is done. So back to the barbell for the final time.
Barbell's been very easy for Cece. Here comes Alexia Feynman. She's hot behind Cece right now.
Final rep for Cece Fogier, and she's going to come across the finish line, and she is going to take the event.
Well under 3 minutes right there.
And now Feynman is off, and she is done. So 252.26 is the winning time. And Feynman coming in 7 seconds later. Now, Shanna Bunch, your overall leader coming into the event, is across. Another top 3 finish for Bunce. And that's Amy Jo DeMeglio. Less than 30 seconds to go before we reset for event 9. And it's Christy Lunny getting across with plenty of time to spare. And now Rose Wall is in. Leaves 2 women out on the floor working. It's Ulrika Curtin and Natalie Poulin.
Natalie's in there just in the nick of time.
And now the 1-minute reset, and we get into Old School 2, the final event of the day. And Cece Fougere takes the event at 2:52.26 seconds.
Great job by Cece. Nice butterfly chest to bar pull-ups there.
Well, Shanna Bunce now has 636 points unofficially. Alexia Feynman is in second with 568, just 4 points up on Lunny, and Fougere has an outside shot at a spot on the podium here, as does Kim Stambaugh, but they're going to need some help in this sprint of an event, Old School 2.
Yep, our final event of the weekend, 6, 9, and then 12 reps, so ascending rep scheme of handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans. These ladies will be doing kipping push-ups.
2, 1, go.
We are underway. Christy Lunny in lane 4 and Alexia Feynman in lane 6 fighting for second place here in this final event.
Wow, and some fast reps right there from Cece. First off the wall, no surprise. The keys to this event are going to be to have quick and recoverable handstand push-ups, and then on top of that to have good control on these sandbag cleans. They're making all these athletes take their arm off at the top of each rep. Cece's having no trouble with touch and go on this first set of 6. Smartly advances that bag forward before running back to the wall.
Now Christy Lunny is done behind Fougere, and in lane 6, Alexia Feynman is finished. And in lane 3, Rose Wall back for the handstand push-ups. 9 reps now, and Cece looking really good here.
Yeah, she's going so fast. She had a couple bobbles, but she was able to save both of them. She was touch and go on that first set of 6 sandbag cleans. Can she keep it for this set of 9? Because Christy Lunny is right next to her. She's only about a rep behind Cece.
Here comes Rose Wall, and now Alexia Feynman. Fougere, once she gets to the 30 rep mark, she'll be done with this round. And then it's 12 handstand push-ups.
This is big for Cece. She's making a charge at that podium spot, Sean.
She was 20 points out. And she can lock up another 100 points with an event win here. That'll help. It's just a matter of
who she puts in between them.
The women she's chasing are doing, and she does need help, as you mentioned, Annie. Got to get some women between herself and the women that she is chasing. And now that's the first time we've seen her have some trouble here. Meanwhile, lane 4, Christy Lunny is putting on a charge as she has moved into the lead.
And Cece fumbles a little bit on one of those reps, opens the door for Christy Lunny right here.
And Lunny's got 3 to go.
You can see that lockout's getting a lot harder for Cece on this final set, whereas Christy's having no problem locking out.
And Lunny is done, as is Natalie Poulin in lane 8, but Poulin is on her round of 9. You saw her running back, but it's Lunny all by herself now in first place. Rose Wall sits in second, followed by Fougere. 10 seconds to go.
Great job by Christy Lunny.
And Rose Wall hustling back to the bag as well. And it's going to be Christy Lunny who is going to get credit for that rep. 47 of the 54 reps for Christy Lunny to pick up the event win. And we will wait on the official results to see where the podium race wound up. There's Shanna Buns, who looks to be the champion.
She's pulling up the corners of those lips to smile.
Unofficially, Christy Lunny is going to wind up in second place. Alexia Feynman does enough to hold off Fougere. These are unofficial. So Shanna Buns with 678 points is your 55 to 59-year-old champion. The second straight year she's finished on the podium. Last year she took third overall.
Cece Fouché was so good on this first piece of this two-part workout. Unbroken butterfly chest to bar pull-up. She had one little bobble on the set of 9, otherwise maintained an unbroken set, and then had no problem with that 105-pound front squat. Comes in well under that 4-minute time cap, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. She starts event 9 with some fast handstand push-ups and goes out and goes touch and go on those bags, but it was Christy Lunny who was making a charge for that second place spot on the podium, who ends up with the event win, securing her spot, second place for the 55 to 59-year-old women. Great job to Christy Lunny and all the other ladies in that division.
We are far from done here on the final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Back-to-back events to close us out here in Old School 1 and Old School 2. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto and Roy McKernan and Tommy Marquez helping us out. They'll be checking in here in a little bit. And we continue to work our way through the final heats. The men's 55 to 59-year-old division is up next. And here are your standings coming into that event. John Donjoyan is your leader over 30 with 30-point cushion over Guy Cravata. Jeff Ernsberger is leading Andy Kuhlman by 10 points for the third and final spot on the podium.
We've seen some things shake up in the other divisions, Sean, so could Old School 1, Event 8, be one of those things that shakes up the leaderboard for these 55 to 59-year-old men? 12-9-6 bar muscle-ups and front squats. And these gentlemen will be doing bar muscle-ups and 155-pound front squats. 4-minute time cap on this first piece, and then there's a 1-minute reset before Event 9. Keys to this event, Sean, these guys have to go unbroken, and if they don't go unbroken, they have to really minimize the rest in between their sets. This is an aggressive time cap at 4 minutes. So the more perfect and the faster you can be, the more likely you'll win this event.
8 men in this final heat for the 55 to 59-year-olds. Guy Cravata is in lane number 4, trying to make a push for first place overall. Currently sits in second place at 504 points. He's got 30 points to make up over 2 events in order to put himself on top of the podium. Go, Jeff. And there's John Donjoyan, who is your overall leader coming in.
Athletes stand by.
2 event wins so far in the competition. It tied for first in Benjamin Button, event number 2, and then he won Unforgiven, event number 3, and we are underway.
So again, these gentlemen are doing bar muscle-ups. And we saw the gentleman in the previous men's 55 to 59-year-old heat not have too much trouble with the set of 12, but it was when they came back to the set of 9, Sean, that a lot of these guys kind of fell apart. So you got to wonder if some of these guys took note. Maybe you purposely break up the set of 12 in an effort to hold it together on your set of 9.
Andy Kuhlman, who currently sits in 4th place overall, he is in lane number 3. He is your first man done with the 12-bar muscle-ups. Cravata right behind him. And now in lane 7, Lemerson Caporale. 24 reps will be the end of round number 1, and then it's back for 9 bar muscle ups.
Lemerson was second place at last year's Legends Championship, so an athlete we know that has the potential to do some damage in this event.
Kuhlman and Cravata go back to the pull-up bar, as does Lemerson Caporale. Jeff Ernsberger, who's in lane 6, has yet to get through his first round. That's big. He's 3rd place overall. He's trying to hold off Andy Kuhlman, who is your leader right now in the heat.
And Kuhlman looks so good on this second set of bar muscle-ups.
And now Ernsberger stepping up to the barbell for the first time here. Andy Kuhlman in lane 3 gets through his set of 9. So this is big as Kuhlman looks to get himself inside the top 3.
Just over 90 seconds to that time cap.
Stuart Swanson over in lane 1 has moved into second place as he adjusts his belt and gets set for his set of 9 front squats. 3 reps left now, 2 reps left for Kuhlman.
That is your 1 and 2.
And Andy Kuhlman looking to lock up 100 points for an event win if he can get inside the time cap. And again, he's in 4th place overall coming into this event.
And again, we talked about it. First set of 12, not a big deal for a lot of these guys on the bar muscle-ups, but did they bite off more than they could chew? Should they have broken them up? Just because you can doesn't mean you should, Sean.
In lane 5 is our overall leader, John Donjoyan, who is struggling on these bar muscle-ups. So Andy Kuhlman could really shake things up here if he can lock up the event win. He has 3 reps remaining, less than 30 seconds to go, but he is leading in this heat. Stuart Swanson over in lane 1 sits in second, and Lemerson Caporale is there as well.
1 rep to go for Andy Kuhlman.
10 seconds left. Kuhlman's going to try to close out his set of bar muscle-ups. Can't quite chicken wing over that thing, but Kuhlman looking like he's going to win the heat as both Swanson and Caporale are going to run out of time. So Andy Kuhlman needed a big effort, and he got it. 47 reps to win the event, and looking like he's going to be inside the top 3 going into Old School 2. Here are your updated standings. Don Donjoyan now has 586 points unofficially. Guy Cravata is only 2 points up on Kuhlman, so Kuhlman just 12 points back of Donjoyan for the win.
And only 2 points back from Guy. Great effort there from Andy Kuhlman. Quick reset, like we talked about before. The 60 seconds feels like about 30. Before we go into event 9, the finale event for these gentlemen, 6, 9, 12. So ascending rep scheme this time of handstand push-ups. They'll have a 1-inch riser, strict handstand push-ups, and then a 100-pound sandbag clean.
For our final heat here, top athletes.
6 of those handstand push-ups.
Super important that these sets of handstand push-ups are quick and recoverable, especially with them being strict. It's not imperative that you go unbroken, but it's imperative that you're able to recover from these sets. And then as you see Joe Lopez go into the bag right now, this clean standard is going to set a lot of these guys back if they can't figure it out, and that's that you have to show control at the top of every clean.
Mike Fry is the other man who's closest to the camera who's working on the bag right now. Cravata's off the wall. That's good for him as he tries to hold off Andy Kuhlman. And Kuhlman is taking a break here on these handstand push-ups. And John Donjoyan in lane 5, he's having trouble with the handstand push-ups as well. So that if Guy Gravata can have a solid event here, he could end up winning the whole thing.
2 minutes, athletes. We have 2 minutes.
So as we said at the beginning of the day, these two events could really shake things up, and that looks like it's playing out here in the final heat for the 55 to 59-year-old men.
Don't forget, there was a heat earlier on in the day too, Sean, so these athletes have a chance to really make a move on the leaderboard.
Gravata going back to the wall as both Kuhlman
and get that head through.
Donjoyan are still on their first round.
Kuhlman watching all that work he just did in event 8 slip away from him right now.
Gravata to work on his set of 9 handstand push-ups, and now he'll get a no rep. So 1 minute to go here.
But Mike Fry, right there on the right-hand side of your corner, the right-hand side of your screen, is already back for his second set of Sandbag Cleans.
Fry in the lead here with 9 reps. Once he gets to 30 on his score, he'll go back to the handstand push-up wall. Fry looking for maybe his first event win of the competition. His best finish so far was a second in Saved by the Bell, event number 4. And he's going to get through this second round. Meanwhile, our top 3 men are all struggling on their handstand push-ups. Guy Gravata in lane 4, though, is on his second round. So Fry looking to win the event here.
3, 2, 1, tie.
And he will at least take the heat. 34 reps for Fry, and now we got to see how things shake out between the top 3.
Well, and if I look back, Glenn Nelson in the previous heat of men 55 to 59 had 33 reps. So he actually has a second place in this event. So that's going to also shake up the leaderboard right there.
Mike Fry is going to earn 100 points, his first event win of the competition. And it's looking like Gravata did enough to come away with a competition win. 640 points. Andy Kuhlman will take second. Jeff Ernsberger unofficially moves into third. And John Donjoyan, who came into this back-to-back challenge in the lead, drops off the podium and will finish in 5th. This is all unofficial, though, but it does look like Guy Gravata is your 2022 Legends champion in the 55 to 59-year-old division.
Andy Kuhlman made such a move on event 8. He was great on those bar muscle-ups. Gets through all the front squats unbroken. Broke up a couple of the final sets of bar muscle-ups, but was able to take 47 reps in that event win. And then we move over to event 9, and it was Guy Gravata, who was not in the lead going into this event, but able to hold off all the other gentlemen. A little unsteady on some of those handstand push-ups, but does just enough to earn himself a spot on top of the podium for the Legends Championships. Great job to Guy. We had said before there could be some mix-ups on this leaderboard from these 2 sprint events, and in fact there was. It's never over till it's over, Sean.
And we have 2 events remaining for the women now in the 50 to 54-year-old division, as they are coming up next. And we talked about this division earlier today. Taya Gebbe has been downright dominant. We'll have more on her in a second. We're glad you're with us today, everybody, on this 4th and final day of competition from Cookeville, Tennessee, in CrossFit Mayhem. Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto. Tommy Marquez and Rory McKernan will be checking in here in a little bit. There were 600 points on the line coming into the day. Taya Gebbe has won 594 of them. She is solidly in first place, nearly 100 points up on Julia Rappaport. But there's a tie for third between Heather Clem-Pfizer and Denise Alba. Both of them tied at 444 points.
There's Taya Gebbe right there with Eye of the Tiger look before we go into event 8. For time, it's 12, 9, and 6 reps of bar muscle-ups, chest-to-bar pull-ups for these ladies, and a 105-pound front squat. They'll have a 4-minute cap and then a 1-minute reset. Keys to this event are going to be to go unbroken, and if you're not going to go unbroken, you really need to minimize your rest period. We've seen some athletes have great success not going unbroken, but you got to be quick.
Here are your lane assignments for Old School 1, the final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old division. For the women, Taya Gebbe, your overall leader, will be in lane 5. The race to watch is for that third and final spot on the podium between Denise Albaugh in lane 3, and then Heather Clem-Pfizer in lane 6. The two of them coming in tied with 444 points.
Shoulders chalked up for that front squat.
1, go.
Final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women has begun. We start with the 12 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
Julie Rappaport looking really fast on those butterfly chest-to-bar. Quick little pause for her in lane 4. But it's Taya Gebbe off the bar first.
And no shock that she is in the lead. She's spent the majority of this competition out front in all these events. She has 5 event wins in the 6 events and finished second in the one she didn't win. That was Endless Ergs. That was way back on Thursday when we kicked this competition off.
Right. Nice fast front squats right there from Taya. Right next to her is Julie Rappaport, back to the pull-up bar. The far end, lane 8, Keely Ellers, also back to the pull-up bar.
Majority of these women on to their second rounds. And Gebbe with no problem there, and she continues to lead here.
Yeah, no hesitation when she approaches that 105-pound barbell.
Well, right now, Denise Albaugh is winning the race between herself and Heather Clem-Pfizer. That's the battle for the final spot going on in lanes 3 and 6. Albaugh in lane 3 on the left side of your screen in the black. Heather Clem-Pfizer is in lane 6. She's chalking her hands back at the pull-up bar. And there is Clem-Pfizer, who is still on her second round of chest-to-bar pull-ups. She's in the round of 9. Taya Gebbe's just running away with this thing right now.
She's gonna get almost an extra 2 minutes of rest, Sean. Huge advantage for Taya.
And Gebbe is done. She has yet to cross the finish line. She gets in at about 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Doesn't matter. It's another 100 points for her. In lane 4, here comes Julie Rappaport to take second place. Denise Albaugh is done, and she looks to lock up third place all by herself now, as she is way ahead of Clem-Pfizer. Jen Donaldson and Keely Ellers both got across.
And there's Heather Clem-Pfizer still on that final set of pull-ups.
This is the set of 6 for her. Still a minute to go here.
See Albaugh right there enjoying the little extra rest she's gonna get.
Denise Albaugh is the right side of your screen, who is not only all by herself in third place, but is earning a ton of extra rest.
It's huge, because that means Heather's going to be working almost this entire 4 minutes.
The one final rep for Clem-Pfizer, and she is done. And she'll get a little extra rest, but she is now on the outside looking in when it comes to the podium race.
3, 2, 1, rest. Athletes are resting.
So we're on a 1 minute reset rest. And if you're Taya Gebbe, you're on like a 3 minute reset and rest. 2 minutes and I think about unofficially 14 seconds to get through that 12.96 chest to bar pull up.
Taya Gebbe with her 6th event win has clinched first place. Julie Rappaport now is solidly in second, and Denise Alba is trying to hang on to third place. Came in tied with Clem Pfizer, and now she's all by her lonesome in that final spot on the podium.
Now we're going into event number 9, Old School 2, ascending rep scheme 6-9-12 of handstand push-ups. There'll be kipping for these ladies and a 70-pound sandbag clean to the shoulder. 3 minute time cap on this event.
Final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women in events 8 and 9 underway.
Score to beat was set by Tara Fillion, who got 33 reps. Keys to this event: you got to be quick and recoverable sets on those handstand push-ups, and then good control on these sandbag cleans.
And Gebbe and Rappaport sprinting back to the bag. They're the first two there, along with
Keely Ellers right there.
Melissa Bertina and Keely Ellers.
6-9-12.
Heather Clem Pfizer is still back on the handstand push-up wall. She's the only woman who hasn't gotten through her first 6 reps. Now in lane 3, it's Denise Alba.
A couple of these ladies forgetting to advance their bag. That opens a door for Keely Ellers and Denise Alba to put some space between them and the rest of the field right now.
Well, Ellers is your leader in this heat through 21 of the 54 total scored reps.
Taya catches up on that second set of handstand push-ups.
I think Ellers' score, her rep count is wrong.
Yeah, it has to be.
But she is in the lead. Because 21 reps, you close out your 9 handstand push-ups.
Right. This is where Taya could take the lead over Keely, though. She's going touch and go with those sandbag cleans. Keely's now having to drop it. And Denise Alba in lane 3 also going touch and go with those sandbag cleans.
And Alba's done, and she will move back to the handstand push-up wall for her set of 12. And we now have a minute to go. Taya Gebbe's moving back as well.
Denise kicking up. Oh, little bobble there.
The good news for Denise Alba, she's solidly in 3rd place right now.
That little bobble opened the door for Taya Gebbe to retake the lead here on the handstand push-ups.
We've already passed the mark to beat from Tara Fillion at 33 reps. So Gebbe looking to pick up yet another event win. She's got 1 rep remaining.
She'll definitely be able to get at least 1 or 2 sandbag cleans in.
And Keely Ellers is also going back to the bag.
3, 2, 1, time.
And we'll have to see if Gebbe did it, and she does. She edges out Ellers by a rep. Another event win for Taya Gebbe. And she is your 2022 Legends Championship champion.
Without a doubt.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Very impressive performance all weekend long from Taya Gebbe.
Out of an 800 possible points, Taya Gebbe gets 794. Julie Rappaport will finish in 2nd. And it's Denise Alba who will wind up in 3rd as the top 3 women, the only 3 to get above that 600-point mark.
Taya Gebbe started the weekend with a 2nd place, didn't like it, decided I'm not going to do that again, and has gotten nothing but 1st place finishes ever since. She was unbroken on those beautiful butterfly chest to bar pull-ups. front squatted the 105 with ease, earns herself an extra minute and 45 seconds of rest on event 8. We go into event 9. She's kind of in a race with Keely Ellers on these handstand push-ups, but she was so smooth on that sandbag. She goes touch and go. Denise Alba gave her a little run towards the end, but it was Taya who ends up with another event win. 8 of 9 events. She wins, easily winning the entire competition. Great job and congratulations to Taya Gebby.
The 50 to 54-year-old men are up next with their final heat as the 4th and final day of competition continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship. I'm Sean Woodland with 2021 45 to 49-year-old CrossFit Games champion Annie Sakamoto, and Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez with us here as well. Overall standings coming in for the men's competition. Nicholas Harbilas with just a 2-point lead over Corey Daig. Rowan Lowe is only 10 points back of Daig, 12 points out of first. This will be a fun race to watch play out here over these final 2 events. Only 12 points separating first from third. Old School won the first part of this back-to-back finale.
12, 9, 6 reps of bar muscle-ups and front squats. And these gentlemen will be doing bar muscle-ups and a 155-pound front squat. They're doing this against a 4-minute time cap, and then there'll be a 1-minute rest and reset before they start their final event. Another sprint event. Keys to this event: Old School 1, you gotta be fast and you gotta be unbroken on this first Old School event. And if you're not going to be fast and unbroken, then you need to minimize your rest period.
Lane assignments for this final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men. And the battle to watch will be right in the middle of the floor. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. Those are the top 3 in the overall standings. Nicholas Harbilas comes in with your overall lead. He's only 2 points up on Corey Daig, and he only has a 12-point cushion on Rowan Lowe. And there are the 3 men fighting for this championship. Daig in lane 4, Harbilas in lane 5, and Lowe in lane 6.
Representing the 2022 Legends Championship, 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are underway. The Legends Championship is proud to partner with Reebok. Reebok's top training shoes are built for the most intense of workouts, including the ones here. Check out their entire line at Reebok.com.
4-minute time cap. Nice little couplet of bar muscle up. It's all about front squats. 155.
4, 5, and 6. That's the fight for first place.
All these gentlemen are choosing to go unbroken on this first set of 12.
12, 9, 6.
And Corey Daig in lane 4. Second place overall coming in. First man to the barbell down in lane 1 now. Richard Stevenson starting his front squats. And it's Rowan Lowe in lane 6. His overall leader, Nicholas Harbilas, is now just getting to the barbell for his opening set of 12. And then they have a collision again on the barbells. The second time we've seen that happen today. Not a lot of room for error out there. If you get a little loose, you could run into your fellow competitor. But Corey Daig maintains the lead, and he heads back to the rig for his set of 9 bar muscle ups.
Rowan Lowe, and then you see Matt Chia in lane 7 there. Podium finisher from last year.
Nicholas in lane 5. He's made his way back.
At the 33 rep mark, Daig will be done with his bar muscle ups.
Quick break there from Corey.
We're going on that 2-minute mark. Coming on 2 minutes in here.
Corey Daig was just 2 points out of first place coming into this event, and right now he leads both Harbilas and Lowe. Daig back to the barbell. Set of 9 here.
Nice quick reps on that front squat for Corey Daig.
Down in lane 1, left side of your screen is Richard Stevenson. He's in second place right now. 42 reps are done. And now Corey Daig will head back to the pull-up bar for the final time. Daig looking to pick up his 3rd event win of the competition.
Looks like
Lowe is done.
Yep, Roan Lowe just finished.
And he'll go back for his set of 6 bar muscle-ups.
1 minute to that 4-minute time cap.
We could have quite the shakeup here in the top 3.
Don't forget, there's another event after this too, Sean. We could shake it up twice.
Corey Daig back to the barbell, looking for his 3rd event win here, and could put himself on top of the overall standings. He only trailed Harbilas by 2 points, so all he had to do was beat him. So that is going to do it. Corey Daig will win, and he is your new leader with now 1 event remaining. 3:34.95 seconds for Corey Daig.
Corey lane 2 moving. Tim in lane 3 moving 15 seconds. Here comes Denny in lane 8.
Roan Lowe there with a couple reps to go. Looks like the only other gentleman that has a chance to finish is Richard Stevenson there in the left-hand side of the screen.
And Stevenson was the leader on the floor, but he's not going to get in, which means Daig is the only man to finish. He's your new overall leader, earns 100 points in the process, and now we'll have to see where both Nicholas Harbilas and Roan Lowe wind up heading into this final event. And here are the updated standings. Corey Daig, your new leader. He has an 18-point cushion now on Harbilas. Harbilas is 12 points up on Lowe. And those 3 will wind up on the podium. It's just a matter of where, but Corey Daig has a little bit of breathing room, but not much here as we head into old school 2.
And it's another sprint, Sean. This time it's with ascending reps, 6, 9, 12 of strict handstand push-ups. These gentlemen have a 1-inch riser, and then 125-pound Sandbag Clean.
The final event is underway. Corey Daig is now your new overall leader in lane 4, courtesy of his event win.
Keys to this event, Sean, are going to be to keep those handstand push-ups quick and recoverable, and then to make sure you have good control on these cleans.
Roan Lowe was the first man to the bag, followed by Matt Chia, the champion from last year. And then Corey Daig in lane 4 was one of the first men there as well. Richard Stevenson and Corey Borline also working on their first set of 6 cleans.
Yeah, Nicholas Harbilas still back there on the wall. Now Daig just finished those sandbags.
And now the set of 9.
And again, these are strict for these gentlemen. They do have a 1-inch riser, but super smart rest right there from Corey Daig. As long as he can get back up on that wall. And Lowe goes unbroken on this second set of 9 handstand push-ups.
Lowe working his way back to the bag, approaching the halfway point of this event. So 90 seconds now left.
Scored a beat from the heat before. Stacy Boas clocked 39 reps. And so that's what Roan Lowe's chasing down right now. There's Corey Daig still with a rep to go right there.
So Corey Daig's your overall leader on the left side, slowing on this second set of handstand push-ups. So Roan Lowe trying to track down Daig for that top spot in the standings. But now Daig is onto the bag with 45 seconds left to go.
Daig's going touch and go, where Rowan's having to reset each time.
The Lowe is done. Lowe heading back. Arbelis, I believe, is just starting his second set of handstand push-ups. Here goes Corey Daig. Daig's just got to stay close to Lowe.
15.
So Lowe is going to set the new mark to beat, looking to lock up the event win. It would be his third of the competition. He moves back to the bag, going to try to get a rep in here. And I don't think he got credit for it. So 42 total reps for Roan Lowe to win the event. But Corey Daig hoping he did enough to hang on to the top spot in the overall standings.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job from Roan Lowe there. Those unbroken strict handstand push-ups served him well. Event win on that final event. Corey Daig, did he do enough to keep him in that first place position?
And the answer is no. Roan Lowe by 6 points over Corey Daig. Nicholas Arbelis will finish in third. Roan Lowe, saving the best for last there, picks up his third event win of the competition and puts himself on top of the podium.
Well, and we go into this event, and Nicholas Arbelis leads, but only by 2 points. You see him kind of clash with Corey Daig right there on the front squats. It sets him back. Corey Daig, it opens the door for him. He sees it, and he walks right through it. Ends up with an event win. 3 minutes and 34 seconds, moves himself into first place going into that final event. Final event, strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans. Corey starts off good, but it was Roan Lowe who was so fast on those handstand push-ups and did just enough on those sandbag cleans to earn himself an event win. And Roan Lowe goes from third place going into events 8 and 9 to finishing first place with those fast, strict handstand push-ups. We knew it was going to be a race to the finish, Sean, in the 50 to 54-year-old division, and it was exactly that, with three lead changes in the final 2 events.
We'll take a break from competition, but Annie and I will be back in just a second to get you set for the rest of the day's competition. Championship heat still to come. Our midday show right around the corner, so stay with us here, everybody, at the 2022 Legends Championship. We are cruising through the final day of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete in Cookeville, Tennessee at CrossFit Mayhem. And Centurion Boats wants you to have the best Christmas ever. Scan the QR code on your screen now for more information. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. Sean Woodland and Annie Sakamoto inside CrossFit Mayhem here. And Annie, we just watched a really great race play out in that 50 to 54-year-old division for the men.
Yeah, I love that we have a two-part finale here, Sean. And, you know, we knew that it could cause some leaderboard upsets and some shuffles, and that's exactly what it did in not just one event, but two events of the finale there for those men.
We still have plenty of action to come. We're going to focus on the younger Masters athletes here in just a second. But first, we want to take a look back at the opening part of competition. And to help us do that, here's Tommy Marquez with our Victory Grips Get a Grip moment of the week.
Thanks, Sean. The Victory Grips winning moment of the week has to go to Taya Gebbie because she had an amazing performance in that two-part finale. She comes into Old School 1 having won 5 consecutive events, and any thoughts about her possibly taking it easy were quickly dispelled when she came out flying, unbroken on that first set of chest-to-bar pull-ups. She ripped through them, makes it 6 in a row. Quick reload, a little extra rest for winning that event for Gebbie, and she makes it 7 straight. She never led on the final event until the final round of handstand push-ups, but when she got to the sandbag, she was going unbroken, and she was all alone. When everything settles, 7 straight wins, she takes home 99% of the points available to her this weekend. And I have to say, Sean, 7 straight wins reminds me of another group that had 7 straight at the games, CrossFit Mayhem Freedom. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but maybe she took a little inspiration from the Mayhem team and thought, you know what, I'll do 7 straight as well.
Thank you, Tommy. That is quite the coincidence. Taya Gebbie, a dominant performance here at CrossFit Mayhem to win the championship in her division. The older divisions are done. We're going to crown champions in the younger division, starting with the 45 to 49-year-old men, and that is where Jason Grubb is trying to become the 3-time Legends champion. He is already 3-time CrossFit Games champion, and he's looking to solidify his legacy as one of the most dominant Masters athletes in the sport right now.
Hey, I'm Jason Grubb, a 3-time CrossFit Games champion who started at age 38 with no athletic background. All right, Gene, we're doing a tour. All right, we've got the bedroom in here. The glorious master bathroom. Got this idea, like, what would it be like if we just traveled a bit? What if we, bought a van and traveled? Kitchen, standard kitchen, if you can believe it. Full microwave, full stove, oven, full refrigerator as well. It was just this idea, like, what if we did this? And that transformed into, this is the best time in the market to sell our house. Well, everything just sort of aligned so that we could do this. And we gave it a shot, and it's been pretty great. Some of the challenges are not being able to have every piece of equipment that I need with me at all times for my training. But that also forces me or pushes me, I get to get really creative with what I'm doing right here. So if I need to do burpee box get-overs or burpee box jump-overs, I stack up my plates so I've got something to jump over. Make a mental note. 6 45-pound plates is about 24 inches. You just use what you have for fitness and create the closest stimulus to the workout that you can, and I think it creates a bit of an advantage. This here is a walking lunge accessory for when you do walking lunges in gravel. You don't want to break your kneecap off. It also creates a fun environment. There's nothing more beautiful than just looking around here, and trying to find our way to different interesting spots in the country is also just part of this. It keeps life interesting, keeps my brain incredibly stimulated. Being in Cookeville is not quite as exciting as being at the CrossFit Games. It's not far. Everywhere I turn at Mayhem, it's that guy's a games athlete. Oh, that guy's been to the games. Oh, she's been to the games 3 times, no big deal. This is just normal here. This isn't like a normal place. So for me to be able to be among this kind of environment, it's heaven.
Well, Jason Grubb has some work to do if he wants to put himself back on top of the podium. Jason Luukkonen currently occupies the top spot with 594 points. He's got a 4-point cushion on Grubb, and Luukkonen is going to be tough to knock out of that top spot. But Jason Grubb has been extremely consistent so far. He's only got one finish outside the top 10.
Right, and we're talking about the 3-time games champ, the back-to-back Legends champ who's looking for his three-peat here at CrossFit Mayhem this weekend. But Jason Luukkonen has kind of had almost what I would say a Grubb-like performance where he has 3 event wins to Jason Grubb's 1 event win. I love the way this finale stacks up too, Sean. So the first part, event 8, is a little more high skill with that bar muscle up. That to me favors Jason Grubb. But then we go over to that sandbag clean, and that to me very much favors an athlete like Jason Luukkonen. So with only 4 points separating the two, it is going to be a fight to the absolute finish. Not to mention, there's other guys in this field that could easily upset whatever's going to happen between the Jasons.
Yeah, don't get attached to any leaderboards right now because there's a very good chance that those are going to look a lot different after these final 2 events. Meanwhile, in the 40 to 44-year-old division for the men, there is another tight race going on there. Rudy Berger currently sits in first place overall, but he only has an 8-point cushion on Jonathan Varela.
Yeah, and Rudy Berger is, the games champ from the 40 to 44-year-old division. But like you said, Jonathan Varela just sits 8 points back from him. And although Rudy has 3 event wins, he has an 18th on one of the events, whereas Varela only has 1 event win, but nothing lower than a 12th place finish. And I love it. There's Chicho Quesada sitting right behind those gentlemen, and he could do really well on one of these events because he did very well in the Saved by the Bell event, which would have a very similar format to this 2-part event.
We will talk about the women in just a second, but before we get to them, Rory McKernan and RP have a message for the CrossFit community.
Hey guys, Rory McKernan here with Dr. Mike Israetel. He is the creator of the RP Diet Coach app. Mike, we've been talking a lot about the app over the course of the weekend, but at the end of the day, what is it? What's going to get me over the line? Why should I download this app, and what's it going to do for me?
Great question. Tons of diet apps out there. Tons of great diet apps out there. Why this one? Yes, it has ease of use. Yes, it is customizable to the individual. Yes, it is constantly updated to get you the best experience. And yes, it is also profoundly cheap. That's all good stuff. But at the end of the day, the app is designed to get you results. Because ease of use is cool, but what am I getting out of it? I still have to use it. Use it for what? Yeah. Use it to get leaner, to get stronger, to be healthier, to power your workouts. Because when your nutrition is good, everything in your training just clicks. And then you're like, oh, I'm just better. This is awesome. And you don't have to have as many or almost no workouts that are mysteriously unexplained. Why are they bad? You have a workout, you're like, oh, what was that even? Yeah. With good nutrition, that doesn't happen as much. You can hit your weights, you can get shredded. It's amazing. It's a results-based app. Now, that's my huge pitch. That's my sell. However, here's something to call out for the user. It's going to ask you to eat meals at certain times. You can move those times around, but you still got to eat them. It's going to ask you to be a little bit specific with nutrients. It's going to calculate all of those for you. You don't have to worry about anything, but it's a bit of a machine lifestyle. But you want machine results. You're going to have to do what athletes do. You're going to live your life for 8 or 9 or 12 weeks like an athlete. What to eat and when, precision, and at the end of the whole process, you're going to be different. Your results are going to be awesome. How can we promise that? 1 is we got the science, but 2, you're going to have to do the work. You right now, as a matter of fact, go eat.
See you guys later. Gotta go eat. Yeah, well, and we're trying to pitch people, right? Yeah. But the bottom line is also you guys have been very generous and you're giving this thing away. Why would we do that?
I don't have any money left over. Where am I going to have lunch? We're trying to expose folks to the app because we know it's good. And we know that once you try it, some fraction of you are going to be like, wow, I want to use this thing to help enhance my body composition, to help enhance my performance. And because we think it's a good thing. So enjoy, but get ready to work. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I love it because it's just no strings attached, guys. You go try it. You get 6 weeks, and 6 weeks is more than enough time to see, does this thing actually do what Mike's been telling me that it's doing all weekend? And the answer is absolutely yes. So scan that QR code on your screen. You get 6 weeks absolutely for free. It's going to take you through the end of January, hit your goals, and it'll keep you coming back. Hey, thank you guys so much, first of all, for the deal.
Our pleasure, of course.
And for being so supportive of this event.
We love it. Thank you so much.
a big thanks to RP for helping us out here at the 2022 Legends Championship. Let's go to the women's side of the competition now. We start with the 45 to 49-year-old division. Your standings coming in, Carol Mezin looking to win her second Legends champion. She was the 2019 champion. Can she do enough in these final two events to hang on to that top spot?
Well, if you look at Carol's weekend so far, she has all top 10 finishes except for one, and that was event 3, Unforgiven. She had a 21st place finish, but Carol got herself a lot of momentum yesterday. She had 2 third-place finishes, and she did herself some favors with that. Now she has 14 points on Angie Penny. Angie Penny kind of went the wrong way as far as momentum goes yesterday. She had 2 13th-place finishes. So if Carol can hang on to the momentum that she got yesterday, she could secure herself her second title.
Let's move down to the 35 to 39-year-old division, and this one has been pretty exciting for the past 3 days. And the final 2 events are going to decide who stands atop the podium. Amy Morton right now is our leader with 650 total points, but Allison Stahl is only 8 points back of her. Jamie Latimer all by herself in third place. So it looks like we know who is going to be on the podium. Now it's a question of where are they going to wind up.
Well, and don't forget, Sean, Amy Morton and Allison Stahl had 2 lead changes just yesterday in 3 events. So I expect the same things to happen, especially on these sprint events. We've seen it already in some of the other tight races. It's anybody's guess who's going to end up on top, Stahl or Morton. Should be exciting.
It's going to be a pretty fun finish here over these final 2 events for the younger Masters age groups, and we're going to start things off with the 45 to 49-year-old women. We'll be back in just 1 second, but before we get out to action, we want to go back down to the competition floor. Rory McKernan has more from one of our sponsors here, Advocare.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I am down here at the Advocare booth. We have the man himself, Rich Froning, and Joshua Watts. We've talked about the relationship yesterday, but I guess first I want to hear, Rich, from you. We talked to Josh about the partnership. Why has it been a good partnership for you, and what are your favorite products?
Man, what's it been? 11 years, I think, technically. So, I mean, basically since day one that I started competing in CrossFit, I've been using and been a part of Advocare. So, I mean, that's a huge part of it, but then the products just work, you know. So, Rehydrate is something I go to daily. How can you not like Spark, the flavor? Competition day, biofuel, and then, I mean, protein, the Body Lean is something that I use on a daily basis as well. So good products, great people, great community, a lot like CrossFit. The community side of it is huge at Advocare.
Love that, and I don't know if you knew this, but these guys are doing something really cool for people at home. So there's a QR code on the screen, and they get like a massive discount. So actually, Josh, I'm going to have you tell Rich about that.
Yeah, no, we're super excited to be here, and again, just as part of the partnership this weekend, an extension of the partnership with you, we're happy to extend a preferred customer program to everyone watching today, everyone who's been here through the weekend. Essentially, with your first order, just sign up for that preferred customer program. That'll be added to your cart for free, and then you're going to get a discount moving forward on all purchases for 20%. So it's a great program. It extends just from this weekend to all future purchases. So again, just happy to be here and happy to be able to extend that to the CrossFit community.
Now, almost as importantly, I told Josh now he's been here, he's got to jump in because there's no excuse now. We've seen the Masters.
Yeah, there's no excuse of like, oh, I'm too old or, you know, it's too late for me. I think this event proves that, hey, it's not too old. Never too late to start.
Gotcha, sucker.
Gotcha.
All right, thanks again to Advocare.
And let me echo what Rory said. Thanks to Advocare for helping us put on the 2022 Legends Championship. We are still going to crown more champions as we are far from done here on the final day of competition. We're going to take another quick break, but when we return, the 45 to 49-year-old women will be up next as we continue competition at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Championship Sunday continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. 45 to 49-year-old women are up next with their final heat, and we kick it off with event number 8, the first half of this back-to-back finale, Old School 1.
Yeah, and we're looking at 12, 9, and 6 reps of bar muscle-ups and front squats. These ladies will be using 125 pounds on that front squat. They have a 4-minute cap on this event, and then there's a 1-minute reset before we do event 9.
Carol Mezen is your overall leader coming into this event. She'll be out of lane number 5, looking to win her second Legends Championship. She stood atop the podium in 2019.
Yeah, very impressive to be looking at that championship at 48 years old, Sean. So the older age range.
Event 8 here. You've seen it.
12 bar muscle ups to start off, and then into the 12 front squats.
And the time to beat for this age group is 3:38, and that was set by Shannon Schleifer in the heat before. And Shannon was unbroken on all sets of her bar muscle ups, super fast. So far, Carol's going unbroken. Tiffany Kempton almost done with that first set.
And Tiffany Kempton to the barbell for the first time, working through her front squats. And now Mezen is off the pull-up bar. 125 pounds on the barbell, and Kempton having little trouble with that.
Yeah. It's very easy for Tiffany Kempton. A lot of these other ladies breaking up the first set of 12. You saw Elizabeth Weir in the bottom corner of your screen kind of struggle with that first rep on the front squat, but she's got that bar up now.
And Tiffany Kempton, right side of your screen, lane 7, cranking through her second set of bar muscle ups. When she hits 33 on her rep count, she'll move back to the barbell for another set of 9. Kim Van Zanten in lane 6 is not able to get a rep here, and that's trouble for her because she's now essentially out of the race for the podium.
Tiffany, quick little breath with that bar on her shoulders.
Tiffany Kempton coming in with 496 points, looking for her second event win of the competition. She won CJ, event number 5. Now she is through her round of 9. And here comes Carol Mezen, your overall leader, to the barbell for the second time. Kempton in lane 7 in the background there on her final set of 6 bar muscle ups. Well, Kim Van Zanten was able to get through her first set of 12, and now she's onto the barbell.
Like you said, Sean, that's really going to set her back from that podium race. Tiffany Kempton, who's a newcomer to this division. She was in the 40 to 44-year-old division at Legends last year. Chasing down that time of 3:38 that Shannon Schleifer set in the heat previous to this.
Kempton back to the barbell for the final time. She came in 5th place overall, and she is not out of the podium race herself and could really vault herself up the overall standings with an event win here. She's only 18 points back of Van Zanten for 3rd place, and Van Zanten is only on her first round of front squat. So Kempton is done, and she will get across the finish line.
Looks like she'll beat Schleifer's time, but she's really close.
3:40.90 seconds.
10 seconds.
So she just misses Schleifer's time by 2 seconds right there. But it'll still be a huge move from Tiffany Kempton on her charge up the leaderboard to get onto that podium.
She'll earn 94 points with the 2nd place finish. and the only woman to finish that event inside the time cap. That's Kim Van Zanten, who struggled on those bar muscle-ups and may have just surrendered third place overall to Tiffany Kempton. Updated standings unofficially. Mezin is still your leader. Jen Dieter, who has already gone, now sits in second. Karen Rieger, who has also already gone, sits in third. Shannon Schliefer has already gone as well. So Tiffany Kempton right now looks like she sits in second place. Old School 2.
This time it's an ascending rep scheme, 6, 9, 12. We have strict handstand push-ups and then sandbag cleans at 100 pounds for these ladies. They're against a 3-minute time cap, so very aggressive time cap on this second part of this 2-part finale. These strict handstand push-ups, they can die fast, so you need to make sure that your sets are quick and recoverable on those handstand push-ups. And then you're gonna see these ladies right here, they have to pull an arm off of the bag. And so the control on the clean is gonna be critical to doing well at this event. Reps to beat were set by Jen Botcher in the previous heat. She got through 30 repetitions. There's Angie Penny right there, who lost the lead to Carol Mezin yesterday.
Andrea Maida in lane 1 is you're going to be her first woman done with round number 1 as she moves back to the handstand push-up wall. Far right side of your screen is Annie-Claude Delisle.
She lost a shoe on that kick up right there.
And here comes Elizabeth Weir heading back to the handstand push-up wall. Lane 4, Angie Penny as well, and Carol Mezin is done with her first round as Velvet Minnick gets to the bag for the first time. But Maida in lane 1 is your leader right now as we are at the halfway mark of this event. Now a no rep for Maida. Weir and Penny trying to catch her for the lead in this heat, but now Maida is off the wall and going back to the bag for her round of 9.
Tiffany Kempton making her way back to the wall for her second round.
Kempton, 5th place overall coming in. And it looked like she was in at least second coming into this event, but we'll have to wait for the standings to shake out. But she earned 94 points by finishing second in that last event, so really helping her cause for the podium and working her way through her set of 9 handstand push-ups.
Quick pause there for Kempton, but chipping away.
Andrea Maida is trying to get to the 30 rep mark to get into her 3rd round.
20 seconds.
And there it is. So 15 seconds remain for Maida.
10 seconds.
She's through 3 reps, now 4.
2, 1, time.
So Maida with 34 total reps in that event. And now we got to wait and see how the standings shake out as far as the race for the podium is concerned.
Great job from Andrea Maida there. Don't forget, Jen Botcher had 30 reps in the heat prior to this.
Unofficial standings here. Carol Mezin is going to wind up as your 45 to 49-year-old champion. Angie Penny is in second, and it's Kempton, Tiffany Kempton in third. To keep up to date on all the standings and leaderboards, you can go to legendscomp.com as we continue to crown champions today.
This could be the second crown that Carol Mezin wears in the 45 to 49-year-old division. So very impressive to be on the back half of that age division and winning it again. Hug from Tiffany Kempton right there.
The 45 to 49-year-old men coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, action continues at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Time to crown another champion here at the Legends Championship. 45 to 49-year-old men, their final heat, making their way onto the floor. Glad you're with us today, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez are checking in with us throughout the day as well. Event number 8 is up next. Here are your overall standings for the men. Jason Luukkonen clinging to a 4-point lead over Jason Grubb. Ryan Redke with a 30-point cushion over Jeremiah Head for that third and final spot on the podium. Old School 1 is up first.
And it is a sprint event, Sean. 12, 9, 6 bar muscle-ups and front squats at 185 pounds for these gentlemen. And they're doing it against a 4-minute time cap. If they finish a little early, they'll get a little extra rest. Otherwise, it's only a 1-minute rest before they start event 9. Keys to this event, you gotta go unbroken, especially if you think you're gonna win it. And if you're not gonna go unbroken, your rest better be very minimal. This is a fast and aggressive time cap. There's no time to even think, Sean, only time to do.
Here are the lane assignments for the final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men, Jason Grubb and Jason Luukkonen. The top 2 men in the overall standings will be right next to each other. Luukkonen with a 4-point lead. He's on the left side over Jason Grubb. Grubb trying to become the 3-time Legends champion.
We talked about it earlier. I love that this is a 2-part event, especially for what different athletes Grubb and Luukkonen are. Grubb being a little more of a high-skill athlete, Luukkonen being a grinder of an athlete.
We are underway. 12 bar muscle-ups to start.
You guys have seen it. We're gonna run
Lanes 4 and 5. That's the battle for first place.
Both Jasons with some smooth and easy bar muscle-ups right there. Jason Grubb catching almost locked out on those bar muscle-ups. See Jeremiah Head in the corner struggling on a couple reps there.
The final rep for Grubb, and he will be one of the first men to the barbell. Luukkonen right behind him. Todd Edmonds in lane 2 is there as well, and then lanes 6, 7, and 8 all starting their front squats. That's Ryan Redke, Vlad Leskovich, and Dustin Owen.
You can see Luukkonen trying to push the pace on those front squats right there and catch Jason Grubb. The question is, will it cost him when he gets to the pull-up bar?
Jeremiah's got 3 more bar muscle-ups. Moving the barbell, here we go.
Grubb and Luukkonen back to the pull-up bar at the same time. Now, assuming Grubb and Luukkonen finish in the top 3 in this event, that's a 4-point difference between places.
Yep.
So all Grubb has got to do is beat Luukkonen by 1 spot if they both finish inside the top 3 to tie him in points. Or pardon me, it's a 6-point deficit. So if they don't finish inside the top 3, it would only be 1 spot. But Grubb, if he can win the event, can pick up at least 6 points on Luukkonen. The second set of front squats for Jason Grubb, and second set now for Luukkonen.
Jason's got about 2 reps on Jason Luukkonen right there.
9 front squats.
Grubb is done. And he's going to chalk his hands. Luukkonen staying right with him. Now, we thought coming into this event would be more in Grubb's wheelhouse, but the next one could really favor Luukkonen.
Exactly. Jason Grubb is kind of one of those more high-skill athletes. He does good with the gymnastics workouts and events, whereas Jason Luukkonen's a little bit more of a grinder, and so that sandbag is going to really favor Jason Luukkonen in the second event.
Grubb
so
right to work on his final 6 here.
Yeah, he really needs to win this and beat Luukkonen.
The Grubb is done, so he is going to pick up points on Jason Luukkonen.
That was huge. Not only that, he gets a couple extra seconds of rest.
Well, Luukkonen's got to hustle here because he doesn't want to have any prior times factor in.
You always got to remember, you're not just racing your heat, you're racing the entire field.
If these two are 1 and 2, it will be a 2-point lead now for Grubb heading into that final event.
Ryan Rettke finishing his front squats.
The Rettke is in as we have 30 seconds remaining in this event. Leskovich is across. And Leskovich is going to finish 4th in the heat.
John Gleich put on a great show yesterday with those rope climbs and wall balls, and he makes it just in time.
Gleich with a couple seconds to spare, but it's Jason Grubb now who looks to have the overall lead heading into the final event. The question is by how many points. It will be at least 2. 690 now to 688. Grubb in front. Ryan Rettke has pretty much locked up at 3rd place as Mike Kern and Justin LaSala have all already competed. So the good news is for Luukkonen, he's only got to beat Grubb by 1 spot.
It's going to be tough, though. So we have an ascending rep scheme now of 6, 9, 12, strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans. And again, I think both these guys will be just fine on those sandbag cleans. It's the strict handstand push-ups. Excuse me, I think they'll actually both be fine on the handstand push-ups. It's the sandbag cleans where I think Luukkonen can take Jason Grubb.
If this one were to come down to a tie break, Luukkonen would have the edge because right now he has 3 event wins to Grubb's 2.
Yep.
6 strict handstand push-ups to start off here.
We're going to have quick transitions here.
It's going to come down to this sandbag.
And Grubb is going to get there just ahead of Luukkonen.
Justin in 8, Jason. John's down here in lane 1. There's your 1 through 4. They got 6 of them with that 150 pounds.
Luukkonen took a second to get that thing situated before he got a rep in.
You can see both guys struggled a little bit. Again, that standard of having to take your hand off makes it really different.
But now Luukkonen has got things sorted. He has a good pace going here, looking to overtake Grubb for the lead. But Grubb doing a good job of staying with Luukkonen. He's got 1 rep remaining, does Grubb, before he starts round 2. So Grubb is done. Does a good job of heaving that bag forward. Luukkonen still has another rep to go, so Grubb's got a chance to kind of open a lead here if he gets right to work.
Yep. Jason's got to stay on that pace on that sandbag, though. Jason Grubb.
Luukkonen is going to break, and Grubb is done. That is big for Jason Grubb.
Jason Grubb smells blood in the water right now, Sean. You saw Luukkonen having to break on those handstand push-ups.
And Luukkonen just broke again. And Grubb not even looking over his shoulder to see what Luukkonen's doing. He's just getting right to work on the sandbag. He's got 2 reps down. This is the round of 9. Now here comes Luukkonen. So now 3 reps in the bag for Jason Grubb. 4 reps done of his 9. When he gets to 30, Grubb will be done with round 2. Now 1 minute remaining. Now Luukkonen getting to work.
Luukkonen's judge just told him, you need to face me.
Dustin Owen is also on the bag as well. And he's gotten himself between Grubb and Luukkonen, so that's helping out Jason Grubb right now. But as long as Grubb just finishes ahead of Luukkonen, he's going to win the championship.
Luukkonen really struggling with that bag more than I had expected. Grubb on pace.
So Grubb is
Not
done
faltering.
and rolls the bag forward. And now he's into his round of 12. He's just got to keep Luukkonen in his rearview mirror. 15 seconds to go.
And
Grubb kicking up.
Luukkonen looking gassed on that bag right now. This is so big for Jason Grubb.
And Jason Grubb is going to do it. 3-time Legends champion.
Wow.
Finishing strong here.
Great job from Jason Grubb, and that is why he is one of your most dominant Masters competitors we've seen thus far. 3-time Games champ and now 3-time Legends champ.
790 points for Grubb. Jason Luukkonen is going to finish in second. And it's Ryan Retke who hangs on to third. Vlad Leskovich moves himself into fourth, and it's Jeremiah Head rounding out the top 5. But a great effort, back-to-back wins for Jason Grubb.
And we knew it was going to be a battle between the two Jasons on this first event. Jason Grubb just a little bit quicker on those bar muscle-ups, getting himself to that front squat bar just a little ahead of Jason Luukkonen, and he's able to edge him out and earn the extra points he needed over Luukkonen going into event 9 in the lead. And then event 9 starts and Jason Grubb is able to get to that bag a little bit quicker than Luukkonen. We thought Luukkonen would be able to take Jason Grubb on this bag, but Jason held strong on those cleans, ends up with not only the event win and not only the weekend win, but his 3rd Legends championship. Congratulations, Jason Grubb.
We still have more champions to crown here at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete from CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. The 40 to 44-year-old women are up next. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto. We have Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez helping us out throughout the day as well. Overall standings coming into these final 2 events for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Julia Kenyon, the only woman above the 600-point mark. Amy Edelman comfortably in second by 28 points over Amanda Cummins, but Cummins only a 6-point lead on Rachel Sessa for that final spot on the podium. Event number 8 is Old School 1.
12, 9, and 6 repetitions of bar muscle-ups and front squats at 125 pounds for these ladies. There's a 4-minute time cap on this event, and then they'll go into a 1-minute rest. So if you finish a little earlier than that 4-minute time cap, you do earn yourself a little extra rest before going into that final event, event 9. Keys to this event, keys to getting yourself some extra rest. Go unbroken, and if you're not going to go unbroken, make sure you minimize your rest, because if you can get yourself a couple extra seconds, you're going to want it.
Lane assignments for this 4th and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Overall leader Julia Kenyon will be in lane number 5. She has had an impressive competition so far, has yet to finish lower than 14th, and that was her worst finish of the competition, but everything else inside the top 4, including 3 event wins.
Yep. She was so...
Well, the battle for 3rd place is going to take place in lanes 3. That's where Rachel Sessa is. She's 6 points back, and in lane 6 is Amanda Cummins.
Amanda Cummins was 2nd place last year at this event.
Christina here, lane 1. Raylan, lane 2. Rachel here, lane 3.
Raylan Batdorf also has a possibility of getting herself onto the podium.
Amanda looking good on this first set of bar muscle ups. Little pause at the top, catch a breath, use that eccentric portion.
Rachel Sessa in lane 3 is your leader. She only has 1 rep to go, and she is done. So Sessa to the barbell. Again, 4th place overall for her. She was 6 points back of Amanda Cummins for 3rd. And there is Amanda Cummins getting to the barbell and her front squats.
Julia Kenyon fast on that bar. No surprise after watching her on those wall balls last night, Sean. She's powering through that 125-pound front squat.
The final rep for Sessa. She will advance her barbell. Cummins is done as well, so Cummins staying right with Rachel Sessa. Sessa through now 26 of the 54 total reps.
Judge's hand is up. She only has 4 reps to go on this set of 9 bar muscle ups. Amanda Cummins right behind her. She comes off the bar and opens up the door for Rachel Sessa to open the lead even a little bigger on her.
That's the last rep for Sessa. She goes back to the barbell now. 9 front squats for Rachel Sessa. Her best finish in this competition was a 3rd place in CJ. That was the clean and bar facing burpee event at the 21-15-9 rep scheme. Now Cummins starting to struggle a little bit on those bar muscle ups. And now a failed rep for Amanda Cummins. So Rachel Sessa trying to make up 6 points on Cummins for the final spot on the podium. And Sessa is done with 90 seconds to get through this last round.
This is big for Rachel Sessa. There's a few more athletes that have put themselves in between her and Rachel and Amanda Cummins.
Kenyon, Lane, and Brandt all between Sessa and Cummins right now as Cummins is back to the barbell for her 2nd set. 9 reps for Cummins on those front squats as Sessa on the left side of your screen continues to work through her final set of 6 bar muscle ups. Final rep here. And now 6 reps remain for Rachel Sessa, looking to bring home her first event win of this competition. It would come at the perfect time for her.
6 reps and she will be finished here. 45 seconds.
Rachel Sessa is done, and Rachel Sessa will get across the finish line and win her heat and looks to put herself inside the top 3. 3:30.10 seconds.
That was big for Rachel Sessa right there. Amanda Cummins back on that pull-up bar.
There goes Julia Kenyon across the finish line, the overall leader.
10 seconds.
Amanda Cummins is struggling on those bar muscle ups. But Cummins is ahead of Batdorf, another woman who is chasing her. But Rachel Sessa, one of 2 women in that heat to finish the event inside the 4-minute time cap, now looks like she's inside the top 3. And she is. She moves into 2nd place. Bex Thompson and Sarah Blunk have already competed, so that means Elizabeth Lane right now sits in 3rd, followed by Amanda Cummins. But Bex Thompson now has to worry about Lane and Cummins as Rachel Sessa has moved into 2nd place overall. Old School 2 closes us out here.
Right. 6, 9, and 12 repetitions now of strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans. And for these ladies, it's going to be 100 pounds on that sandbag, all within a 3-minute time cap. Bex Thompson actually set the score to beat in the previous heat, and that was 35 reps. is what she got through. So we'll see if any of these ladies can catch or pass Bex Thompson's 35 reps.
No problem for Rachel Sessa on those first set of handstand push-ups. Cummins and Kenyon right with her. Now on to the bag for the 6 cleans.
And Kenyon going for that touch and go, as is Cummins.
Now this is where Cummins can really do some damage.
Yep.
And she is done. Sessa still has 2 reps remaining. So Kenyon and Cummins going back.
You got to wonder though, she was having trouble on those bar muscle ups. Will she start to struggle on those strict handstand push-ups as well? Looks good so far.
Elizabeth Lane in lane 7 is now in 3rd place, trying to hold off Amanda Cummins, and Cummins is ahead of her. Lane is walking back on the right side of your screen to start her second set of handstand pushes. Cummins and Kenyon are done with their rounds of 9, and they are on their round of 9 cleans. And Cummins continues to lead here.
Cummins is so fast on the sandbag cleans.
Now Rachel Sessa has moved back to the bag.
Just over a minute for these ladies.
For the 30 rep mark, Cummins will be done. Kenyon's done. So Cummins just got a no rep. She has 1 remaining. So Kenyon is back to the wall in the lead.
45 seconds.
And now here comes Cummins. Now Cummins has got Sessa between herself and Lane as Cummins tries to catch Lane for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. And we still have scores now from the prior heat that are going to factor in. So 30 seconds to go. Lane is off the wall on the right side of your screen to go start her set of 9. Cummins just trying to get as many handstand push-ups as she can here with now 20 seconds remaining.
15 seconds.
Kenyon has the lead with 38 reps, and that's the best score we've seen so far. Should be her 4th event win.
3, 2, 1, time.
And she will get credit for that rep. So Julia Kenyon closes out with a tie for 1st place. But more importantly, she is your champion in the 40 to 44-year-old division.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out because Amanda Cummins was able to beat Rachel Sessa there. And actually, there was a couple ladies between her and Rachel Sessa because Bex Thompson had a score of 35 reps previous.
Well, Amanda Cummins was able to do enough to keep herself on the podium. She was on the outside looking in, coming into that final event, but with 684 points, she will wind up in 3rd. Rachel Sessa stays in 2nd, and your champion, Julia Kenyon, who puts up 4 event wins in this competition.
Rachel Sessa put a hard charge to get herself into that podium spot, going unbroken on all of her bar muscle-ups. And while Amanda Cummins looked good on that first set of 12 bar muscle-ups, she started to struggle in the sets of 9. And then Rachel Sessa walked right through that open door and got herself an event win. Great job from Rachel Sessa. We go over to Kenyon on the event 9, strict handstand push-ups and sandbag clean. Kenyon was quick on those handstand push-ups, gave Cummins a run for her money. And overall, it is Julia Kenyon who wins it for the women from the 40 to 44-year-old division. Rachel Sessa and Amanda Cummins coming in 2nd and 3rd place.
We have 3 heats remaining as the 4th and final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship grinds to a close. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez are here with us as well. The 40 to 44-year-old men are up next with their final heat. Here are your overall standings coming in. Rudy Berger with an 8-point lead over Jonathan Varela for 1st. Chicho Quesada is in third place. He is 38 points up on Roy Viger.
Rudy Berger, this past year's 40 to 44 games champion. Jonathan Varela was 8th place at the games this year. Going into event 8, old school 1 for time, 12, 9, and 6 repetitions of bar muscle ups and front squats at 185 pounds for these gentlemen. That's all against a 4-minute time cap. They'll have a 1-minute rest. We'll reset for event 9. Keys to this event, you gotta go unbroken, as we just saw with Rachel Cessna. It is so important to be able to go unbroken, but if you're not going to, you better minimize the rest in between your sets, because this is a fast and aggressive time cap on this event.
Here are the lane assignments for this final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men. Jonathan Varela and Rudy Berger. They are separated by just 8 points in the overall standings. In order for Varela to erase that deficit in this event, he would have to win, or at least finish inside the top 3, and then get 1 or 2 people between himself and Berger. So it's going to be hard for him to erase that 8-point deficit if Berger stays close to him in one event.
Right. Well, we've seen crazy things happen on this final event. Nothing's impossible.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, Chicho Quesada.
Yeah.
Here we go.
False start almost.
Would have drawn a flag on that one, but
4 minutes. 4-minute time cap.
they let it go, and we are underway.
Reps keep 12, 9, 6 bar muscle up front squat.
Well, Chris Henderson in lane 2.
Yeah.
Just
Upright, no problem on those bar muscle ups.
barely looking like he's working right now. And he is your leader. He's through now 8 of those 12 opening reps. Varela and Berger rep for rep, but Anderson's going to be the first man done. He heads to the 185-pound barbell to start his first set of 12 front squats, and as Roy Viger following him. Varela
to the bar right before Berger. He's got about 2 front squats in before Rudy picks up the bar.
Varela in lane 4, second man from camera. Rudy Berger with the headband on. As Chris Anderson is done. And he'll head back for his set of 9 bar muscle ups. Varela is done. And Varela gets right back to work. Here comes Rudy Berger. The Varela has got to make up 8 points on Jonathan Varela.
Which means he can't just beat him, Sean. He needs to put at least one gentleman in between himself and Rudy Berger.
And that is assuming that Varela would win the event and earn 100 points.
Right.
The next spot in second place is good for 94. So Berger would have to finish 3rd or lower if Varela wins this event. So Varela is now on the lead pace along with Viger and Anderson. Varela on the right side of your screen. Anderson is on the left. And now here comes Rudy Berger on the far right side of your screen. But Varela opening up a lead on Rudy Berger.
And he's got some favors. He definitely has his countryman Chicho Quesada in between them.
Varela back to the pull-up bar. 90 seconds here before we hit the time cap.
Jonathan is so good at just getting right back up on that bar, on that pull-up bar. Jonathan doing himself some favors right now.
Varela in first place now in the heat. Anderson and Viger and Doust are all ahead of Berger, so Varela could erase that deficit here in this event. He's looking at a win here if he can hold off Anderson, who is making his way to the barbell as well. Varela right to work.
And Anderson and Viger and Chicho doing Varela some favors by staying in between Varela and Rudy Berger right now.
Chris.
Varela is done, and he will move across the finish line for the event win. Now here comes Chris Anderson in. Varela at 3:13.80 seconds. And now Roy Viger is across. There is Rudy Berger. And now Chicho Quesada comes across. Berger may be able to beat him in, and we'll have to see. That was a good move by Berger to slide, and he is going to do it. So Berger saving himself some precious points there with that veteran move of trying to slide across the finish line.
But in the heat before, Greg Hotzbell had a 3:29, so that will stay in between Varela and Berger as well.
So that means that Berger would slide to 5th, which means that Varela picked up 20 points on him, which means it looks like unofficially it'll be a 12-point lead for Varela over Berger heading into the final event. But we have to wait on the official scoring.
This final has not disappointed, Sean, that is for sure. It is the perfect leaderboard shakeup.
And it is going to be more than a 12-point deficit. It is going to be a sizable deficit. It is going to be 18 points that Berger's got to make up on Varela here in this final event. Ryle and Medford have already gone, but now Varela with an 18-point cushion over Rudy Berger heading into event 9.
And that is ascending reps of 6, 9, 12. Strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. 3-minute cap. We have yet to see anybody finish this event so far. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go. You gotta be manageable on these strict handstand push-ups. You gotta make sure that it's something you can recover from, and then you gotta make sure you're able to control that clean.
Lane 5, Rudy Berger is off first. Now Varela is right behind him, along with Chuck Brem and Chris Anderson. Berger has really got to do some work here and get some help in the process.
Varela just caught up to Berger on these cleans right here.
Now Varela going touch and go is the Berger's got to drop that thing with every rep. Now he's going touch and go because he realizes Varela is doing the same. So 1 rep remains for Varela. Now he has overtaken Berger here. Berger is done and moved back to the handstand push-up wall. Lane 7 is Chuck Brem, and he is in 3rd place right now.
Rudy saw it. He's running to that wall. He's definitely quicker than Varela on those handstand push-ups.
And now Varela with a break, so Berger has an opportunity here. And he gets through, but Varela has been extremely fast on the bag, at least he was in round number 1. So here comes Rudy Berger in the lead here as we are at the halfway point of this event. Less than 90 seconds to go. This is the round of 9 now. And Varela is still back on the wall in lane 7. Here comes Chuck Brem. So Berger getting some help from him. And now in lane 2, Chris Anderson has moved ahead of Varela, and Varela just got hit with a no rep. So Varela at the top of your screen, kicking back up and starting to struggle with these handstand push-ups. 5 reps remain now for Rudy Berger in his round of 9, and now another no rep for Varela. Right now, Berger has 2 people between himself and Varela in this event. And Varela finally gets himself off the wall. Martin Dowse is done as well over in lane number 1, far left side of your screen.
Varela really needs to make up some time on these cleans.
So 2 reps to go now for Berger before he can head back to the handstand push-up wall. If he can get there, he can really start to put some distance between himself and Varela again. And there may be some times in the prior heats that will factor in. 20 seconds left, final rep for Rudy Berger. And Rudy Berger has got to hustle back and try to get as many reps as he can here as he tries to erase an 18-point deficit to Varela. 5 seconds left.
2, 1, time.
And Berger got through 3, so 33 total reps for Rudy Berger to win the heat. He had to make up 18 points Now, if Berger wins that event,
and he at least has Tim Sanchez from the previous heat in with 30 repetitions.
if he wins that event, Varella's going to have to finish at least 5th. And it doesn't look like it was enough. Varela is going to wind up beating Berger by 8 points. Chris Anderson with a strong finish will wind up in 3rd. Brem and Casada rounding out the top 5. So Jonathan Varela, who came in trying to erase an 8-point deficit, will leave with an 8-point victory.
That final event did not disappoint again. We've seen so many lead changes happen on these final 2 events. We knew that this 40 to 44-year-old male race was going to be tough, and that's exactly what it was. Jonathan Varela goes into this second, penultimate event, 8 points behind Rudy Berger, and he puts on the gas, goes unbroken and easy on all of his muscle-ups. Super smooth on those front squats, ends up with an event win. 3 minutes and 13 seconds unofficially. Puts himself ahead of Rudy Berger. But going into this 9th event, Rudy Berger takes the lead over Jonathan Varela. Much faster on the handstand push-ups, even though Varela was good on that bag. Varela starts failing those handstand push-ups, opens the door for Rudy Berger to take over the lead, not just in the event, but possibly the entire competition. But Jonathan Varela was able to hold off Rudy Berger, ends up winning Legends 2022 male 40 to 44 division.
2 heats remain. Women 35 to 39 up next here as the 4th and final day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship comes to a close here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. Glad you're with us, everybody. It's been exciting over these past couple of events. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez have been joining us throughout the day. Standings for the 35 to 39-year-old women coming in. Amy Morton with an 8-point lead over Allison Stahl. The 2 of them have been trading the lead throughout this entire competition, and it's Jamie Latimer who is comfortably in 3rd place. She's got to make up 38 points on Stahl to finish in 2nd.
I'm sweating thinking about this final.
Event number 8, old school, number 1.
Well, number 1, event 8, 12, 9, and 6 repetitions of bar muscle-ups and front squats at 125 pounds for these ladies. And they're all doing it against a 4-minute time cap. Finish early, earn yourself a little extra rest. Otherwise, there's only 1 minute of rest before you start event 9. Keys to this event and getting yourself some extra rest, you gotta go unbroken. And if you're not gonna go unbroken, you better minimize the rest because this is a fast and aggressive time cap.
30 seconds.
Here are your lane assignments for the final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women. Amy Morton, your overall leader, will be in lane number 5. Allison Stahl right next to her in lane 4, trying to make up an 8-point deficit.
We've seen such a great race between these 2 ladies all weekend long.
Between the 2 of them, they have won every event in this competition except for 1. That was Gran Torino that took place yesterday. And they tied for 1st in event 2, Benjamin Button. 12 bar muscle-ups to kick things off here.
Real nice upright catch from Amy Morton in lane 5 right there. We've seen a lot of people look really good on the set of 12 though, and then kind of falter on the set of 9. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with these ladies. Time to beat, Sean, is 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and that was set by Jess Kreisman in the prior heat. So we'll be watching for that 3:20 clock.
Legends Championship is proud to partner with Reebok. Reebok's top training shoes are built for the most intensive workouts, including the ones you're seeing here. Check out their entire line at Reebok.com. Amy Morton is your early leader. She is in lane 5, advancing her barbell.
See her bring those hands together, try to get some of that pressure off the forearm and the grip.
And Morton with plenty of experience at the CrossFit Games. She was on Ocean State's team that finished 14th in 2017. She was at the Atlas Games this season as an individual. She took 10th there.
Like you said, a lot of high competition, high-level competition experience.
We're 90 seconds in, athletes, we are 90 seconds in.
I like how relaxed she looks. Easy 9 reps right there for Amy Morton.
Amy, lane 5. Valerie's done moving her barbell there in lane 8.
Now Morton
switches over to that easier grip right there, puts the thumbs right at the throat. Takes a little pressure off those forearms and grips.
Morton with a couple reps remaining before she will be done with round number 2. In lane 6, that's Jamie Latimer, who came in trailing Allison Stahl by 38 points. And right now, Latimer is ahead of Stahl, but not by enough in order to make a giant dent in that deficit.
Allison kind of struggling on this second set of bar muscle-ups.
Stahl back to the barbell.
Look at Amy, so smooth on those bar muscle-ups.
The Stahl is through as Morton is done with the event, and Amy Morton is going to pick up her 4th, make that 5th event win.
And she's also going to pick up an extra minute of rest, Sean, and that is critical when you're only looking at a minute of rest.
2:55.09 seconds. April Payne in lane 7 is your leader on the floor. Jamie Latimer on the left, heading back for her final set of front squats. So Payne is going to get in inside that time cap, 3:23.75 seconds.
30 seconds.
And now Jamie Latimer just trying to take a small bite out of the lead that Allison Stahl has over her for second place. And she's going to get across the finish line. That's going to be big for her.
She almost looked like she was in pain or kind of crying right there. Allison Stahl finishing up.
3, 2, 1.
And Stahl's going to get through all the work, but not get herself across the finish line. Morton's going to win. It's her 5th of the competition. And she will have a stranglehold on the top spot on the overall leaderboard.
Shaking those arms out, getting ready for those strict handstand push-ups.
Now 750 points, so a 52-point lead over Stahl for first. Latimer does take a good chunk out of that lead that Stahl had over her for second. She now trails her by just 14 points coming into this final event.
Final event, Sean, event 9, old school 2. Ascending rep scheme here, 6, 9, and then 12 reps of strict handstand push-ups and sandbag cleans at 100 pounds for these ladies, all against a 3-minute clock.
The final heat is underway.
Our athletes going to be finishing up their weekend here with event 9 here at the 2022 Legends Championship.
Got to make sure that you have quick and recoverable sets, especially on these strict handstand push-ups. When they go, they go. And then, of course, as we see Amy Morton getting to the bag right here, you got to be able to control that clean at the top. See Amy going touch and go with no problem.
Morton trying to go back-to-back here and leave no doubt. And she will be the first woman back to the wall for now her set of 9 handstand push-ups.
Stacy in lane 1. Jamie in lane 6. Stacy is back. Round of 9. Amy, lane 5. Stacy, lane 1.
3 more reps for Amy. Starting to slow down just a little.
6,
You're shaking those arms out.
Morton continuing to work. Meanwhile, over in lane 1, Stacy Marino has joined her at the bag for the second time. And here comes Jamie Latimer. So Jamie Latimer is ahead of Allison Stahl. That deficit is only 14 points for second place between Stahl and Latimer. Morton is done. More than halfway through the event here. Now the question is, can Jamie Latimer knock another 14 points off of Allison Stahl's lead?
Allison starting to fail some of those handstand push-ups.
Latimer's got to get 30 reps in to move back to the handstand push-up wall. And right now she's at 28, so 2 reps remain for her on the bag as Morton looks to begin her set of 12 handstand push-ups. And now Stahl is at the bag, but
Jamie's got a lot of reps on Allison already.
But Latimer is now done. So if she can get some handstand push-ups in here, remember scores from prior heats, it's only a 14-point deficit. That can be made up pretty quickly here. And Latimer could find herself in second place overall as Morton is on the cruise control right now with 20 seconds remaining.
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
Morton gonna make it back to the back. She looks excited to make it back too.
And Morton knows that she's got this thing in the bag, and that's gonna do it. So Amy Morton, in her first appearance here at the Legends Championship, is gonna take the 35 to 39-year-old division, and she's gonna do it with back-to-back event wins.
Great job from Amy Morton. She actually only gave up that first place position once, and that was yesterday, Midday. Took it back last night. 2 event wins here to finish out her first appearance.
And how about Jamie Latimer? She came in 38 points back of Stahl for second place and winds up beating her by 10. Allison Stahl will stay on the podium in third place, and it's April Payne in fourth. And Latimer is in some distress there. I don't know if those are tears of joy or if she's just that tired, but a great accomplishment for Jamie Latimer, who needed to make up 38 points on Allison Stahl coming in. She makes up 48, and she winds up in second place overall. Amy Morton, though, is going to win the entire thing. Back-to-back event wins to close things out.
Yeah, Amy Morton started this competition very dominant. Like I said, she gave up a few points yesterday in the lead, but she took it back, and then she came back with a vengeance tonight to finish off this competition. Just absolutely annihilates event 8, goes unbroken, looks terrific. Comes in for event 9 after a little extra rest. Unbroken on her first 2 sets of handstand push-ups. Touch and go on all those sandbag cleans. Puts the seal on her first championship here at the Legends Championships. Congratulations, Amy Morton.
And now 1 heat remains, as we only have 1 division left where we need to crown a champion, and that is the men, the 35 to 39-year-olds. Thanks for staying with us today on this 4th and final day of competition from CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Roy McKernan and Tommy Marquez have been checking in with us throughout the day. As now we have come down to the final heat. Ryan Smith is your overall leader by 30 points over Michael Paas. David Syvertson is trying to hold off Chad Cackert for that final spot on the podium. He only leads him by 6 points. Event number 8 is Old School 1.
12, 9, and 6 repetitions of bar muscle-ups and front squats at 185 pounds. And that's with a 4-minute time cap. So very aggressive time cap on this amount of work. There'll be a 1-minute rest and reset before we start the finale event, event 9. Keys to getting yourself through this event: you've got to go unbroken, and if you're not going to go unbroken, you better minimize that rest. If you're gonna win it though, you gotta stay unbroken on the whole thing. That's exactly what Brett Stanhope and Ikaika Pascua did before.
Here are your lane assignments for this final heat of the competition as we get set to crown a champion in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Right now, it is Ryan Smith who has the overall lead, but the man in lane 4, Michael Paas, has a chance to overtake him if Ryan Smith bobbles these last two events.
It's not out of the question, Sean. We've seen it happen all day long.
We have seen some sizable deficits get made up, including a 38.1 in that last heat for the women.
Go. All right, here we go.
So time to beat, if we're looking at the heat before, Brett Stanhope, 3 minutes and 5 seconds unofficially. Right behind him was Ikaika Pascua at 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
Well, the deficit that Michael Paas has got to make up here is 28 points. We saw a 38-point deficit get erased in the prior heat from the 35 to 39-year-old women. 12 bar muscle ups to get things kicked off here.
We've seen a lot of athletes be able to go unbroken on this set of 12, but it's a set of 9 that's come back to bite a lot of these competitors.
Lane 3, Chad Cackert, one of the guys trying to get himself inside the top 3, was among the first group of men to that barbell. So now all 8 men have made it to their first set of front squats. David Syvertson is kind of struggling with this barbell a little bit.
Almost looks like he's in pain right now, like something's not right.
So Chad Cackert in lane 3, who's only 6 points back of Syvertson for third, is leading the heat. So Syvertson struggling through this first set. He's still on the barbell. This is a bit surprising as Cackert is threatening to lap him. Cackert is back to the barbell. Smith in the middle of the screen back to the barbell. And now Michael Paas in lane 4 joining Smith.
Smith looking really smooth on those front squats, super fast.
So Cackert going back to the rig for his set of 6. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining here. Michael Paas in lane 4, right behind Ryan Smith, who is the overall leader. So Michael Paas has got to get in front of Smith, and now a no rep for Paas as Smith continues to work. So Michael Paas looking like he's going to have an even bigger deficit to make up heading into the final event. Cackert and Smith back to the barbell for the final time. Here comes Michael Paas. Cackert is done. Cackert is going to pick up 100 points, and he is going to be inside the top 3. Smith is in, and in lane 7, there's Travis Flanagan. Now Michael Paas is across, and Paas is going to have a bigger deficit to make up on Ryan Smith. Lane 8, that's Andres Escobar. As David Syvertson is just gutting through this round of 9, is now Brandon Nolan is in.
Can only guess he's dealing with a little injury or something, Sean. It's very unlike David to be struggling at this 185-pound barbell like that.
Syvertson is going to get back to the pull-up bar. Chad Cackert on the left side of your screen is going to win the event. It's his third of the competition. And he is definitely inside the top 3 thanks to that effort. Ryan Smith is still your leader. He now has a 40-point lead over Michael Poss. Chad Hackert sits in third, and he has a 20-point lead over Travis Flanagan. So keep an eye now on Flanagan, as he has some work to do to put himself on the podium. Old school number 2, and there is the 150-pound sandbag.
The last event that we're going to see, 6, 9, and 12 repetitions of strict handstand push-ups, sandbag cleans at 150 pounds with a 3-minute time cap. We've yet to see anybody finish this event today. It's a super aggressive time cap. So if you are going to finish it, your sets of handstand push-ups better be quick and they better be recoverable. And you better be good on this sandbag.
We are underway and quickly through the first set of 6 handstand push-ups. Chad Hackert was the first man done, left side of your screen, and he is onto the bag right side of your screen. In lane 7 is Travis Flanagan. Flanagan's got to make up 20 points on Hackert to get himself onto the podium.
Both of these gents are going touch and go on this 150-pound bag.
6 of them, 150.
So Hackert is through round number 1, and Flanagan still has a rep to go. So Ryan Smith is the first man back to the wall. He is really in no danger of being caught here. Now lanes 7 and 8, Flanagan and Escobar back to the handstand push-ups. There's Ryan Smith working through his reps. Hackert has gotten back to the wall. And now Ryan Smith is done with his set of 9 handstand push-ups, and we are approaching the halfway point of this event.
David Syverson there just behind Ryan Smith, still working on his first set.
Here comes Andres Escobar. Should begin his second set of sandbag cleans. Ryan Smith making quick work of this thing. He's got now 5 to go to close out this round. Michael Poss walking back for his set of 9 on the left side of your screen. And now in lane 7, here is Travis Flanagan. Flanagan ahead of Chad Hackert right now, and he's getting some help. Hackert is failing reps. Rammed over in lane 2, and Brandon Nolan in lane 1. They are all on their second rounds as well. So Hackert is in trouble of surrendering third place to Ryan Flanagan, who is second from right. Flanagan with 6 reps to close out this round. Now here comes Hackert in the backwards hat to start his round of 9. We have 30 seconds to go, so Flanagan has a chance here because he's getting some help in the form of Poss, Nolan, and Escobar. He's got to make up 20 points now to get himself onto the podium. He's doing all he can to make that happen. Flanagan with 2 to go to close out this round. Probably not going to get there. But now the question is, did he do enough, and did he get enough help? Ryan Smith doesn't need any help. No question about where he's going to wind up. He is going to win the championship in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Who will join him on the podium, though, is up in the air. Michael Poss looked to be one of them. The Chad Hackert was in third place coming into the event, but he only had a 20-point lead over that man, Travis Flanagan. Now Flanagan does do it by 2 points unofficially. So Travis Flanagan on the sandbag is able to make up 22 points on Chad Hackert, and Flanagan will be the last man onto the podium.
So many lead changes, so many podium changes on these last 2 events. But there is your overall winner, Ryan Smith.
Who's that?
With a little cutie right there.
Love you.
Great job to Ryan Smith, taking the event win and the weekend win
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Joe.
Well, what a way to close out the weekend for Travis Flanagan. Makes up a 20-point deficit to get himself onto the podium, and then takes a knee, proposes to his fiancée, and is now an engaged man. Congratulations to Travis Flanagan.
How do you top that? Dear Diary, I had my best day ever today.
Congratulations to those two, and congratulations to Travis Flanagan, who did just enough to get himself onto the podium in the 35 to 39-year-old division. An exciting finish as Chad Cackert was out, then he was in, and then he was barely out after those final two events.
Well, Legends Championships does not fail to put on a great show, right?
It's been a fun 4 days here in Cookeville, Tennessee at CrossFit Mayhem. Big thanks to CrossFit Mayhem for hosting this event, the first time that we have been here and the sixth time that we have held this event, and it only looks to get bigger from here. As Travis Flanagan continues to talk to his now fiancée. Let's go down to the competition floor. Rory McKernan is with the two men responsible for organizing this competition, Bob Jennings and Joe Linton.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could just have your attention here for one moment. I'd like to pass the microphone over in just a moment, but first a big round of applause for the men who have worked blood, sweat, tears over the last 5 years to bring this event to where it is right now. That's Joe Linton and Bob Jennings.
Hey, everybody. Again, it's kind of hard to believe that 6 years ago, Joe and I had to beg 36 athletes to come do a one-day comp in our gym in Carlsbad. And today, we're on the floor in the Mecca CrossFit Mayhem, and just put on one of the greatest competitions that I've ever seen. So congratulations to you all, athletes, volunteers, staff, CrossFit Mayhem, just really a great job across the board.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the support and drive, feedback. It helps us make this competition better and just continue to strive for crazy dreams like this, like Bob said. 36 athletes year one, and now we're at Mayhem with over 300 athletes, being able to make dreams come true. And it's been a lot of fun, and we cannot wait for what you guys have up next year.
I'm gonna switch gears now just slightly and take the broadcast hat off and talk to you guys on behalf of Rich and on behalf of Mayhem and say, first and foremost, please, this doesn't happen without help from a lot of people. There were tons of them in the form of volunteers and judges who showed up this week and made this a possibility. So please give them a round of applause. And then to this amazing group of people, from a spectating point of view and also as athletes, it's an important part of our community, the Masters community. It's one that we here at Mayhem Nation are just kind of delving into, learning, partnering with people who have been here for years and who know the community and the special details and things that make you guys happy. This was a learning experience for us. When we do things at Mayhem, we like to do them well, and we like to do them big. We want to honor you guys. We want to show you off to the world, and we want this to always continue to get bigger and better. And we're committed to doing that. So thank you all for being here one more time, and a big round of applause for the athletes and everybody who helped us put on this event.
Big thanks to Bob and Joe for putting on this event, and echo what Rory just said. Big thanks to all the volunteers and judges who helped get this event off the ground. Competition is done, but we are not. It has been a busy 4 days. We're going to recap everything with our post show, and then we have the award ceremony coming up after that. So a lot more to come here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We just saw a boatload of fitness over these past 4 days at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete, and Centurion Boats wants you to have the best Christmas ever. Scan the QR code on your screen for more information. Thanks so much for staying with us, everybody, here in Cookeville, Tennessee at CrossFit Mayhem. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Tommy Marquez will be checking in here in just a second. But coming into the day, we thought that those final two events would have an effect on the overall standings. I think we kind of undersold that.
You could not have a better finale event. Two-part sprint. I mean, we knew there was going to be some leaderboard shakeups, and it did not disappoint in any form or fashion.
We crowned 14 champions today. Let's start on the women's side. Here are the overall leaders for every single women's division. And I think if you wanted to sum up sort of the theme on the women's side, you could probably do it in one word, and that is dominance.
Exactly. That's the exact word I was thinking of, Sean. You know, from Patty McGill to Taya Gebbe to Julia Kenyon, a lot of these races were kind of not even races. These women had just dominated their division. Even Amy Morton, once we came into those final two events, she absolutely dominated. So those ladies were so solid in their performances. Great job by all the women who competed this weekend.
And you mentioned Amy Morton closing things out with back-to-back event wins. And yes, echo what Annie said. Congratulations to all the competitors on the women's side. Let's go to the men's side now. Here are the champions in those divisions. And I think maybe the opposite story, the women, the theme here, there were close battles, especially at the top in those younger divisions that we just saw play out.
Exactly. The men's, if you were to sum it up in a couple words, it would be fight to the finish. That's exactly what it was. You know, Guy Gravata in the 55 to 59-year-olds, Corey Dagg taking it at the very end in the 50 to 54-year-olds, Jason Grubb in the 45 to 49-year-olds, Jonathan Varela in the 40 to 44-year-olds. It was just an absolute fight to the finish. What wasn't a fight to the finish, and it's just a crowning moment for all of us that are Masters athletes. Cal Sherrington having his retiring performance here at the Legends Championships. Congratulations to him. Thank you for being such a great ambassador for all of us Masters competitive athletes.
There were so many great performances today, but we got to choose just one. Luckily, I don't have to do that. Tommy Marquez does, though. So let's send it to him for the Airwave Top Performer of the Day.
Thanks, Sean. You always give me the hard work. I got to pick the top performer of the day, and it's got to go to Jason Grubb because he was absolutely clutch in those final two workouts. Coming into the finale, he was 4 points back of Jason Luukkonen. Both came out and went unbroken for the entirety of Old School 1, but Grubb, moving with a sense of urgency, was faster on the transitions and the cycle rate on the bar muscle-ups, gets a win to pull ahead of Luukkonen by just 2 points going into Old School 2. They were going rep for rep early on, but Grubb smelled blood in the water in the round of 9 strict handstand push-ups. He goes unbroken. Luukkonen comes off the wall, and at that point, Grubb was cruising his way to back-to-back event wins. Completely clutch performance for him. Coming into the event when the chips were down, he showed the resolve of a champion, why he's a multiple games champion and now a 3-time champion here at the Legends Masters competition. Sean?
Thanks a lot, Tommy, and thank you to Airwave for sponsoring the 2022 Legends Championship. This is the second year you and I have been part of this competition, and it's great to see, and we said this at the beginning, an event that focuses primarily on the Legends, the Masters at this part of the year, and it's also incredible to see that it continues to grow.
Right, you know, I have to say that this is not only establishing itself as the best Masters-only competition, the place to test yourself as a master, but really as an experience. And the Legends Championship has done a really good job with Mayhem Athlete this year of not just making this a competition, but really a full-on experience for all of these athletes, honoring all of us as masters, our fitness that we still have a little bit of. Definitely a lot of for all of these athletes that just competed. So thank you to Bob and Joe and everybody who put on this event. It's great to be a part of.
Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for everybody here that helped put on the event. Big thanks to CrossFit Mayhem and Mayhem Athlete for helping put this event on. Thank you to all our sponsors. Big thanks to the entire hard-working crew here that put on this broadcast. Really appreciate you guys being with us here over these past couple of days. And congratulations to all the athletes who competed here at the 2022 Legends Championship. For Rory McKernan, Tommy Marquez, and Annie Sakamoto, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks so much, everybody. That's it from the 2022 Legends Championship.